So sure we are. We're kind of in a precarious spot today. I guess I'll look at some stuff and then I guess I'll go over real quick. And then I'll just kind of, assuming just anyone clicks it. So we're kind of in a precarious spot that it's going to be pretty interesting, mainly because we're up here. So it's kind of hard to ignore that we finally started here, considering everything else is here. I think it would be kind of ugly, but I don't think it would be really horrible if we somehow did push down and end in this area. Still think it's fine to just start here next week. We'll see what happens with it though. My kind of biggest point of contention is, well, I'm interested to see what happens at using Apple usually as a determinant at 150, as we can see 149, 149.94 pretty much right here. We have a base. So it'll be interesting to see if they have it bounce up a little bit. Like I was saying before, I could easily see us coming down, bouncing on this, ending somewhere around here next week, and then just pushing right down through it. Definitely, possibly. Or if anything, like within the next couple of days, I could easily. The point is, like, if we tap here and we hit here perfectly, I could easily see next week just pushing through it. So I don't think it's an issue if we do hit this and bounce up. I think it makes it look a lot uglier for the VIX personally. But just because this is kind of like a really nice start. But we'll have to see as time goes on. I mean, for longer term positioning, a lot of this stuff makes more and more sense. Still, like, it's a deviation from what I wanted to see. Whoops, let me just take that out. It's a deviation from what I wanted to see, but I think it's still fine. Let's do this. Right there. Okay. Let's see what some of these are at. 530, what is it? 383. Jesus Christ. Honestly, let's see what happens. I can see stuff pushing down, but I can see stuff easily just popping back up. It's a pretty low open. Everything's so horrible though. It's the issue. I wonder. Oh, 09, does that mean, what does it mean with the 3x? So from the 08 drop before, the 27.3, so the SPYs, I mean the SPYs, like 9x in this time? Is it for real? Oh my god. We took it from like here, I think. Not a 9x. Huh. If I take it lower. Interesting. Definitely seems to be more than a 3x ETF for it to go up that much. I'm kind of thinking, I wonder how far this could go down. Something about these isn't 3x. You know, you look at these and you're like, wait, this can't be 3x. I don't understand how these work, to be honest. In the sense of, like, how does it trend down so much? This has always been something that's kind of weird to me. How are we all the way up at 180 and all the way down here now? Doesn't make sense. It seems like when I've looked at it, it's, you know, 3x of whatever is here, more or less. But I mean, if we like really crash, this could go up this much. Even if we go down 20%, we go up to 400. I wonder if that's what this means. I'm not sure. Doesn't look like we've ever had something like that. August 11th, versus 2020. 85. I mean, even 2020, it was an extended push up. So it does look like when it spikes, it's a lot more, but I don't know, this is always just weird. Makes me wonder, looking at the past history of it. past here was really nice, but we get here, 25, put down, zoom down. Let's see the assumptions. Yeah, it's like 60, yeah. Well, it's not a big deal. I mean, any of these things would be nice anyway. There's a lot of things that are really nice. But we'll see what happens with it. Bitcoin's in a pretty decent place, everything considered. The fact that it hasn't fallen off a cliff yet is something that I like. Gives me a little bit of hope. Maybe it will last a little bit longer until next week with the CPI report to dip. So I do kind of like that it's still staying here. We also haven't fallen into the 4 hour yet either. So we do have 150 over at Apple. So I mean, we'll see what happens. I don't think it's amazing. Personally, I think it's probably just going to fade, and like between this area at most, maybe we could range here. This is what I'd be expecting for the day. That's what I'd be expecting for the day anyway. I think it's more likely that we push up here than push through, since we haven't pushed down yet. And it feels like a little apprehension. Just another way to look at this. This is the bottom of the week 500. The week 375 is here. This is what we did in pre-market for the week 375. Bam, 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 boom, boom. And over here, week 500. So we'll see what happens here. But I think, I mean, this has been the range. And we broke the range yesterday, so it makes sense that we would want to try to push down to the bottom of the range. But we haven't touched it yet, so I'm wondering if we touch it, we won't push through until next week. I mean, if we can push up here and bounce a little bit, if it hits here perfectly and bounces, so like I said, sits here, I could easily see it falling through, but that sets at least Bitcoin up to not completely fall through until the weekend starts, until next week. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, it makes the VIX look a little weird, which is kind of the issue here. But it's hard to kind of determine what this is in a sense. It's just one of those kind of things. It's just a little tough sometimes, so we'll see what happens. I mean, it's all in all, it's not a huge deal. I'll get rid of one put I have when it opens. From 150, 250, I just got one. But it's like nothing serious, so let's see. Nothing serious considering how much we're moving. Okay, so we'll see. I mean, it's just the idea that, like, if we push down, I don't know, it's kind of ugly, but I think if we push down, it's not that bad. There's open the possibility, which I don't see any way in hell, of if the VIX starts here, we're bullish again, but I don't see that. That's next week, too. The chances of happening, I still think, are, like, close to 0%, especially I'd say especially at this point, but we'll see. So it is a little bit odd. I mean, well, the day that what I wanted to see with the week, like peak down here and then the week starting here and then, pushing up somewhere to here and starting a day here. But I'd like to have seen, which obviously the thing hasn't popped up too much. But what I expect with if we had a Friday or we have a Friday that pushes here, with a Monday that starts here, with a Tuesday that's like pushing up, either Tuesday starts up here, Wednesday with the CPI report. I would expect it to start up here, and before the market opens, be at like 29 or something, or 30, even before the market opened. So, the fact that it's still here is also another, not exactly sure what's going on here. Everything else makes NASDAQ and the other ones, there's not really anything. Not really too much. We can see we have the day time frames. We finally started the day under here. We have the day under here. Not really as obvious as what we've been looking for most of it, which was Apple. So we're looking at extended hours. There we go. Finally starting a 4-hour under there. I'm really surprised USDW. I'm not surprised it's still here. I'm just surprised it started here. I'm surprised we didn't start on the bottom side. Nothing else. None of this pushing up is surprising me. Maybe we could push up even more. I think USWTI goes up with the market, though. I feel like I'm not wrong. Here's the market down day. Market down day. Where's August 26th? Doji down, market down day. Did pretty well considering August 26th, actually. August 26th isn't like our April 6th or anything like that, but still. Okay. Yeah, I had this feeling like we're not there yet. I have this strong feeling like we're not there yet, so it'll have to get tested when the market opens. But with options expiry, we've already hit the range. We've practically just hit the range. There's no point. I'm not still holding mine because I'm not that, well, like I said, I had the only 150, 250, but I'm no pro. If I was some super pro, I would have, well, I don't think it's super wrong to take this in chunks, so. But I do think at the end of the day, when this really is the top of the range on such long term. Hey, what's up, Richie? My goodness, it's Friday. Options expiry. Let's go, man. But I think it'll be a pretty interesting day. I think we bounced today. Not hard or not anything significant, but we hit the top. We hit the top the other week at our week 375 in the pre-market. We haven't hit it today, but now we're at the bottom of the range. So with options expiry, to me, I would imagine that we kind of push up if Apple touches around 150 or it's 149.97, but that's just a feeling I get. Options expiry today kind of makes a little bit more sense with it too, just because this is like the range, and at the same time, it's the most impact, in my opinion, than keeping it to go down, because we've just been moving in mainly one direction. So I don't know if that's the right way to think about it, but there's a couple other things, like Bitcoin. We're not under the 4-hour yet. We did have this happen, but we do still have somewhat of a trend under us. So I do feel somewhat secure about things not completely falling. The VIX started up here, which is the one thing I didn't want to see this week, so we'll see what happens with it. Hopefully, if we do bounce a little bit, this will just get pushed down to here. I still think that's fine if we start the next week here. It does make it look like it could be okay for bulls to try to mess with something. But as long as we start, even if we do push down, or if we push up here, let's just using Apple as a term. If Apple pushes to 150 and then Apple evens out, ends the day at like 150, 250, which is a nice option spot, because for Apple it's like 151. It's in chunks of $2.50. I think that would be a really great place to expect it to fight around for some of these options to expire with a lot of this other stuff. And I think it would just hit a lot of people pretty hard. This would look pretty ugly, but I think no matter what, if we do have that, if that does happen and we just push down for this, I think as long as we start here the next week, it's still fine. I'm not a huge fan of this, but we do still have this pretty mean trend here. And I think a week starting here is pretty nice. I do think it opens us up to the possibility of maybe next week even pushing down with the VIX all the way back down to the day. We'll see. The point is, I guess I don't want to say that's happening specifically. I just think if we start here, it gives us a lot of options because this is a strong foundation. So I think even if we did push down here, it would still look great to just roar back up. And the macro of everything still looks really bad. And as always, is obvious, I think if it does start here, we could just come down to here and then easily just push up through this stuff, start the day up here, and then boom, boom. So there's a lot of good possibilities. I think more so if we don't completely push down today. So we'll have to see. And like the idea that we're still here is a little bit sketch. So we'll have to see where things open. But it's a little like I was hoping the Nifty got hit hard. But I was hoping whatchamacallit, I guess Mars like another example, but I was hoping that we'd wait a little bit longer, so we'll kind of see what happens. And then Mars, the same thing. Looks really bad here. Finally had some that actually started above, started under, but I would like to see it stay in this area also as well, personally. I really like the same thing. Really, next week I'd like to see it start somewhere here, come back up, touch this week, and then push back down, and then really crash down. I think that would be really cool. Even if it started like here, maybe push up, hit the week, and then come back down really hard. I would just really like to see that. We'd have a lot more pressure downwards on the week also as well. I think that would just look really good. Now things don't. The issue here is, and this is like how I was telling Vox the other day, is that things don't have to look good because we kind of run into these issues where a scalp turns into a trade. There's almost no such thing as scalping, depending which way you're trading, because like if you get in a position here, assuming it's going to go here, and then it ends up going here incredibly quickly. I mean, it's still like I guess a scalp, but you know, I mean, it looks more like an actual trade than just like a cut off the top of something. So when we get into these kind of situations, it's fine for people to sell, so it's not incredibly surprising. At the end of the day, most of this stuff doesn't matter, as long as people have any sort of capital, because long calls spread out are always a decent idea when we drop at some of these places. And honestly, I prefer calls much more than puts, just because of the history of everything. But I'm not saying here, but just in general, I prefer calls over puts. So we'll see what happens with this stuff, but definitely sketchy. Very, very, very sketchy. Okay. Yeah, Nvidia's been getting hit pretty hard. Man, it's pretty wild with Nvidia. Who buys GPUs in a recession? Who buys GPUs when Ethereum and Bitcoin goes down? God dang. It's actually wild what it's done too. It's actually wild up here. Actually wild. I think it's been pretty straightforward. It's kind of wild. Oh, what do we got? 4 minutes till the market opens. Let's check the news. See if there's anything. What's Shopify doing? 3250. Shopify's holding on pretty well too. didn't even know that. Oh wow, that's interesting. I didn't know the Fed met again next week. What? Huh. There's something that says maybe this is, I don't know what this is, but they're saying in time. They're saying it seems like this is relevant to where we currently are in this article. Everything points to another 75 basis point rate hike by the Fed when it meets next week. Hmm. IMF chief, harsh winter may spark social unrest in EU amid energy crisis. Somehow I think people that don't live in those countries, or they're legally, are going to be the ones causing more unrest than anybody else. Unless they're talking, well, I can see social unrest being a good thing though. And being called bad, let's see. Yeah, there's no other. No other really news, good news, I think. Man, these people really are pushing. They're just keep. Some of these EU people just keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing against Russia. It's kind of wild. Oh, well, so I might as well just bring it up. Let me do this because you can see the bottom right of the screen no matter what. So let me do this. Did we start the day yet? No, we got 1 minute. Let's just go back to that. Okay. We'll get out of that one put at the beginning. On my screen. There we go. Yeah, I feel confident about this being ending somewhere. Like, we're incredibly bullish, or we're incredibly bearish, just ending. We're incredibly bearish, just ending anywhere here. Oh, we open. Good. And bim bam boom. Bang bam boom boom boom. 150. We're gonna keep going down 150 or no? 150, 150, 150. 150. Like, just get out of it. It's only one. Alright, I just got out for 210. Screw that. Oh, shit. 1 sec. I got out for 195. That was close. I think it's going to push back down here, though. So, to be honest, I think this is pretty weak on the day. Not hitting 150. So, I don't really care, though. Picked up for like 88 and then got rid of it for 195. I think it was 225 in the open for like a split second if someone could have gotten it. But let's see what happens here. I don't like this being here. We're at the top. I think this is like the 4 hour right there. So we're pretty much trying to push right through. We're trying to push right through the 4 hour. Yeah, oh gosh dang it. We're trying to push through the 4 hour yet. We haven't hit 150 here. So we'll see. I mean, if we look at it like this, you know, we're still like right above it. So we might not hit it, but it seems very unlikely that we don't. Honestly, this could be one of the worst days. So we'll have to see what happens. It should be pushing up a lot more. I really don't like the VIX. It makes me want to get into something. Or like stay, like get back. I don't want to stay back. Apple has 150. I just don't feel safe about it really pushing through. feel pretty secure about it touching 150 though. I think like 80% comes down. Feels weird not. It would feel weird not to. We didn't touch here in pre-market. We came all the way here, almost hit it, but then we come up to our 4-hour. So it's not the best way to start the day. Kind of see what happens. What they're doing with that put now, just to see what it is. 230. Okay, VIX 2793. All this stuff's kind of fine. Tomorrow, let's pull one of these up on the side. Bitcoin is still up here too, which is pretty nice, surprisingly. Somewhat surprisingly, Now, if we have, god damn. Now, if we have issues under 149.97, I could expect it to crack the hell down. But if these idiots just let the price drop, like, what are they doing? Why are they trying to buy here? Jeez. They're doing the dumbest stuff ever. It's actually wild. Let it drop to 150. Do not know why they're buying it right now. Okay, let's see where's Martin. GME still not eating dirt. A lot of things aren't really eating dirt like we might have expected. 2-3% doesn't seem that bad. To the market has kind of relatively just started. Doesn't seem as bad. Poor Roblox. No surprise. The market's bad, so I'm not sure what people want Robux for. Let's get rid of extended. Go to regular trading hours. Good. Where is Mara? Man, coming off a cliff. Let's hit 150, man. Come on, let's go. 150. Hopefully it's not horrible. Like I said, I really wanted to stay here, in this area. Or in this area I wanted to stay in. Essentially still under the trend line, looking bad anywhere in here. The VIX isn't moving, in my opinion, nearly as much as, I mean, if they know what's good, then they'd be waiting for any sort of resistance under 150. It's horrible buying, though, which is like, let's let it hit the goddamn base. Pretty crazy. Let's see what some of these have been buying. So he's taking a pretty big hit. Somewhat reasonable. Oh, whoops, bring this back up. Okay, still not hitting 150. I mean, we're in the first 10 minutes, so, I mean, I guess it's understandable. Now we're going to see what really might happen throughout the day. Maybe not, but I still think this is, like, we might not see it in the first 5 minutes, I don't know, but I've never really looked at the charts kind of this way through these crashes, so this is the first for me. Like, I've looked back at some of the other ones, maybe I should have. It's just too much to look at, though, I feel like, on too many different time frames. Actually, maybe not. I probably could have. I might do that later tonight. Try to get some practice looking at, maybe 2020 or 08. I think 08 is a lot more representative of this, though. Maybe I can find something similar. Not really sure. I don't know if the replay function works that well between different like it goes away when you switch the chart. Alright, we're almost at 150. Let's see what happens. 148, 149, 82. They just kind of push it through. Looking very ugly. Very, very ugly. Well, this is what they're doing. Man. Those puts are insane. They're like almost 4x. I got out, but almost 4x what they were the other day. Actually insane. Actually insane. May just rocket up. It's gonna do this. Bitcoin should be dropping soon. Cause I don't know where they pick it up. I mean, for me, there's only one other thing here. I mean, that's all the day all the way down here, and expecting a day to do something more than a week. It's insane. Wait to see if it comes back up to 149.50. The whatchamacallit on so many of these has to be so high, which is annoying for any type of put. Like I was saying, those other ones were when I first saw them, they're 80. They're either 80 or 85. And now they're, what? I don't know, I'm looking at something else. But they're definitely quite a bit, so let me see. Not sure where they're right now. 279 you can sell it for. I get rid of 195, so that's another 100% over what they initially were. So that's what it was almost like with this, what, 2.5? It's like 2.5. This is like 3.5x. So these one puts are up 3.5x from the 4-hour change the other day. Okay, that came up to 150. Let's see what happens at this fight around here. Like I said, I'm hoping I'm full for today. I'm hoping copium. So stuff could keep coming. Like, it's horrible to be in any of this. I wouldn't be surprised if we just completely push down here. It's a little wild to see. And it's a lot of money on everything too, which is the thing I don't like about it today. So, not really a huge fan. There we go. There's a lot more to gain from being bullish than bearish. There we go. There we go. I think the only Apple calls that are worth anything are 152.50s. They do have the 150s, which aren't horrible, but 152.50s are probably the best, under the assumption that, we'll have to see what happens, but under the assumption of, like, risk anyway, reward, possibly 152.50s. This is way too high, this is way too risky, because it can still go down. So, we'll see. We can see him fighting, though, which is nice. At least there's somewhat of a fight. So in case if we ever do bounce lower and come back, it'll either confirm that we, well, I guess in some senses this is kind of what I didn't want to see if we do push up, because we'll have some price action under. So bad, it's insane how horrible everything is. Actually insane. The VIX isn't shooting up as much as I would have thought. Crazy. feeling that we're just blowing through this so far. I'm not a big fan from this in the sense of like, if we do push up and end here at 150, 250, and then we switch over on the week, and usually in my mind that gives this a little bit of strength. So it's like, at this point, I'd rather hope that we start next week under this, as opposed to starting next week above it. We'll see what happens. A lot of stuff doesn't seem as bearish as what we would expect. Like Apple's pushing down quite a bit. The Dow is down only 1%. Nasdaq down 1.59. And even though it is in the first 12 minutes, I mean, FedEx dropped 15, 16, 17%. FedEx probably pushing up, to be honest. Let's say it could be actually pushing down, but it was at support. I'm really interested to see. Ooh, it's pushing through. Yikers. Woo. Let me see. I figured with the market trend you could see that, but still questioned. Where is it? Should be over here. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Wait, why does it say this on the day? Oh, whoops, my bad. Wait, what? Oh, let's go up here. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, week. My bad. Wrong time frame. I was like, what the hell's going on? Let's do this. What did it do? Extended. Oh, we started down here in pre-market. Okay, never mind. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Man, that's insane. That's pretty wild. Wow. For 917. Wow. This is actually crazy. Feels weird not seeing like Nasdaq down 3%, Dow down like 2%, SPY down like 3%. So far, though, no matter what happens, I didn't want to see this. I wanted to see us have like if we were going to push up from here, like I said, I wanted a steady base. So that if we ever do push up from here for the rest of the day, that, what is FedEx again? Let me see. So that if we do somehow get support, it doesn't look like there's a chance to bounce. I feel a little weird, like for me, usually, especially with Apple, like these really big turning points are usually reflected, and obviously it's a really short term on this. We've only been out for like 20 or like 15 minutes, I guess. Wait, 15, I guess is the fourth 5 minute. But it's a pretty ugly turnover. It just feels like when I look at this spot, like I still have those like kind of bullish hope for, but it just seems like it should be so much worse than what it actually. What today? Red, deep red, green. I'm not really sure. The red, I'm not too surprised about. The deep red, I'm not entirely sure. The focal point for a lot of it, mainly looking at Apple, would be like 150, and we're on the bottom side of that. So any kind of like short at 150 is fine. I don't know about a put. It seems kind of sketchy. But any kind of like short, anything that you don't get hit with theta or like longer term put Apple 150 is fine. There's a lot of weird stuff going could be really deep red, but we don't. I just don't feel like things are down as much as I'd like to see. It's kind of weird to see Bitcoin still at 19.7. Like usually we see everything moving together. So seeing Bitcoin, goddamn, where is it? Seeing Bitcoin at like 19.7 still, a little weird. Honestly, not seeing more pressure at the week time frame here at 149.97 or 150 is a little weird also as well on Apple. The thing I like about this is if we can end above here somewhere, it makes it look slightly bullish. But they have a lot they have to do, and that would be really, really hard to do. We started the day off, though. Most importantly, we started the day off with the VIX up here. So none of this is incredibly surprising that we were going to push down today when we had the VIX up. The question is kind of how much. This isn't the way that I wanted to see it. So I don't think this is, in the things that I saw, to me, this isn't the most bullish scenario. I don't know how to weigh how much, but for me, this was like we could go up a little bit. But what I was kind of calculating possibly of the VIX pushing up from here would have still been somewhere like possibly 30 maybe, which would have been like Apple maybe down 146.33. But I'm feeling a little weird on it, to be honest. So feeling a little weird, like just mixed signals. The fact like I said, the fact everything is down that much. The individual stocks, yeah, FedEx got hit, yeah, they also had earnings and they're super bearish. I guess the SPY is getting hit quite a bit harder. Interesting to see the SPY losing more today than so far than the NASDAQ. But it's interesting because I don't know if FedEx is on the SPY, but it's on the Dow. And the Dow is only down 1%. And the Dow at the same time is like off a cliff. The 4 hours are up here, the days are up here. I don't know. Personally, I'd like to see us go up and end here. I don't know what's going to happen though today. Right now, I mean, I understand where some of these key spots are, but we're not seeing huge correlations. Now, Bitcoin isn't a bad spot. It did start an acceptable spot. Just has to, like, I think the easiest kind of way to look at this is if we break this. We'll see by time, though. I'm surprised. I'm a little surprised that we've been bouncing on here so much. But like the safer thing is someone wants, they could try to do something if we get a 4 hour start under here. If someone doesn't want to enter a position here. But like I was saying in the videos the other day, I still think this is like the safe position to enter. But stacking on, I still think would be nice to see something under the 4 since it is within like 0.5% of the current price. So we also have options expiration, so it doesn't make too much sense to keep pushing it down. In my opinion, from that perspective. So, but everything looks horrible. So people could just be selling, like people that have been top buying. And that's like the other issue is we had those 80 million SPY calls and the 15 million SPY calls just from like 2 people. So, I mean, their calls have to be almost worthless at this point. Not really, but like pretty much almost worthless. I think the SPY was what, like 402 or 410 back then? I mean, they're not worthless because they got them months out, but like it's just, yeah, 410, they got 430 called, someone got $80 million of 430 calls. So, but I will say from this standpoint, everything seems kind of bearish. I think some of the bearish position is fine. If not, we can play this side next week, so I don't think it's a huge issue. The NASDAQ overall, where we're expecting it to go is 9,200. Dow somewhere down to 25 or 26, and then the SPY down to 315. So any of those are relatively acceptable, to be honest. Whether we do it now, it just kind of depends on the time frame that someone's looking for. But I would say for like bullishness, it looks pretty decent if we push back up. The chances of us pushing up seem pretty small though, so it's kind of tough on that front. It looks pretty bad. around or be careful for something, any sort of price action above here, we could expect a bounce that we hit down here at the day. I think that's somewhat reasonable because it's pretty far down. Yeah, the Nifty got hit pretty hard. It made sense that it can only hold up so much. I saw it earlier though. Yeah, it got smacked hard. That was pretty wild. Let me check some stuff real quick. Starting to see Bitcoin push down a little bit. I prefer to see a 4-hour end, but it's kind of greedy to expect a 4-hour end if and if you get hit hard. It's kind of greedy to expect a 4-hour end on Bitcoin for like confirmation when we have a day looking like this, which is kind of the issue also. That's crazy. If I still held that from the open, I think it'd be up. It's most likely up another. Was that 150? Almost up another $200. Insane. One issue I have is not holding stuff. But I only bought one. I didn't expect necessarily like this. Or else I would have bought more. Not a big deal though. But we have a switch over. 11? 12. Okay. So 12 o'clock we have a switch over. So I'd be kind of interested to see what happens. Looks like it's on a cliff from the 5-minute. What do we get on off of 5-minute? Let's see. Still not as bearish as what I would expect though, but we'll see. Like the Dow, I don't understand how the Dow's only down 1.15% when FedEx just got wrecked. Okay, pour yogurt 1 second. And it just goes to show you how sometimes I miss big ones. Because remember, I had the 164 call or the 164 puts up top. Each of those puts, what I made all of 4 of those puts would have been the value of would have been less. Would have been 60% of the value of one of them if I still held them. It's actually pretty wild. That would have been what? Those things have to be at least, what, 165 to here? It's like 16.4. Wow, it's like $5,000 at least. It's got, I wonder if it's more than that. It can't be. The fade has to be so low. I'm interested to see. Apple options. Yeah, there's 1,600. I initially got them for 300. Kind of wild. Kind of wild. But I might just get something small more long term R puts, just sit in those for now regardless. Something like pretty out of the money but long term. Because if Bitcoin really gets wrecked here and like we really fall into something that wrecks us, Bitcoin's going to get wrecked pretty hard, right? Because this is essentially disregarding everything. If this pushes us down, if stuff really is bad over the weekend, this is like the big drop off, but if this is kind of the big spot before we might possibly drop off, and if we do go down to a 10K, I do wonder like maybe more liquidations, 10 to 11K. So I'm not sure what Mara would be at that point since they mine Bitcoin. So it might be decent. I was hoping everything would stay around here till next week, but maybe that's just too hopeful thinking for some of this. Let's see what some of these Mara puts cost. Oh, excuse me, geez. But I just hate doing this. This is one issue I have. But we did see the VIX push up. I hate like half-ass signals. I guess what I'll do in the future is any position I have, I'll just stay in it. And then slightly add and just expect to lose if I lose, but maybe I could have just stuck with the 150. Trying to think. Because I don't know why anyone would buy this up. Like, I could see a way bulls could turn this around, but it's just kind of the idea, like, would people ever want to buy any of this up whatsoever at all at this point? Like, things just look so bad. What is this, 1050 by then? What is this, October? Let's get some markets. Trying to figure out what the best price is. 11, 1050. Where's Mar again too? Bitcoin super sketch. 6. Man, the bid-ask spread on these Mar puts are so expensive. That's what I hate. It's 10 bid. Like yesterday, these things were probably 10 bid, 17 ask, or like 12 ask. Now they're 10 bid, 17 ask, which is kind of like annoying. I know what I'll do. You know, actually, what I'll do? Let me go to the other account. Let's see. That seems to test first 3,000 and 29.50 major support. I don't think below 29.50. I think it can pass through there, but thank you. Please, let's get some buying. Hopefully it amounts to something. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see it drop today any farther than it already has. Honestly, I didn't even want to see it drop this far. I think this was, we'll see. I think it'll drop farther, or we'll see what happens. But I don't even want to see this drop. I really don't. Not today. Like, we got the CPI reports next week. The VIX looks better next week. The fact that we're off a cliff by a lot of means. Like, the thing that's, like, making me here is kind of, like, the feeling more of it that I have, more than, like, a technical. With the technical, I feel like we should just be horrible here. Dow should be down, like, 2% already. Dow should already be at, like, 30,300. So I agree with what you're saying. Like, I think it will, but just not today, and not like this. But it's just weird. What this might be is just, I don't know. You have this when you have big downtrends, right? Or you have like really big bear markets. You have idiots that just, I mean, maybe this is shorting. I imagine most of this is people just deleveraging and getting out of positions or retail selling as opposed to like shorting and things like that. But like I said before, my issue comes now with if we do start back above here next week. I mean, this looks decent to try to push back up at least to like 155, 156, this halfway point. Like a 50% retracement kind of this range, at least. Just because we pushed through, in a sense, kind of like this. Like, because we pushed through here, I could see us hitting this here. Kind of like as we push through here, if we start here, I can see this here. But I just don't feel like the market wants to drop. Like, that's the feeling I have right now. Like, I don't think the market wants to drop right now. But I don't know that matters. I still don't mind like a Mara long term. I'd rather wait till the end of the day though. And that's because depending on what things look like, the overall sentiment of Bitcoin going into the weekend, since it does still look like, I mean, we'll see what happens, but more or less it still looks like we'll have to be stuck within this channel no matter what. Maybe not though. our wall. But I imagine we'll start fighting here. This is where the weak time frame 200 is that we fought at. There we go. Plug at 18 right there, I believe, right? Yeah, just about right there. So let's hope we can get some buying, but I don't know. I guess so many people buy the top. I don't know if like normal stuff will happen anymore. Oh, puts are too expensive. Like right now, let me check what those puts. Those puts I got for 88 yesterday. Let me see how much they cost. Trade. Can I go to history and see? Nope. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's because it's today. Whatever. Position. Trade. Options. Let's see. It's kind of crazy. They're at 148. Yeah, 370. They're already 2x for what I sold out of the morning. Insane. 370, just like that, from 80. Put this at the trading view link. Okay. Is that supposed to be after like a trading view chart? Is that what it is? Oh no, I see it. Never mind. Okay, it's after trading view. Mm, 34K. Yeah, from July to September. Yeah. Yeah, I think it looks pretty similar to whatchamacallit. Let me see. The values remind me a little bit of, well, mine was when it came down. That's what it was. Yours up there. I like that. What is it? Where did it kind of come from? Like here? No. I don't know where the top of it was. I'm not gonna try to copy it, but I see what you're saying. Can we get it from here? If I can't see it from here, I'm ignoring. It's not a big deal. No. But I see what you're saying. My only issue with it is like it just has a long way to go down. If it does come down, that's kind of my big issue. So I just don't like things coming down today. Like literally, my only quip with today is like just not today. One, if this is too much extra selling and we push up, this makes it look a little bit more bullish, which is not something I want to see at all. I don't want to see any sort of like bullishness next week. I don't want to see a single thing of bullishness next week. I only want to see bullishness today. And so we've already broken where I wanted to see it hold. And like whether it comes back up or not, it isn't the point. I just didn't want to see data down here today. So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty sketchy on a lot of these, I think. Yeah. I mean, it's just like for everything that I've been saying, like, doesn't this just look like, right? Like, for his bear, like, for finally getting a start above the day time frame, doesn't this just seem like we should be way higher already on the candle with the VIX? Like, doesn't it just seem odd? You know what I mean? Like, it just seems really odd that with a candle that finally starts after all of these days that somehow if I had to bet money, I never would have guessed that all of these days would have had candle bases so close to this. A start right under, start right under, a start right under. I never would have guessed that like something this weird would have looked this weird huh? You know what I mean? Yeah, so it's like, I guess this is like the beyond technical analysis. Um, or maybe it is technical analysis. It's just like, wait, what the hell are we doing? But, you know, I mean, we'll see what happens. So anything can happen. It's just weird. They're definitely not seeing the things line up. I would have expected us to be by 30 at least, or like 20, like somewhere in 29. If like what I expected is next week, so this is what I more or less expected. We can just see kind of this up here. So this is why I more or less kind of expected that we'd be able to push up somewhere to here. But I expected the week and then we do here. That's when I put more to the top of the cup. And so these are my two kind of basis points that I was talking about when I keep kind of mentioning like the 30. So it's just weird, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know who's fighting who or what's doing what right now. This is wild. FedEx down 16%, 23% I think, and the Dow is down 0.9. Apple's down 2%, the Dow's down 0.9. Like what? This is crazy. Bitcoin still hasn't fallen off its cliff over here either. It still looks bad, but I mean, God forbid these jamokes try to do something here. But it just we'll see what happens. It's just really, really, really weird. Really weird. Hopefully we get some normalcy, but I don't know. Like I said, I really want to just push up, but I never wanted to push down here at the beginning of the day, so it's kind of difficult knowing what I want to see at this point. I'd still rather see it go up, but I just don't like it as much as before, but I'd still rather see it go up. I don't know if that'll happen at all, though, but it reminds me of the times yesterday, like around here and stuff. And I can't remember the other one, like here and stuff. I'm not saying it's going to go up, but it's just one of those things where it's like, I mean, you can kind of see this thing was going to go up once it did this, but until it did this, or until this one came above, it certainly doesn't look like it's going to go up whatsoever at all. Or it's like hard to tell. I feel the same way here. Like I could see it go up, and I could see what they're trying to fight for. From an options expiry point, I still think it makes sense. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me for it to keep going down. But from the macro perspective, we're so high up, and why aren't we farther down? You know. So I guess at the end of the day, I just want Apple to stay near its week time frame. We'll see what happens on it. Kind of stuck so far, but I mean, I'm up like 110, but I mean it's not nothing compared to what's going on right now. So, and it's not. If I held the position, I'd have been up, I think, 210. So it's not huge, but it's still a lot comparatively, considering it's one play. But my yellow at yellow $50. You guys feel it? Yellow $50. I'm thinking about 55. I'm thinking about getting 5 calls for Apple with 152.50 for the end of the day. almost want to say why not. That's where I expect like a possible top, and I can just sell them if it gets to 151.36. Now it's 60 cents. I should have done it already. I'm not gonna do it. I should have did it in the first second. We'll see what happens. I mean, the place for them to sell down is right here. I should have done it a second ago. That way, if we have anything here at the test spot, then I can just sell it right out instead of like being worried. I'm not gonna buy it right at a test spot. I feel really good about this though. I don't know, but like here, I still think it has a decent. I still think it's gonna pass through, but this isn't something I want to hold it at. I'm pretty sure those calls that I just, if I got them, that I was just looking at. If we sit here for like 1 minute, I'll look at it. If we sit here for 1 minute, I'll look at it, and I'm pretty sure they should go down. I think they probably would go down to where I just bought them. Or I'm sorry, I'm like tired. Where I would have bought them. I don't know. Sometimes it's good. I'm not really sure what to do at those times, but I'm not a big fan of if I'm looking at something wanting to buy it and then it goes up like technically it went up like a couple percent, like 10, 20%. I'm not a big fan. The feeling of chasing something I'm not a big fan of, so. Yeah, I mean for sure if it's this low, let's see what they are now. Oh, 14 cents, not bad. So it's still up there. Back in like 30 seconds. So it's still been like 20% up, which is not huge, or 15. So I still don't. I still don't know about holding it if I had them. I mean, the easier way to look at this is just get rid of them and just rebuy it if we have something on top. I mean, at the most, I think we could get back to here. I gotta take my creatine soon. How is Dow holding? Which share is holding it up? Dude, I have zero idea, man. I don't know. Let's see. I think I have like a whole bunch of Dow. That's a great question, Grav. Let's see. I don't remember what all the Dow ones are. Let's do this. I think everything on the Dow is on here though. Maybe FedEx is just a really small part of the Dow, honestly. I think almost everything, if not everything, that's on the Dow here. I was thinking about doing this in the morning. Oh well, I wasn't going to get it here. I was thinking about getting something all the way up here. Whoops. I didn't get it, so you can tell I wasn't going to get this, so something that just crossed my mind. This is something I was thinking about if we bounced at 150, but it's kind of annoying. Like I hate to repeat it again, but I really think depending where we end, if we can end somewhere up here, it's gonna be. They could set up another squeeze, even if it's just temporarily, or if you want to call it like a squeeze turning into a bull trap. Like I 100% can see that getting set up here towards the end of the day, just specifically from this Apple. From this perspective of ending up here and then hitting this. If we come down first Monday, I can see it for sure. Actually, that would be better, I think, right? I do think maybe that would be, I don't know. I'm conflicted. I have to think of how the setup will be. Because what I was thinking is that if we do see something like that, it essentially makes the VIX look like this. It does look kind of ugly. The day's not super important up here. But it gives us this, this candle. I think we could have a candle that ends somewhere like all the way right down, just around the top of the weeks or somewhere like right here. And then it's like, it's not that bad. I mean, if we start the next week here, I still think it could just pop back up. It just seems a little weird though, because it kind of like interrupts the cup, I guess. But I don't know. I'm not really sure how to weigh it too much, because on the week, you're not really going to see much else besides, like on the week right now, it pretty much looks like high, higher high, higher high, and then high, higher high, lower high, but then a higher high. So from here to here to here, this still kind of exists, and more or less this exists. So I do still like it in that sense, from that perspective, depending what happens. Like even if we do push down, it's not the perfect thing that I wanted, but if this is what happens, but it's kind of what it is. So everybody dukes it out. I got my small profits, so still learning every day. Because these are definitely like uncertain times for a lot of things, right? I feel like even the most experienced people, which I'm not experienced when it comes to like doing this for 15, 20 years through recessions and all that, or how arguable any recession really was, but besides '08, kind of, not really. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a recession, but I don't think 15, 16, 18, 20, any of those were, or 15 slash 16. I think it was was it, what was it again? Let me see. Was it 15? I think was it 16 or was it late 2015? Whoops, or was it late 2015? Let me see. Yeah, late 2015. Okay. Oh, no, late 2015 and 2016. Okay. So it was 15, 16. Okay. Jeez. Wild. And it still looks nice to try to push up, so. I can't imagine. I'm interested to see what the calls are now. They have to be down to 12 cents again, right? They can't have that same sentiment. They can't still be 14 cents. It doesn't make any sense, or even 13. Wait, Apple, is that what I was talking about? Yeah, so now they're back down to 12 cents. Okay. That's a little bit more normal. Though I will say, I really gotta get that creatine soon. Oh, holding it up, Apple seems down compared to Apple seems down. Compare Apple and Dow 5-minute chart. Oh my bad. I didn't see you say that. That's my bad. I clicked freaking Dow. I mean, Dow's just chilling. Apple's like, wee. Dow's just chilling, man. I don't know what's, can we go, we might be able to do this. Maybe stock screener. Blah, blah, blah. Kind of annoying. I wish I could. There should be something here. Oh, here we go. Index. Jesus. I mean, I don't know. One thing I would say is a lot of stuff's not down too much, but what the heck? I don't get it. Wait, is FedEx not? I swear FedEx, did they take it off or something? Unless I put it up because maybe my friend said it a long time ago. I swore I thought FedEx was on the Dow. Most of the things I had on that other one were the Dow. Like I have J&J, I have, I think, every single... I guess that's my mistake of thinking, huh, did FedEx get taken off of the Dow? Let me see, that might be it. Or was it never part? Maybe. Huh, maybe I'm crazy. Huh. It was just crazy, I guess, on that. Oh, it's just MYST. Okay, and it's not part of. Okay, so it's just not part of it. I don't know why I thought FedEx was part of. I don't know why. I guess because I remember at one point, huh? Okay, well that makes a lot more sense here then. Still, it doesn't make a lot of sense why it's well, I guess we can see why it's pushing up because things are pushing down, but I guess we can see why it's not like super, super, super down because FedEx isn't part of it. Okay, that was the incorrect thing on my part. Huh? Because I initially, CRM, Salesforce is on the Dow now? How long was Salesforce on the Dow? XP, okay. I wonder if they changed it or something, because I literally have because I remember going through and over here on this list, like my pharma is whatever, that's what I initially called it, but I mean I have every single Dow one here. I remember initially adding them. Huh. It's interesting. I'm just surprised I'm also surprised Salesforce is. Huh, yeah, it just got it wrong. It's crazy. Walgreens Boots Alliance got added in 2018. Honeywell 2020. Amgen in 2020. Okay, so it's not part of the DJI, but it's a part of like every other Dow Jones, but it's not part of the DJI, and it's part of the S&P. Okay, so it's part of the DJ Transportation, the DJ Composite, DJ US, pretty much every other DJ besides the industrial. Well, I guess that makes sense. I guess I'm not sure what they define through. It's part of the S&P 500 industrials, so which is kind of weird. I don't get it. It's part of everything. Like here, I can pull it up real quick. It's definitely kind of weird just to see, um, in a sense. Uh, it's part of the S&P 500. And it's part of like every other Dow Jones, but growth, large cap, composite, and even the S&P 500 industrials, but not the Dow Jones, not the DJI, but the S&P. Interesting. Okay. I don't know. I just found it kind of interesting. I don't really care anymore though. Let's see what's going on. That would explain why I guess the S&P is taking a bigger hit. We're seeing the S&P take a bigger hit than everything else. That would explain that. So. So I think at the end of the day, nothing's really like holding it up per se. As opposed to like, I guess it almost, we'll see with the other ones. It almost seems like I'm almost getting the feeling looking at FedEx. Did we actually see a drop in anything else besides Apple? I wonder in the morning. That's what I'm starting to wonder here. Because when we looked at FedEx, let me do this, FTX, I think, right? I mean, this thing's kind of been trending up. And then, so I wonder, have we been trending up on most of these other ones? Oh, no, that looks like Apple. Why? Pretty crazy how well this has been holding up. Let me see. No, pushed up at the same time. Oh, G got removed. Whoops. Yeah, NVIDIA don't DGAF over here with NVIDIA. Gosh dang. Okay. Looks like Apple did a little bit. In respect to when it started going up. Or pushing anyway, trying. Everything looks better than where Apple does. Apple looks gosh awful. I feel like this will end up trending up. We'll see though. Maybe not here. My God, I gotta go do that real quick. That alarm keeps annoying me, but it's reminding me for a reason. Like PayPal, like so many of these things we've clicked recently. Like obviously we know there's like a huge level here. But gee, I don't know if there's a huge level here. I doubt there is on all these other ones, these areas, but everything else looks pretty decent comparatively to Apple. I think that might even help that get pushed up too. Wow, are you serious? Oh my gosh. The 1 year is at 4%? You guys see this? The 1 year yield is now 4%. Wow, the 5 year got wrecked. It's probably because this is probably because of maybe like next week or whatever of what they're anticipating. Because the 5 years not responding anywhere near this well. It's like the super short term. Makes sense with the 1 year anyway. Wild. Come on, push up Apple. Jesus Christ. Just go back up. I hate this, like, I hate the extra component of bullishness this adds for next week, possibly. For a squeeze. I really do. I don't hate it, actually. It's a strong word. I don't have any strong feelings towards or against it. But I do have feelings. It's just insane, though, to see this at the... Jesus. Yo, what's up at Vertigo? Oh, Jesus, I'm still tired. I never get enough rest nowadays. It's so frustrating. Not frustrating, but it'd be nice to get rest, or feel rested when I wake up. This is a 10. This is the first one I've seen in a while, actually, I think, that has no confirmation on one of these when it pushes up. Nothing here. Maybe something there. It's still not amazing, huh? 10-year looked markedly worse than the other ones. Okay, let's go. Lord, who art thou in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Give us this Somehow they're still at 12 cents. Is that possible? Wow, those contracts are 11 cents for Apple. How are they only 11 cents? I'm gonna actually... How are we in a worse position than we were before? Question is, do I care about wasting money now? Because if we push up, things are a lot easier next week. I don't care. Just sit back and relax. It still looks really good though. I'm surprised that here it was 12 cents, and just a second ago it was 12 cents also as we're pushing up through here. The one thing I have always noticed with options is like it doesn't seem like there's a lot of gold broke major line of support. Yeah, I remember seeing that. Only because Meat Allies came in. It's the only time I ever look at gold. But yeah, it broke that month time frame yesterday. And now we're all the way back up, which is just perfect. Depends what people want to do. Now, I like this because this is a pretty decent short entry spot. The thing I'm a little agnostic to is we kind of have a trend that's a little bit under us coming up, probably. If we're pushing up this much, it's kind of what I don't like. So I actually think people are going to get wrecked on shorts up here, and we might actually just push right back up through this. This is what I'm more inclined to think right here. Yeah, I mean, like I was telling me, the short for this would be if it came up. Just looking at this, I'd say it's short spot. Knowing what's going on with the market now and kind of what's going to happen with the DXY because of this, and the possible short squeeze we could have next week because of coming under this extra pressure we had in the morning just to come back above, like I think it could just come all the way back up to maybe even 1700. So that's what I think is likely anyway. So when we see these other days, one of the big determinants was a week ending, specifically starting under and then coming up. So we haven't had obviously a week end or start under, so specifically start, but so from that perspective, I'm also not too surprised. But a lot of this was weird today. So for me, like essentially, because you've been gone for a little bit, the VIX has been pretty key. I can't remember when you were last here, but or obviously the other day, and I think the day before when you said, or the 2 days before that when you said you were back from Orlando. But besides that, a lot of this has just been off the VIX. You know, as we can see some of this nice stuff here. This is when we had the deviation between the VIX and the SPY. SPY was getting pushed up with no real support. Didn't come back to confirmation. Then we had the next day is the 13th. Boom. But the weird thing is, long story short, I've been looking for is I wanted to see it somewhere down here for the week in this area, or like an end down here for the day, start next week here, and then try to push its way up here and have a day start up here. So it looks like we probably are going to have this candle that comes all the way down here, which does give bulls a chance because then they can just effing do what they did the other weeks, which is possibly just try to get the VIX to start here, which is still the same exact spot we've had the VIX start in. I'm sorry, we started too high up here, so obviously we had to come pull. Okay, let's just go through the story. Let's just move this over because this was here pretty much. So we started too high up, right above the day support, came up, hit the week support. Well, actually, I think it was even more than that. Yeah, came up right here. Let's leave this here. Hit the week support. So started right under support or resistance, pushed up, hit the day 375 resistance, pushed all the way back down. So, and then obviously when we tested, it got wrecked back down. Ended here, started here, obviously came all the way back, or not obviously, but weirdly, you know, did its thing, came all the way back up to the resistance again, pretty much at the same exact thing, like practically the same exact thing. And then, you know, boom. And then we pushed up. So it's like, I really don't want to see it start here. I think it looks so much stronger if we just get something that starts right here. So it would be nice to see something like that. But we'll have to see what happens. So I just think it's a lot easier for us if we finally get a week here that starts there. It'll look good here for a week's support. We pretty much laddered down on the weeks coming in into this support here. So I just think it would be nice to have a week, so like start on top of the week, then push to the day, then push through the day. So yeah, I mean, my thing is like, I look at it this way in Vertigo right now with how volatile everything is it worth it to not consider, you know, the effect of stocks and everything on the dollar? Like, it's just, you know what I mean? It's too volatile right now. And so from that perspective, I think everyone else is kind of asking themselves the same question. And I think most people trading it, like with a lot of capital, I imagine are probably looking at that. I think it's just the most determining factor. Because you can't ignore it. You know what I mean? At least not when, I mean, you really just, I don't think it almost can't be ignored at all. I mean, maybe what, between 8 to, because is gold open? Is gold 23.5, I think? I don't remember. It's gold 23.5. Yeah, well, gold's not 23.5. What is this? Oh, no. Oh, that's saying that. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure, wait, is gold 24.5? Oh, wow. Is gold open 24 hours a day, 5 days a week? I thought it closed for 1 hour. I can't tell because this is Friday. So this could just be because this is only Friday. I think it's 23.5 though. So the only reprieve, in my opinion, gold's really going to get from the market is between, or like from the U.S. market is what, between 8 o'clock when it closes and like 3:10 to 4. VIX opens 3:10, 4 o'clock. Pre-trading opens, or pre-market, whatever trading opens, starts. So, but just with the consistency of it, I'd like to see a weekend start under, both preferably. So, we still got the day here too, which is another big one I was looking for. This is the kind of thing I was talking about this last night, I think in this one, where I was just kind of like sketched out, because, I don't remember why. Oh yeah, this is what I was talking about, because we didn't see anything else. I was talking about specifically because we had a trend, even before we hit all the way down here. It barely looks nice still, but it still looks nice. But when the wick was somewhere up here, a little bit higher, so we had that kind of nice, like, you know what I mean, this kind of thing. So, I mean, this is also nice too, just to get that, but I still like this also as well, kind of thing. I think both are acceptable. Easy way to knock shorts out. Easy. Another thing too is the kind of assumption if we end the week above here. So I don't like this at all. I didn't want this. The thing I like is if we end the week above here. Essentially, what we're doing is, I gotta wash my hand. Fuck. But essentially, what we're doing is we're leaving Bitcoin in a place where it doesn't look like it. It looks like it has a decent chance of not falling off a cliff. In my opinion, I don't think Bitcoin's going to drop over the weekend. I don't want it to though. I want it to drop next week. We'll see with the squeeze potential that they've just created, but which I don't like. It's kind of hard to see how we push past all of this. I'm going to be honest with you, but I could easily see something, next week, maybe even pushing up, right? Maybe 155 somewhere around here, and then just coming straight back down. But I would like Bitcoin to not be dropping through, because that might mean that everything else is going to drop through. So hopefully we can just see it in that range. We're back under that 150. We'll see what they do. We just fall. Oh, we haven't even started. So we got 15, 30, 1 hour yet. What do we do? 1 hour, 12 minutes to go. Okay. So we had a 5-minute start above, but we haven't had a 15, 30, anything of any reasonable size. I'm agnostic to all this right now, or like what it does. Hey, what's up, Bricks Technologies? Good to see you in here, man. First time seeing you. It's always good to see new people. You ever join the Discord, Vertigo? Did I ever send that to you? I don't remember. Let me see. We got V-slip in here. I don't know if you're in here. I can send it to you if you want. Oh, whoops. Anyway, but I just had to type something out. Let's see. See what they do. Hopefully they hold. Like I said, I really don't care at this point. Or I do, but there's nothing for me to do here. Nothing that I want to do. I'm glad I haven't done anything. Well, I could have held this position for. I don't regret it. I really don't. I mean, I guess the one thing I do kind of regret is just not holding to 150, because like I said in the morning, 150 seems obvious. And it seems like an obvious fighting point, too. But, I mean, there's no way I'm ever going to say I was going to hold this. No way. I mean, we could see like a turnaround, but there's no way I was going to hold anything through here. Not because that goes against everything that I look at. So it is crazy seeing it at 195 here when it got sold and then looking. But then again, like I said, those AMG calls in the beginning of the year and all the other stuff, you'll see more and more and more. It's pretty common. I'll get into an option and I'll make money and then it just skyrockets. This looks pretty. It's kind of hold here. I don't know why I'd be pushing down from here without rejecting. That's kind of weird. Seems really weird here for it to just push down on this candle without at least trying back up a little bit with support here. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, anything can happen. Just doesn't make a lot of sense from this standpoint. What's going on? Y'all gone from negative crypto to retracting. I thought she was positive a while ago. I thought someone sent me something a couple months ago, or at least she was talking about crypto was. Oh, so now she's even saying nicer stuff about it. Because I feel like she was saying something. It was kind of maybe like in between. And God, she looks so ghastly. But God, her picture. I know maybe this is how people feel like when they look at Kathy Woods. But anyway, so maybe because I feel like she said something, or maybe if she wasn't saying something good about it, she was just talking about like how it has benefits, or there's something about it. I don't remember what it was. It was like in June or May, I think. Oh, well, this has nothing to do with crypto, though. Right? Like digital, well, I'm not sure what they say, so I'll bring it up so we can see it together. But it's pretty crazy they're pushing this down with no, whatchamacallit. I don't see how we break. One sec. Let's look at this real quick. Lots of pressure. What if we break here? I guess I could just do this. Spot looks decent. See that there. Kind of interesting sell down here. But let me bring this back up. So my thing is like, this isn't necessarily crypto. She just says like digital asset. I don't know if she means crypto. I'm not sure if like, I mean, to me, every time I hear the Fed talk about digital assets, they're talking about like a CBDC, right? Like a digital currency, but you know, it's backed by them. And so they can pretty much just, you know, that way they can take whatever money out whenever they need to and blah, blah, blah. And they have control of all the levers. They can see everything that's getting bought and, you know, from a centralized location and all that. Let me see what else they say, though. But they just keep saying digital assets, digital assets, digital assets. CBDCs. Like if they are like this is my thing about CBDCs. Like at the end of the day, if they're like the central, if we look at it like as a POS system, and they are the validators, then it's pretty much like, to me it's they get rid of all crypto in a sense, because they're the validators of everything. I mean, not like it's not a crypto in a sense, or maybe, but it's not, that same kind of thing as we look at most of them, I guess, on the maybe from the proof of work standpoint. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I mean, it's possible. To me, it's not necessarily good for. I don't know. I don't think it's good. I don't know if it's good or bad for anything personally. It's just, I don't know. I think for like people, it's not good. I don't like the idea of it whatsoever at all. Wow, we just came down from here. I think we looked ugly on the 15. Oh my gosh. Jeez Louise. Poor Apple. Yep, you're right. Blah, blah, blah. Because normally on board with CBDCs, and then we'll get a bad taste in their mouth, smell the bad. Probably, yeah. Yeah, I mean, when people realize that like payments automatically get taken out, and all that other kind of crap, I don't think people are going to be too happy, and that things might go more cashless, even though you can't necessarily go cashless. I don't know. Honestly, things are going to be. I think from a societal standpoint, things are so much worse or so bad that I don't know how much some of this stuff really matters. To be honest, like CBDC isn't going to work. I don't think at the end of the day, because you need a stable society, and I don't think we're going to have stable societies for too much longer. That's just my opinion. I just really don't. You can't have diversified cultures that don't share a culture of thought. It's not going to work. So we'll see what happens in Europe, but a lot of these immigrants are probably going to go wild, and people are nationalists, their country anyway, so why would you care about somebody else? And like, people are used to having everything in one place. Most people think stuff comes from grocery stores. They don't understand that stuff is made and processed somewhere and then delivered to them. I see these news articles about people that are like, I saw this article about how prices have gone up for people buying stuff at the grocery store, and it's like, of course, and like how there's some married couples that are fighting here and there about some of these things. But it's like, one of the things that they're saying that people are cutting back down on are, I can't remember what one of them is, but one of the other ones was people were cutting back down on oven ready meals. And my first thought is like, bruh, oven ready meals. So one, whatever that is, has a shit ton of preservatives in it. So you are probably intaking way too much sodium with these oven ready meals. And two, that's so expensive already. Any oven ready meal is going to be way more expensive than anything else. Now, obviously, you just pop it in the microwave or the oven. I imagine when they say oven ready meals, they kind of, well, both are going to have a lot of preservatives. And most oven ready meals, in my opinion, are more likely to have cheese, which is also going to have a high amount of sodium. But I imagine oven ready, they also meant microwavable. So, like, both are bad. Microwavable worse, but both are bad. And both aren't cost effective. I'm just like, what are people doing? But as I've been myself, because I didn't have like always the best eating habits, so I kind of get it. But as myself, every time I go into the grocery store, I'm just like, whoa, like it's like it's crazy, because you go into it's kind of crazy. So it's like, I don't know. It's, you got your big grocery stores, whatever. I don't know how you draw it, but something like that. Whatever. This is horrible. This looks like a bed. But anyway, you got your grocery store, right? Grocery store. Anyway, so we have our doors. You get in, and it's like you get in. What I want, pretty much here, is so I want the meat, which is all the way in the back, and then like the spinach is back here, the SP for spinach. And before we get there to this back aisle, it is just aisle after aisle after aisle after aisle. And then they have the veggies over here, aisle, 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 aisle. Here's my yogurt over here. But it's like the bread aisle, it's like crackers, and it's like cheese, and just like the most popping stuff. Cereals with sugar out the wazoo. So it's like, to get to what you want to get to, you have to go through everything as someone that's healthy doesn't want to even touch. So just from the idea of like enticing people, like the good stuff. I mean, technically there is kind of like a door here you can use sometimes, and then you can just go straight over to here. And the aisles kind of end here, so you can go get the spinach, you can get your veggies, and you get the meat. And then over here, I think is like shrimp, and then we got milk over here, yogurt. But the thing about it is, it's just like everything in between is just trash. The tortillas, I looked at tortillas. Tortillas have the healthiest tortillas I could find had 500 milligrams of sodium per tortilla. Like, what? Why is there so much sodium in a tortilla? It's insane. And like, I get the thing with bread for it to rise or whatever, but it was just so weird to see. It's just, I don't know, it just blows my mind. It really does blow my mind. Crazy stuff. So, like, I mean, my main point about this is I get that people are eating unhealthily, and I don't really blame them. I do, but not really, because it's tough out there. No one tells you this stuff, or like people tell you this stuff, but no one takes it. It's not taken seriously enough in the mainstream. So for people they would just notice it, because oh my God, the cooking a nice steak doesn't take that long, and it's so good. And I just go to the grocery store, look for whatever steak's on sale, and then buy it. Tacolandia? I don't know what that is. Is that something in Florida when you're in Orlando? Houston? No. There's a Tacolandia in Houston? Houston's largest taco festival ever is back and better than ever. That's really cool. That actually looks really cool. I'm gonna be honest, it looks super hipster, but when I actually like read it, it looks pretty cool. I mean, it makes sense that it kind of looks hipster because, well, it doesn't look super hipster. I'll bring it up. Like, the thing that looks most hipster to me about it is just this. these craft looking beers, and not has nothing to do with this hipster sauce. It's just like the pictures and stuff. Like, 'cause this is like something bueno. Like, it just, I guess that's part of it maybe. But I don't know. Maybe not hipster not hipster in a bad way. When I say hipster, what I'm thinking about is people between 25 to like 33, 34 that are probably like around. I mean, I'm 30, so like people that kind of target me. I used to go out and go to with friends and go to breweries here and there and try different beers and all that. I did that. So I mean, maybe not hipster, 'cause that kind of sounds bad. Hipster's kind of a bad thing. But I guess there's like a negative connotation to that. But the food itself, the idea of like 20 taco vendors like from their restaurants, and the fact that they're coming out there to advertise, and so it's probably actually real food and good food. That is like what makes my mouth water right now thinking about it. Seems really cool, definitely. But and Houston's pretty far for 3 hours. It looks really good though. This also seems kind of like millennial-ish. I guess it's not hipster, it's millennial-ish is the word I want to put. Like they have this picture. I don't know, it just feels like it's stuff that I feel like 5 years ago when I was going out with friends doing this stuff, it would like be like, oh, we gotta go do this. And regardless of the actual taco food here. So, but from another perspective, unlimited taco samples? Oh my god. How much does this cost? I'm not going, but... Wow, that's only $75 for unlimited taco samples? Well, you can get unlimited with these other ones too, right? But... it's really good. That's not that expensive either, $75. It's pretty cheap. Oops. What's going on over here? Are we finally back down? You know, it looks likely to push up, but somehow I feel like it'll push down just because last time it looked likely to push up and push down. Even though nothing else is necessarily in like a bad spot. What are we doing with the VIX over here? I feel like we're back under, aren't we? Oh no, we're still above. I was thinking maybe we might have been in this area. And this is at 27.33. So 27.33 is where it's at, okay. I mean, if we can get in, I feel like if we can get into this area with the VIX to under 27, like 26.95, I feel like it would want to just push all the way down to here. We'll see what happens. Anywhere here is fine, though. This is all I want the VIX to do for next week. Let's please have a nice clean break, nice clean drop. Because what is this with all this like bearishness moving down? And the Dow's only down 1, the Nasdaq down 1.5. Like, what is this? I don't want a slow drop. I want a fast drop. I want like September. I like September 13th. Like that's nice stuff. August, September 13th. That's nice stuff. I don't like this stuff because everything's so freaking expensive. And it's Friday, so there's like a huge reason for them. Like I could even see it. What would be nice also, I wouldn't mind, is if we are down here, like I said before, I actually wouldn't mind if we don't end above this and we actually just start next. Like if we could start here, maybe we end slightly above, it doesn't matter. But if we start under next week, I would really like that also as well. Depends which one we do. I just don't want to drop away from this and then have some annoying frickin', I don't want to drop to like here, have some annoying thing next week where we come all the way back up to like test. And then we got to be like, oh, let's see if we're actually going to get through this or not. This is nice. This is nice. Need someone to leave their comment or you get moderated? I couldn't see. Man, they're just pushing, wrecking this stuff through. Yeah, I'm not surprised it didn't hold. Not surprised at all. We'll see. Maybe it does or something. I don't know if TA matters for any of this or like what common or like short-term stuff matters for any of this. Because this look decent to try to push back up. And I don't know why they bought it here or here. Like clearly they should see that you don't want to buy it in the same range. You should be buying it here, not here. Otherwise it's going to be easily seen as like a right shoulder. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. I'm going to switch exchanges. Unlock. What the heck? They have MAR puts all the way out to 2025? How does that even work? How do you have a put out to 2025? That almost max. They have $2 puts somehow on MAR for $1.65, $1.63, or 163 bucks for a $2.50 put. I don't get what the idea of that is. And yet, we're trending down on these things, but yet the VIX still doesn't look that strong. Maybe it does on a short term. Maybe it's because I'm looking at the daytime frame. It look weak. I mean, I like where it's just started. And it's 5, but I mean, well, definitely looks like it's kind of wedging right here. Gonna have to maintain. It looks pretty decent. But overall, it's still kind of weird. Just the same thing. Like, we're down, yet the VIX is at the same spot. Let's get rid of these. Just, those aren't based off of anything. Just eyeballing levels. Some weird noise somewhere. That's crazy. That 152.50 is 355 now. Wow. High of 4. That's insane. I never would have done it, but that one put yesterday, like, I never would have held it through this crap. But apparently at the low on Robinhood anyway, that one put, when I first saw it for 80, we got 88, turned into, I don't remember what they said. It was like 405 or something, or 402. It's kind of wild. It's like 3.8x. Yeah, something's going on with this stuff, so something's fishy. I mean, I don't know what it is. It feels kind of stupid, but I still feel like a good way to explain this is just bears don't want it to drop yet, but maybe I'm crazy. If any good bear out there doesn't want to drop, any I don't mean good trader, but just any bear that's good at heart, they don't want to see the price drop. Not today. Not today. Alright, let me check. Europe really is screwed in winter. Like all these people in all these countries throw money around without, I feel like without the understanding that money without a stable society doesn't mean anything, because you need money is essentially anything that's accepted nowadays anyway. Interesting. Facebook spied on private messages of conservative right-wing individuals and reported to FBI for domestic terrorism. I wanted to be a YouTuber a long time ago, and I wanted to be someone that talked about stuff because I'm more independent. I'm not really conservative, but I don't like a lot of what was going on. And I remember telling my family and friends, like both, like one of the reasons why I never did it, and I'm glad, even though I think I could have been good at it. And the biggest, well, I'll finish that, but the biggest reason is like these people come after you and they come after your family, whether it's Facebook or freaking individuals trying to dox you and then get anyone that's related to you fired. And I don't have wild views, to be honest, but I don't think it matters. But a lot of people, it's good I never did it also, because a lot of people in that space were really just grifters anyway, and they weren't actually people with values, and so a lot of that stuff ended up kind of crumbling down anyway, just because of that. I don't remember what they called them. There was like a group of YouTubers that did it. They had a name, I can't remember. There's like Shoe on Head and some other people. Most of them weren't really that smart either. I don't think most of them are really even patriotic or knew or ever even looked at the Constitution or writings, Federalist Papers, anything like that. I don't think they had any idea about anything. I wish I could remember what they're called. They had a name. The Skeptics or something, maybe? Skeptics? Something, or Sept. I feel like they called them Skeptics after a while. But I feel like they called themselves, or people called them skeptics, or there's some word like skeptic. But it's a good thing I never got into that stuff, so. One, because of the people and the environment, two, just hurts yourself and people around you. And I mean, look what happened with the conservative movement anyway. There wasn't much of a conservative movement before. It wasn't really conservative, not conserving anything. And look at it now. It doesn't exist. Well, I'm an independent, not really a conservative, so. Kind of surprised that Luna's still holding on over here. Quite impressive. I thought it might have been able to do something here. It could look pretty nice. I mean, it hasn't started a single candle over, but, you know, still. What it's doing is interesting anyway. We kind of look at this. I mean, it's an interesting interesting, I don't know what you call it, movement pattern. I don't really know what this is. I usually don't see things that look just like this. This makes a little bit more sense. But it seems kind of weird to have so much up here and then just to drop one level lower and then just consistently get hit here. Unless something's building up. KNC doing. KNC's holding up pretty well, surprisingly. I think it's still under the day. Oh, I got through it over here. Okay. Still not above here, though. Sketch. Yeah, ugly. Matic. 412 underneath everything. Very ugly. mean, it's one of those ones you probably could see it happening on this candle. Still very unfortunate though. 8.3. Oh wow. Okay. How much percent is this? Actually, like, okay, so it went up like 4% average to 5% at the top. That's not really that tragic. Okay. I thought this went up like a percent or two and then just came around. That's actually quite a bit. Matic has pretty big gains here and there. It's pretty wild. What's going on here? Tragic. I don't like where it is though. Ooh. Yeah. This is like okay. I like this. That's unfortunate. This is pretty unfortunate for a lot of people. July, I don't know what happened July 26th, but I don't know what happened on this day because it's a day candle. This is assumption because it could go up, down, up. I almost want to see this anyway. What happened July 26th? It's small. It's not important, but I'm just kind of curious. I wonder if they really got jamoked. Did it really just... Okay, start on the 4 hour. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, okay. So it did go down then up, which is what I thought. Just wasn't sure. Probably down first, then up, but... Okay. They just managed to catch it back. 3.7, it's not too much. We do have this over here. Could have dropped a little bit lower. Oh well. Oh, my bad. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Wait, how is that up? What? Is this a different web page? My bad. Huh. Oh my god, I had a... Let me get rid of this. I have too many window captures. Yeah, I covered my face too. I clicked the wrong one. Let me delete this. My bad. It's whatever. There's an OBS issue every once in a while where it doesn't pick up the window, so I have to make a new one. But, and then I made a new one, and it was on top of my face, so that's how I knew it was the wrong one. My bad. There wasn't really much to see, but I can just go back here. Let's see. I was just kind of interested. I was just looking through on MKR. I saw it on the 12 hour, and I thought, oh, that looks kind of cool where it is. Looks like it's turning around a little bit. And I looked on the daytime frame, like, it's kind of weird, you know? Like, this is like we see this, kind of okay, then what? You know? Just nothing going on here. This is like something when I see, I completely say we avoid this. This seems somewhat reasonable. This is usually what you'll see, ranging pretty good. This was at July 26th, boom. And then I just looked at this on, took a look at this on the 4 hour, and let me just show you real quick. July 26th, right here. So I was just looking at this, and then just noting that it looked, we could see on the 4 hour, it seemed like we got the first part under, 3.7% down, and then it just turned around. And we could see on the day time frame, or was it the 12? Here's the 12 for the day time frame, we could see that. No, it was the day time frame. We could see the start over, so that was pretty convenient for it. Actually, really convenient. But this is wild. I mean, usually it's not like that. Usually it's a pretty decent, like range between it, or like kind of a channel when you look at it in a sense. Like everything up here is pretty decent average, or you know, either stays in it somewhat well, respects it, or finds resistance and pushes down. So it's just kind of weird to see this because you don't usually see this. I mean, I don't look at MKR too often, so I don't know what was going on with this, or maybe it was something with MKR to Bitcoin. But even if it was something with MKR to Bitcoin, like even this looks much more normal. You can see we pretty much, like here, let's do this. It's a little bit easier. It looks like everything's trending up for the market, except Apple is. Or if Apple's trending up generally, everything else is probably going to trend up. But you see what I'm saying? It is pretty standard. Not the best, but this is usually something you're more likely to see with this. It's a pretty decent, I don't know, I don't want to call it like ranges, I guess. Pretty decent ranges between all of them. So even on the Bitcoin one, it looks 2 Bitcoin MKR looks pretty nice, right? So it's just kind of weird to look. I'm always like weirded out when I look at stuff like this and I see this. It's kind of like, well, what are we doing? Even weirder seeing Bitcoin or MKR to Bitcoin look pretty normal. Now, a lot of pressure on it. The only thing that kind of makes this normal is that it keeps getting pushed up to get pushed back down. But there are some weird spots a little bit. These are some weird candles here. Pretty bearish candle and just somewhat of a small candle, but still somewhat of a bullish candle for what it is. It's a lot of weird stuff, but that's all. Usually, like I said, when I go through these, you'll almost never see something look like this, where it doesn't even, it's saying that it just doesn't range a lot of times, it just doesn't pick a direction, and it's weird. So, nothing important, nothing huge. I think I looked at Luna earlier, which was the 4 hour, and that's what I took a look at here, and this was just, let me adjust these, and now it's just this. So this is what I was talking about. I thought I had a chance, but we haven't started above here any of these days, so you see what I'm saying? This is usually what you're going to see. It just range between the two, and when it's on one side or the other, either pick a side or reverse and change direction. So I just thought that was kind of interesting. It was so ugly on MKR. Let's see what's going on with Apple. We're pushing up again. I don't really have anything specific that, I mean, the 4 hour time frame change is really nice today. We're not near any of our 4 hour averages, so I don't really have any like all the past days were like 4 hour change, 4 hour change, 4 hour change is what I want to see. But that was mainly pretty much 80% because we were near the 4 hour averages. The last 4 hour average we have is like all the way up here. This is the 375, 500. So we could see something on the 4 hour today, but I don't have anything determinate to say like the other days where I'd be sure of like, oh, a 4 hour change or do this or that. Just seems to be them fighting whatever. So like I said, we don't want to see this go anywhere. Really, slightly up, but not really anywhere for the rest of the day, rest of the week, weekday, whatever, same thing. Already having more than enough trouble on the VIX. Too much uncertainty. Oh, okay. I was like, why is it like, there we go. Like too much uncertainty. I was like, wait, where's our base? What is it, market open? No, is the market open? Okay. We got 50 and maybe 5. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing huge around us right now. We're still fighting for this 145, 150. I'm not saying that number. I'm just going to say 150 every time. It's too much work. But I will say from this one perspective of like it popping up, and at most expecting it somewhat like here. There's not a lot of space. It definitely feels like there's a lot more space down than up. From that perspective, really. Bitcoin seems to be doing pretty fine though also. Considering it's in an ugly spot, and we have a push down, considering the market push down, I think this looks pretty nice. Macro term, I think it's pretty ugly, but and the USD WTI is up to, what's the dollar doing? Dollar's down. A lot of weird stuff going on this morning. I feel like it was going to be annoying and kind of uncertain compared to the other days. Like the other days, I felt like 90 to 100%. like I knew it was going to happen. Today's a day where I'm just like, I don't know. 150 wasn't strong. We played the bottom side of 150. I get it, but when we break something that's supposed to be strong, they could be trying to just build something up, which is what I hope they don't do, because then if we start next week somewhere up here, it could lead to at least a short-term squeeze, pushing us up a couple percent before we come down, or maybe it lasts. We'll have to see. We'll be able to see it pretty easily depending what direction it takes. Like next week is going to be a lot easier to see. Hopefully we don't deviate. I'm just hoping we don't deviate too far from the week average. That's all. Like I don't want to see something down here or like all the way up here or anything like that. Anything like maybe 152, maybe 148, just something around here, but preferably something around 150. 150 to 150, 50 is what I would like to see the day end at if possible. Which feels a little tough, but with options expiry, I think it's possible to play the 150 area a whole bunch and then just try to burst it up through it. If it fails, end it slightly under. VIX is still a constant issue. As much as I don't like how it's jumped up here, it's hard to like, I feel like for a lot of people it's got to be hard to ignore the fact it just popped up above a place it couldn't start above for, gosh, who knows how long. Let's see, Boeing. Gold looks like it's back on top of its month, I think. I think it's at 7, no. I was at 78. For some reason I thought it was at 72. Does it better? Hope it doesn't. Well, technically, I guess it doesn't matter. Because if we're looking for a week, something similar, at least a week here, anything in this range is fine. There's not a lot. I don't think there's a lot of reason to push gold down too far today, anyway. Preferably, I think same thing for gold. This is like a huge average. Let's just keep it in this general area as long as possible until we start over. That way bulls, if they want, can try to get something that starts above, maybe looks nice for a little extra pressure up at the beginning, or vice versa with the bears underneath it. I feel like an actual continued direction, right? Not just something in one direction. $137. I haven't changed too much since I last looked at it. It's only down 1%. WD-40 is holding up pretty well. There's no way these averages are still here, though. Yeah. Wow, July 12th, last time I looked at these. Not a big fan of it not dropping. I do really like this. It's been a long time since I looked at it. I do really like this here. I don't even mind this too much, considering it's all really nice to just push up. I think we have something on the week time frame here, though. Maybe it's here. I feel like we have something on a long. There we go. The months. I knew it was something a long time ago. Maybe this is the week. I feel like this had a decent. Yeah. Okay. The week 200. Yep. Right down here. Okay. Let's adjust this. Let me label this actually, so I don't have to. I don't want to have to come back. Week, month. I don't have to guess what these are, or like look through next time. 1275. Whoops. Oof. God dang it. You wear headphones enough to get a freaking pimple on my head. On the headphone. I'm wearing it too long. I gotta wash. I think I just need to wash my face when I'm done streaming. That's something I don't do. That makes a lot of sense. I never really thought about it before, honestly. Oh. This is what, 40% or something? 37. Oh. Oh, September 12th. Okay, September 12th, September 12th, September 12th. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. I was trying to remember my days. I forgot. I did. Like, I remember September 12th. I just didn't remember September 12th was a Monday. Okay, so that makes sense. So this, okay. I mean, you couldn't see it from here. It's a little tragic because it looks nice where it starts here, but obviously we know with like September 12th is when we were all the way back up, right? The week where we pushed all the way up without having any confirmation. So this isn't really of its own TA per se, even though we can see in the shorter time frames. 13th we pushed down, and then with its own TA kind of kicking in, 511. Now we're down at 491. Oops. And a little ugly here too. It doesn't look horrible, horrible. It looks bad, but it doesn't look horrible, horrible. It certainly looks bad. Everything looks bad though, I feel like. And like any sort of longer term. Yeah, it's not you. Like, I mean, how many of these last days, Virex, have I told you, like, we're looking for this or we're looking for that? Today, I haven't said it a single time. I don't know, man. Today is an I don't know day. So it's not just you at all. It 100% is not just you. Even me, the Mr. Certain, and these like over the last 2 weeks to like a month or month and a half, maybe even more than that. Ever since, what was it? I don't even remember. Was it July 22nd? I don't remember the date. Oh my bad, July 13th. Ever since here, I think a lot of this has been pretty straightforward. I have no idea right now today whatsoever at all. I mean, I'd have a great idea about these other days, but at least I felt like we had the averages here, and we could be like, okay, maybe this or that. But now we have the week time frame here. It could be a Friday thing, honestly, that we could be seeing. So like a couple of different perspectives I look at it for that people could be trying to fight are, one, there's nothing particularly amazing about the VIX, and it's really overheated in my opinion. I really didn't want to see it start up here. Like, I really, really didn't want to. Obviously, I wanted it down here. But this does kind of make you say, like, well, if we're up here on top of the VIX, why the hell are we still here? Right? We should be at least at 29 or something. Everything's down, but the VIX is also up, or just isn't up to the same ratio that it normally is. So the same kind of correlation that existed before is definitely weaker anyway between the market going down and the VIX going up. I hope it pushes down. I'm still hoping that we push up in the market slightly. Let me see what this is that they're saying. Yeah, I mean, I see it's pretty much and you still get that kind of feeling that it could go up, you know? That's how I feel anyway. I don't feel like anything's really certain whatsoever at all. But I do feel certain that everything looks bad. I do think that everything's going to go down. But whether today or not, I still hope not today. So, but I'm hoping this doesn't. I'm hoping that on the week time frame, they want to fight to keep it around here on Apple, just like we have this here. I like how this was in this area. We come up. I like how this is here. We come up. Well, I mean, we don't have a choice. I don't like how this didn't come down at all. I hate the fact this didn't come down all the way, and I don't like that this didn't come down. So it could be that we just stopped halfway through, and now this is just extra bearish pressure because even on from like a week time frame, it's just been stupid buying with that September 6th stuff. So that could be why, you know, it could be like bots with technicals and then people that just bought way too much at the top. Because don't forget, and it's not, obviously it doesn't move the market, but just on that one day, we did have that guy that bought, or girl, who knows, that did buy $80 million worth of S&P calls, saying the S&P is going to get to 430 by December this year. And that's when we were at 410. And now we're at 383. I don't know what 410 to 83 is, but it's got to be at least like 6-7%. So, you know, I think it's like 7%. So it's just like, that could be weighing on it. But from an Apple perspective, it'd be great if we start slightly under, great resistance possibly, and if we do have a squeeze, we could easily guess it's going to be somewhere right under the base of this. If we look at that FVG thing, it's probably going to It's probably going to be that. I like the concept of that 50% kind of comeback. I'm kind of using that in my brain a little bit more for some of this stuff. But it just makes sense anyway if we just look at where some of this stuff is. It stopped halfway, so it would make sense on a longer term that we'd probably see something around here. So I could see something starting under, even pushing all the way back up here next week, 155, maybe 154. And then just coming down and just getting wrecked, kind of like in a bear trap. Now, I would love to see that because then we're just going to have a drop. And I'd rather just see a drop instead of whatever the heck this is with its like slow, oh, Sonny boy, it's time for a drop. It's just so slow. But I hope that they keep it around here because this is the biggest average for me on Apple. I mean, after this, we have, like, average-wise, it's all the way down. Well, actually, we have the day time frame, but we have the week above us. So if we fall under here, like we've seen with the fib, oh, my bad. Yeah, we fall under here, and then we have this next place down. I think we're going to really push down. So we'll have to kind of see what happens with all that. But it's definitely looking worse than it looks better. I just want it to sit here, mainly. And maybe that's what other bears want also. Maybe other people don't want to push it down yet. I don't know how people are playing options, so I think it makes a lot of sense to keep it here, so I hope they keep it here. That's all I can really say. I can't say anything about where it will and won't go. I can just say what I'd like to see and what I think makes it look better to drop. And I think either, like before, what I was saying is I wanted to see us hit this line, then bounce. But since we've come under, if we start in this area, somewhere here, we can easily come back here and then push up and like have an actual push up off of this, and not even just like a short squeeze, but a short squeeze that could actually get us to move in the other direction, because we can almost kind of see this. It's not like a reversal because we'd have to start under and then push above and then have something start above, but it would be something of a squeeze that could turn into something with potential. If it were to like sit here for 1 week range here, hit here in range and hold and then switch over, I could easily see it pushing up somewhere to like 160 and then trying on a third week to push up past that. Now it seems very unlikely, very, 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 very unlikely. And that could be why that maybe since we push down a little bit more, maybe people don't want to push it up as much. That's just my thinking from that sense. Because if I was like super, super bearish, I think it's much better just to keep it around here. You can let it come up a little bit, possibly. Don't want it to end here, but we want it to end. What is this? 6.530, so 6.5, 6.564, so 6, let's just say 6.4 again. But 6.6, that's 60, right? So 6.4 is 58. Yeah, so 58. So next week, we might be a little bit under. Let's just say 55, because this is going to end pretty low. So 155.55. 155.55. So, it doesn't matter because it's where it starts next week, not where it ends. But anywhere in this range seems pretty fine. Seems fine to me. So we'll see what they do. Like I said, hopefully they keep it. We had our obvious structure with this. We had our more obvious ranges. We're a lot farther away from things now. We're kind of getting into that drop-off zone, but hopefully we can have a clean break from it. Like here's kind of one of the things I'm not a huge fan of. Like an example, I don't like when we drop this far and then switch over because we're already pushing up off of something. Let's stay relatively in this area. Don't let it go too far. Don't let any kind of crazy trend form. Have something that where you do push it down, it'll look bad on the week, and it'll look bad on all the shorter time frames to have it then continue to push down. That's what I'm hoping. So, but we'll have to really just kind of have to see. Everything's so expensive at this point for like a put-wise, so I guess the most obvious thing is just short term, I suppose. So, oh my god. Man, I'm pissed off. I'm trying to fucking be right back. Jesus Christ, it's stupid, man. I might take a break a little bit. We'll have to see. Because it's freaking ozone machines on again. Driving me wild. The thing is not good for my health. Pissing me off. Actually, no, I'm like pissed, but I'm definitely like, I'll mess around with that stuff. And it makes me angry very quickly. Take my health somewhat seriously. I gotta put my yogurt away. I'll be back. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Alright, I'm back. As much as this trend line's here, like, I don't think anything of it whatsoever at all. I just have this because there's nothing else on the short term. I think nothing of this trend line necessarily holding. But I mean, I guess I still think it's like a 760-40. It'll probably push up from here because there's nothing else to really go on. But somehow, so far, I have no faith in anything right now. But I guess I would say maybe 65-35 just because we don't really want to fall under this area. I feel like we want to sit around this area. So I feel like it makes more sense to... I would like it if it shot up pretty hard from here and then it got knocked back down to the middle area. And then let's say like 4 hour midday, we just start right here, which is kind of like indecisive, but with a lot of top buying up here for the next couple, for the next hour, hour and a half, and then just come back down. So that way, like, we got stuff under us, we got stuff above us. It's like we don't want to go anywhere. That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm hoping for. Come on, this is like arguably the biggest short of my life personally. Let's not drop anymore. It's actually insane to think that that 165 that I had at that one point is now, I think it was 1600 earlier. I got it for 300. If I still held one, Jesus Christ, I should have. Next time, I'm gonna put more context into what I'm doing within the context of the week, of the time frame that I'm looking at as well. Because I should have understood that, hey, we hit here essentially within the first day of the week. We hit the top. So if we fail at the top, chances of us coming back to the top when we stopped. It's like it's hindsight, I guess I can see it. But even if I don't look at it like the other thing, just the idea that we're at the top of the week and assuming that the bottom is where we're probably going to go. There's the other thing I could bring up, just the idea that it's like we had this ugly, like this cut around, so it makes sense if we do fail here. I think this kind of made me think a little bit more. We had a chance of kind of turning around here, even though it did do that. And I think that this could have been why. So as much as I could say this is a reason why, maybe to hold something here, I could also think of a reason why. It was part of the reason why I didn't want to hold. I don't regret anything, but just looking at kind of retrospectively, kind of thinking how I can improve on stuff. Because being right is one thing, right? There's so much more to a trade than an entry. And making money is good. Making more is always better. Especially when these things only happen so often. Alright. Let's take 0 edge, see what's going on. I want to go to Taco Landia. This sounds really good. Okay, according to DOJ whistleblowers, let's see some news. What's going on? Jeez, first of all, posture check. Gosh, my face all the way up here. Let's do this first. Do this. Bring Apple 5. Huh? There we go. Keep this here. Let's see what happens. Facebook has been spying on Americans' private messages and reporting to the FBI. It's kind of funny because it says they've been spying on their private messages, so it's kind of funny that like if this comes up. So I will say one thing. I think it kind of depends. So. One thing I would say in Facebook sense here, I like this picture of Mark Zuckerberg, but I think one thing in the DOJ's perspective is, there we go. I don't want to see that. Is or from Facebook's perspective, like I wouldn't be surprised if the FBI contacted them and told them to there's something Zuckerberg said about the FBI telling them about something with the 2020 election. There might be disinformation and stuff. So I would be surprised if the FBI gave them a heads up or pushed them in the direction of doing this. Obviously, I'm not really giving Facebook a pass. Facebook is what they do. People that want to use Facebook are people that want to use Facebook. There's a different breed of person. That's on them. I'm not going to say anything besides that. Anybody that widely uses social media for their own personal, not business stuff or not networking is all I'm going to say is a different type of human than I am. So, and I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I can't stand somebody knowing everything I like, all my personal stuff. I don't mind personal things, but there's so much metadata where you were. I mean, I don't know. I guess I stream, so it's not the same thing. So people know where I am every single day practically. If any government, anyone that actually wanted to find out where I was, they'd be able to. It's not that bad, but I don't know. Maybe it's not that different necessarily what I'm doing then. Maybe it's just the idea of the content that they might be providing. I think maybe that is what it is, I guess, at the end of the day. Well, I'm not sending messages out and private messages, so. But I guess the only real difference, I suppose, from what I'm doing maybe is the content itself. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I feel like when you have all your life on there, you take pictures of your food and all that. It just feels like this kind of desire to have other people be a part of your life, and it just feels like a sense of saying like, "Hey, I'm lonely." Maybe that's what it is for me. Because it can't be the other part. Because like I said, if I'm in one place streaming, like it's not hard to figure out where I am. But maybe it's a little bit different. I don't know. PineScript? I mess with PineScript. Someone else in here could though. I don't know, Virus maybe, or I don't know if he knows anybody. I need to take a look at it, but I just haven't. Well, I only want to look at it for one purpose. I don't know if it can do what I want it to do. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. The FBI provide companies foreign threat indicators. So I wouldn't be surprised if the FBI pushed them in that direction. Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. Whoops, with the laptop, sorry. Waves? Why did I get tagged here? I don't mind, I guess, actually. Actually, that's not a bad thing. Okay, actually, there's nothing wrong with that. Let's see what's going on with waves. It's kind of like don't bother me. That's how I feel like with most things, like don't bother me. But actually, let's see what's going on with waves. I'm usually a don't bother me kind of person. Honestly. It's kind of bad, but... I don't see what he's talking about. Is it... Why did he send this to me? Let's see. Whoops. Wait, what the heck? I was just here. What time frame is this? May, June, January. I don't know if this looks like a buy for waves. This is pretty sketchy. Let me see. What is he on though? Okay, the 1 day waves. Okay, awesome. Let's do this. Let's get rid of the window capture. Freaking nose itching. Alright, let's see. What am I doing? Yeah, waves 1 day. Am I missing something? That's what he's talking about. Like, I get it, but my kind of biggest issue here is we'll see if this pans out. It probably will show something different. I just feel like there's a lot of resistance right above where it is. Yeah. Like this is kind of my issue about it. Is like I get the general concept of it, but God, does it look ugly. Like considering where it is, like this to me, this is a great buy spot. If someone has throwaway money, or like let's just try to see what we can get off of a small amount. But to me, there's no, I don't know. I don't think there's any kind of confirmation of anything. It looks like we're just gonna fall off. That's what I thought this was gonna show. It's just that Jeez. Oh, well, I'm not messing with this. The other one keeps my stuff. That's why I like the fixed range. Because with the fixed range, it keeps my 255. Because usually I think it's like 55 or something. What the hell? Oh, usually it's like 55 or something. It's those fat lines. I like it like this. But yeah, no, this looks really sketchy. I'd have to see this get back above support. I can see it on the shorter term though and see what's up. It's the first time I've been tweeted at. God, it looks sketchy. That looks sketchy also. What is this? May 30th? Yeah, that is really sketchy. It's like incredibly sketchy to me. I get the idea of trying to bottom buy, but there's always only wicks here, and now we have candle bases here. candle base. Like there's literally, we look at from comparison, this is the lowest candle base that we've actually had in this whole thing. Everything here is literally just wicks. I gotta open more windows real quick. Oh my god, I just checked one of the window sills. Like I got a TV, like the TV's like 8 feet, 9 feet, or whatever that way. Maybe like 8, 9 that way or whatever. I just opened up one of the windows behind it. Oh my god, I gotta open the blind too. But one second. But it's like, geez, I gotta check what's going on back there. There's an window AC unit upstairs, and I think one of the reasons I might have trouble breathing too is like, geez, it looked like there's some mold or something there. Jesus. One second. I tell you, I've never had sinus issues, or felt like I've had my whole life, so I don't know. I still think it could be from something else, though. Gosh dang, man, it is bright in here now. It is bright. You can see it's like the holy light is shining upon me. My green screen has never been greener. Oof. Dang. You almost can't even see an outline. It's crazy. Honestly, it's almost too bright. Oh well. Anyway, I'm gonna make a video response to him. When did he put this out? Twitter, in the Twitterverse. Tweets and replies. Notifications. The heck? What am I looking at, bro? What am I looking at? Oh my god, I have to show this so you guys can see. You're gonna be like, what the heck? You're not gonna get it. Like, bro, like, what is going on? Is this real life right now? Bro, I don't mean to put this guy on blast, but so I'm like, I'm just like, okay, who else is, I hate to say it, but like, part of me thinking is like, okay, who are these other people? You know, just to see, do I really want to respond? I'll probably respond to him anyway, but I clicked the first, not me, I clicked this guy, Smiling Capital, and I'm like, okay, I see this, and I just take a look at this real quick, and I see this, and I'm like, okay, white women, this is kind of interesting. I'm like, I'm not familiar with Twitter, so my first thought is, oh my bad, I'm talking a little loud. Okay, so my first thought is, let me not talk so loud. I feel like it's picking me up more than it normally does. Interesting, I don't know why, but anyway, my bad about that. But the point here is, it looks like everything. I'm looking at the volume levels on my OBS. It looks like everything is actually picking up more. Anyway, so let's get back to this for a second. So I'm like, okay, a white woman. Okay, okay, a bunch of white women. This is interesting. Is this like some European thing or whatever like that? Is this recommending like white women to me now to like click on? I don't remember clicking on specifically white women, so I clicked on one, and it's fine. It's like, okay, now for her to FK me, such unique beauty, one could say exotic, and like I could kind of see it, I guess. I don't really get it, to be honest. The facial structure is weird, especially a little bit with the jaw. I'm not trying to get on the woman, but I look down here. She looks like she's 13, man. Yes, exactly. I like them young, no cap. Bro, what did I walk into? What is this? I'm not digging any farther, but what is this, man? What? Bro, is this real life? Anal beats Magnus Carlsen. Let me actually make sure this doesn't show anything bad first, but I'll show it in like 2 seconds. It's not a picture, it's an article. Okay, is this real life? The chess grandmaster anal bead conspiracy that's happening right now? Like what? Oh my god. Good lord. Like what? It's like, it's just crazy. It's wild. And so they say it's a joke, which makes sense, but it's like this is what's going on nowadays. Like this kind of stuff. Oh wow, 500,000 is pretty wild. Anyway, like what the heck is going on with all this stuff? Like what? Like can we get some normalcy in here, please? Please? Like why? Like what's going on? Why are we talking? You know what I mean? It's just wild. I like I'm young, no cap. Like bro, like first off, I mean it's wrong. I mean I don't think he understands the implications of what he's saying. Um, I'm not really gonna rip into the guy, but there's usually implications of why people would make that comment. Now, if it's like someone that's 18, I could see it, or even like 17, I kind of see it. They're more somewhat developed, but like, dude pretty much said he's a pedophile or a hebephile or whatever. It's like, bro, I guess people on Twitter just are like, hey, I'm into little kids. Crazy. Anyway, moving on. Maybe back to something more normal. Back to our dystopian world. Or, I don't know which one's more dystopian, to be honest. The leaders of Europe pushing us into an increased war with Russia. Or the fact that people can pretty much just say that they're like hebephiles or pedophiles. And everything's all good online. Interesting. How is Turkey is not gonna do? Turkey's the most, whatchamacallit, maybe I'm wrong about this, but Turkey's the most, what do you call them? Without actually like saying anything about them, Turkey's the most sideline country, in my opinion, about foreign affairs, unless it really has to exactly deal with them. I don't see them, and I don't disagree with them trying to play both sides. Now, with how they manage their own country, I'm not making any statements. I just don't feel like it. Never been to Turkey, and I feel like it's not fair. Whether it would be accurate or not. hate-fueled violence. Let me do this pause real quick so you don't see that thing in the bottom right. Well, it doesn't matter. Oh, wait, actually, no. Damn. I want a way that, like, the chat can stay up in the bottom right, but I can't target my chat no matter what, so. With OBS, unless I do display. All forms of hate fueled by violence. Wow, dude. Dude, I know people that want, like, Trump to die in the most painful ways that you wouldn't even wish on, like, a cartel member. Or maybe that you would wish on, like, a Mexican cartel member. Like, there's so much hate. Like, it's whatever. It's just more stupid stuff. It's whatever. It's whatever. I don't care. Not getting into this. It's just stupid stuff. I'm a sane person. And yeah, I'm a sane person in a sane world. This world isn't crazy. People just refuse to realize that there's sanity everywhere. The people are crazy. Or they're delusional. I wouldn't say people are crazy. I'd say people are delusional. Wow. Anyway, I'm done looking at that. Nothing looks better. Everything looks more dystopian as we go on. Crazy. I'm gonna make a video for this. I don't think. Are you talking about the dude that's like, I like him young, no cap? I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they're joking. I think people say it in jest so that they can back off if they really get pushed on it. I personally, at the end of the day, I don't have, if you're talking about that, I don't have a huge issue. My thing is like, I think it's fine. There's just issues with it. Like I said before, it's a power. I think a lot of it's like a power thing. And I think the weaker of a man that you are, the weaker of a woman you want. If we look at, let's say, Japanese culture, where, you can see, or like, it's different. You can see it in mainstream as well. In the United States, it's almost a little different. But Japanese culture, where, or Korean culture, you want the woman to act more girly, things like that. Make those high pitched noises and all that kind of crap. They got all those game shows. To me, that's the same kind of weirdness where you're trying to make the woman weaker. And I don't think a strong man. There's issues with some women that are strong. I think, but most people would call, I think, strong women bullheaded or arrogant. I don't necessarily think that's qualities of someone being strong. But I think a lot of people want weak women, and I think a weak woman is very attractive, whether it's personality-wise or it's strength-wise or mentality-wise, because they're young, easy to use, easy to manipulate. So for me, I understand it from that perspective. But that's how I look at it. Yeah, it's about control. They want to feel like it's about power towards control. They want to feel like they have more control over the other person. And so from that perspective, I understand it, and I get how they like younger people like that. But at the end of the day, as someone that cares about a good society, they're not good for society, for a society I want to be a part of, because they're essentially saying they want to use and control other people. And it's just like, no. Like, that's kind of a disgusting thing. So, and it's not like disgusting, like now people would think of like other things as disgusting, but it's just wrong. So, but I think most of the people feel that way. I've known people. I had like an online gaming friend that was like that, and I think he really was about it. I don't really know. Like I played games with him like 10 years ago, and I talked to him on and off very rarely. Pretty sure he's about it, because usually his Discord servers get banned, or he gets banned on one of his Discords and like makes a new one. I've talked to him a while. He's a good guy outside of the fact that he seems to be one of those people that talks about some of these things and you know, all that stuff. So it's a dangerous road. I remember going down that road in the future, or like not in the future, in the past. Not like that, but like looking into. You're like, I'll show you. I'll explain it with like a book. Just looking into like how deep some of these things go. I have some books for it. It's let me see if I can reach it. So here's one of the two. Oh, I found the other book too when I was cleaning up my car the other day. So I got some of my books here. And this one talks about actual child abuse that was happening on a pretty high scale. The Franklin scandal, which was pretty good. So this is one if you're ever interested. This is a pretty good one, and it's about in Ohio. I'll read it. Are politicians and businessmen and media personalities being compromised? Is there a blah 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 blah? It's like journalist Nick Bryan's traveled over 40,000 miles and spent nearly 7 years in covering this authoritative history. He has had his life threatened, his car searched, his actions monitored. He's located several of the young victims who are now adults and coaxed them to emerge from the shadows, some telling their story for the first time. He also tracked down members of the sex ring and persuaded them to talk, conducting hundreds of hours of interviews and digesting thousands of documents. Bryan has written in the definitive narrative of our country's most suppressed scandal. More than just an expose, this is also an amazing chronicle of courage, faith, and fortitude amidst great betrayal. But it's like there was like a congressman and all sorts of stuff, and they were using and abusing kids from boys. It wasn't girls here; it was boys from they were getting from like a church nearby. It was like this whole thing that they were working with. It's been a while since I've looked at it, but it's like a really good book if you're ever interested in it. The Franklin scandal, and it's essentially, it makes sense. It's the idea that no matter how much money you have, depending on where you are, you can't buy people. And the ultimate power essentially is control over other people in our domain, because that's something you can't just buy. Now, I don't think it would be that ultimate if you could just buy it and slaves were a thing, because anyone can do it. But it's that what do you call it? I can't remember what it's called. It's that like coveted, thing. Only so many people can do or whatever. Like even with money, you just can't buy it. And then here's another one that's really good. Another one of my other like really favorite books. I need to finish this and like really get into it. I kind of just skimmed through a lot of it, but it talks about eugenics, and a lot of people don't know this, and I don't think it's like super hard to find. But eugenics wasn't a German thing. Eugenics actually was an American thing, and they took the idea of eugenics over to Germany. So the whole idea of like, man, why does that keep seeing my voice pick up so much? It's weird. But anyway, in the sense of eugenics in Germany, like I said, it didn't originate from over there. It's like the whole blonde hair, blue eye thing. That wasn't like something they came up with, more or less. So, and it's pretty good. It goes into about, I think, Rockefellers and some other people. There's just one main scientist, and it's kind of cool because it goes over how he's trying to push this kind of stuff, and it's really interesting about the insane asylums that they put people to, even if you're just kind of like a vagabond or a vagrant or someone that steals, and some of those kind of things. So it's a pretty interesting read if anyone's ever interested. It's a War Against the Weak. Whatchamacallit. But let me see if I can find. There was one thing I wanted to find in here a while ago. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, all of it makes sense. I think at the end of the day, it's people that don't want to think about these things, right? Because a lot of the stuff makes sense. Like, we just came from slavery, and when you look in the wild, people will kill. Like, you see it in the wild, you see it with humans back in the day. Kill all the kids, kill all the men, take the women, and then continue. So, as the victor. So it's kind of one of those things that's like, people are too, I guess, first worldized or whatever. I don't know what the word is. Desensitized to like the actual reality of things. I feel like it was towards the end. I don't know if I can find it, which kind of sucks. I can never find this quote. It's such good stuff. I mean, at the end, this isn't what I want because this is George Washington's farewell address. Here's the book I'm currently looking through. I guess technically, just to look at this real quick, I don't like this. I don't know why we don't just hit down. Looks like we'd push more likely to push down here, but I don't see why this thing couldn't still hit. But this is something I got a while ago. It's the Constitution of the United States and selected writings. So it's got like Federalist Papers, obviously at the end, George Washington's farewell address. Articles of Confederation are in here. It's got a lot of really good stuff. When I first read through it, I actually had to have a dictionary with me for a lot of it. I got it signed by someone. I can't remember his name, though. I think he's kind of a grifter, though. But I mean, the way that they talk is it's just so amazing. Like the intelligence, and like George Washington is supposed to be a military man, and regardless of if someone helped him write this, because I mean, I don't know about writing. I think writing also, with Abraham Lincoln, I'm pretty sure his wife played a big part. And how he made decisions and what he wrote about and things like that. I don't know about writing, but like decisions that he made. She was a big part of his life. But some of these things are just wild. What the way that they talk. Like one of the expedients of party to acquire influence within particular districts is to misrepresent the opinions and aims of other districts. You cannot shield yourselves too much against the jealousies of heart burnings which spring from these misrepresentations. They tend to render alien to each other those who ought to be bound together by fraternal affection. You know, so I mean, you talk about like class struggle, race struggle, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's really representative of kind of a lot of what we see now. So it's just a lot of good stuff in here. It's been a while since I've looked through this. Actually, I cleaned out the car and got it out of there I think last weekend. I just haven't opened it since. I don't remember where. Wish I could find that Jefferson quote because I liked it, but I got stuff from Thomas Paine in here. If I can't find a second, I'll just go back to it. I mean, nothing's really happening. It looks pretty sketchy, though. All in all, I mean, it looks like we're going to keep pushing down. But, you know, this is at 2736 was also kind of weird. Bitcoin is dropping, but it's not too far. I think at 12 o'clock we see something. Oh, where's our 4-hour change on Bitcoin? I'm a little curious on this. Did we actually have a 4-hour end finally? No, so we didn't have a 4-hour start under yet. So this will be interesting to see if we have, because the next 4-hour start is the next, or end and start is the end of the trading day. So it'll be interesting to see if we see some similarities between something starting under, because we already have the day, and the only thing, in my opinion, kind of from Bitcoin's perspective, even though it's moving with the market, would be the 4-hour right here. And so that'll be a little bit interesting to see where we end right there. But this is like a book I bought. Like I looked at this a long time ago. But this is just the stuff that I like because I liked history, and I started feeling like, man, I really don't know these things, or like where are we coming from? You know, that's why someone posted. I responded to a tweet to somebody the other day, and she's like, probably one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. And I'm not going to go into a misogyny arc because men are just as stupid, right? For some reason, I don't know. I wish I could say, I don't know. I wish I could say women are stupid without needing to say men are stupid, but I feel like men are stupid is implied. I don't know why. But most men are just dumb. Let me see if I can find her. Most men are incredibly dumb. I don't remember what her name is. Let me see where my tweets are. Maybe it's I expect more from women sometimes, or I have higher expectations. I don't know why. This person I'm pretty sure is a professional though, which is kind of why I have higher expectations for her. Dude, where the F is my thing? Tweets and replies. Bro, where is this? Yeah, like here. I hate it when Asians/Europeans say that U.S. has no culture. Or I'm like, bruh, where do you think the TV and movies you're watching are from? Or your Nikes or your phone? First of all, I don't think your iPhone's from America. I don't think Nikes are made in America either. Even Domino's. American culture is so pervasive you don't realize it. And it's like I said here, American culture is more based on principles and ideals between many groups of immigrants, not what food is made or what movies are played. What people often see as American culture, is the effective commercialized propaganda for the purpose of selling more products. I mean, Western movies weren't realistic whatsoever at all. Most of these things had that, even from all the media, haven't been realistic ever since it's really started. So, I mean, even right after George Washington left, people just completely did against what he was saying. Formed parties, started lying about each other, all sorts of things. Started making it vastly, I think by like 1804, they started putting a lot of restrictions on what you needed in order to be able to run. So they made it more difficult for people to run. I remember doing a paper on it. Back when I was getting my associates, but I did a lot of studying for like history specifically. It looks pretty ugly. We'll see what happens. I mean, it looks like a pretty decent short spot, but somehow overall I don't necessarily trust it. I don't know if technicals matter, to be honest. So I will say they should have just let this drop here and then try to do something, but we'll see what happens. Overall, it looks worse than it looks good, and on the macro, it looks worse than it looks better. So we'll see. But I found the quote. It's laws for the liberal education of youth, especially of the lower class of people, are so extremely wise and useful that to a humane and generous mind, no expense for this purpose would be thought extravagant. Or we can kind of see it like, right here, I think. Let me see. I don't know if it'll show the whole thing. Right? Yeah, laws for the liberal education of youth. See? Anyway, it's kind of hard to hold up. But, I mean, and we completely went away from that. Like, especially nowadays. I mean, the point is, like he says, especially the lower class of people. And if we just look at the just base concept of whatchamacallit, you're strong as the weakest link, it makes sense from that perspective. Oh man, this stuff looks real ugly. Might just end up pushing down. I don't feel completely against it pushing down for the rest of the day. After we've done this so far, and it's 12:20, we only have an hour left. I mean, I feel like it could still push up, but God, I mean, this has to be a shoulder to create a head almost at this point, right? I feel like we have to break everything and make a new low. Maybe not. We'll see what happens. I mean, of course, any time if they could just bring it back in here, it's Gucci. As always, no matter what with trading, as long as you can return it to trend, it's fine. But let's see. Like even here, he talks about it: the dignity and stability of government in all of its branches, the morals of the people, and every blessing of society depends so much upon an upright and skillful administration of justice, that the judicial power ought to be distinct from both the legislative and executive and independent upon both, that so it may be a check upon both. You know, it's like, it's just crazy, like so much of what they laid out is just so different. Like everything that they laid out is just completely the opposite direction. And a lot of this stuff happened not recently, but just immediately after. So, or like around like the early 1800s, like 1804. Essentially around after they had a couple elections. So, because I don't remember when Washington left, to be honest. It's been so long. I want to say it was in the 90s, but I feel like that's way too early. I honestly don't remember. It's been so long ago. I try not to remember specifics. So I remember there was the whole... Wasn't there a shooting between Hamilton, I think, and Jefferson or somebody else? Or a duel, anyway. Oh, here's another good quote. I'll read this last one. I really like this one. Nothing can be more fallacious than this. But, he said, Pope flattered tyrants too much when he said, for forms of government, let fools contest. That which is best administered is best. Nothing can be more fallacious than this, but poets read history to collect flowers, not fruits. They attend to fanciful images, not the effects of social institutions. I really like that. Like when people say quotes and all this other kind of stuff, they're just trying to make things sound nice. They're not actually looking for the meaning of anything. So... honestly, I hope we don't make a new level. We'll see what happens. I'm still hoping that we stay here. It looks bad, though. I mean, you need something insane to come through here. To have it, like, push up. We're really going to need a lot. All the technicals look bad for it from a macro and micro perspective. I'd still like to see it stay around here, though. So if it comes and makes a new low, I just hope it comes back. I don't care if it ends here at 149. That's perfectly fine with me. I just want it to end around here, so we can most likely start around here. The VIX seems like it's still having a little bit of an issue. Still holding on top of the day, though. I mean, it looks like it should form ahead, but we'll see. I guess they try to double bottom. That doesn't make much sense, though. Time is it? I'll stay through the whole day. Just taking it easy kind of day. I need energy, so it's been hard to work out after I get off because I'm always so tired. The only time I usually have to work out is if I like fall asleep right away, and then after that after I fall asleep I whatchamacallit, I then wake up at like 7 or 8 to work out. It's the only time I work out. Unless I wake up incredibly early, I guess. happens. I mean, it looked nice here, and it just got pushed right back down through. Interesting. I guess I can kind of see why if we just look at Apple, but still, it's pretty nice. We can hold here on the 15. What, 2 minutes? I don't know how much technicals matter, but we assume technicals matter for today, which I don't know how much they do. Well, I guess they do to an extent. I mean, they keep blocking it off at 150, so. At 149.97, I don't give a crap. 150. I'm interested to see where the VIX ends, or starts, whatever. It looks nice to try to push up and like push down in a quick second. It would coincide. We'll have the 15 starts in. For the VIX at least, it would look nice to at least start right here on top and then try to push up. That would make sense with it trying to form a head maybe down today at 146.33. We'll see where this starts though. Yeah. 10 seconds. What are my packet losses? Not that bad. Looks like it'll start in a nice place. Why didn't we switch over? Oh, gosh dang it. It's because this stupid VIX is on. The one I look at set on 310, so what? 310.40, so I forgot. It's another whatchamacallit. It's another 10 minutes. Still looks decent anyway, based off what Apple looks like. I don't know who really buys this. Like, I can see people buying it up, but like in the back row. I wonder if there's any real buying. I wonder what their volume is for the day. I feel like it has to be higher just because we dropped so much, so we won't see anything looking at volume, but 66, man, 2.3 trillion still. I didn't realize. I thought they were 2 trillion market cap at like 160 or 170. I didn't realize they were 2.3 trillion at 148. It's kind of wild. I guess DWTI is holding, which is a little interesting. 85's the. There's 85 right here, pretty much. So we're 85. We're at 85.50, but here's 85. AMD's down 1.9%. That's pretty wild. Only down 1.9%. That's doing great today. That merge worked out pretty well. Oh, you know what's crazy? Someone showed. Okay, wow, I could not believe this. Okay, let me see. Check this out. This was actually insane. Apparently, people were going wild about that thing. Check this out real quick, Virix. So let's do. Gosh dang it, 1 second. Let's do this. The heck? Why can't I click the settings button? Okay. Let me see. One second. It's so annoying. I gotta open up another one real quick. Kind of annoying I have to do this. Actually, like, really frustrating I have to do this. Maybe I have to be logged on to get to it. I don't know, but let's see. I checked this, so someone pointed this out, and I was like, what? So look at this. This is the day before the merge. Oh my god. Look at this. So where's the oldest ones? Let's go to the oldest ones first. And then I might have to make this a little bit bigger. Yeah, I think I'll make it a little bit bigger because it's kind of hard to see. Okay, I think you guys can see it now. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Look at this. So September 14th, 1 second. This guy went on. So someone had a picture of this guy posting all sorts of stuff. So I was like, okay, let's go check. Like, did this guy actually say this stuff? And I thought it looked pretty decent, or it had like a pretty decent chance, but Jesus. I still think technicals matter. You can't just ignore it. The bounce was really nice up to it. It just had issues with it up top, with itself up top. And then everything else looks bad. Oh, I didn't see that. Good lord. Interesting, it says wife. I guess that's just something what people say normally. Sounds weird to say, like, my wife left me. I would say, like, we split. Like, look, people are probably, like, it gets way worse, though. So, like, we go to the 1. See, so he's quoting somebody. There's a 1% chance the merge is going to fail. Like, bruh, you see what I'm saying? All I'm saying is this dude was, he had 12 pages of this. So there's, in one day, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So 20, 12 times 20. So on an average, we can say at least 200. He had 200 at least posts the day in just one crypto chat the day before the F merge. Wow. It's crazy. Some of these people just have so much gusto, so much belief. I don't know where it all comes from. Now, I thought it had looked like it had a chance, but Jesus Christ, like, I gotta look at the technicals, right? Like, jeez, you know, looked like it had a chance. I actually think it looked like it had a decent chance. I put out a video where I thought a decent chance because we started the week up here. We bounced down there. Right here, we bounced here. This was the F merge. But when you start falling back down through this, obviously we had when you really looked at it, we could see the 4 and the 2 here. When you start having this much trouble up top, and you're at the top of this fib, I don't know. Maybe he did, but I don't know. It's possible. Let's check his thing. I didn't really care too much. My thing was just, like, I don't have anything, like, against the guy if he does. Like, at the end of the day, I'm not going to go out and be like, Zen mode. Like, it's just whatever. I just thought it was interesting. If it is true, I've seen it plenty of times before how people have it, but it's possible. It's 200 chats in one day, and he's taught, like, there's no way. Here, I'll give you the link, and you can go check it. I'll here, 1 second. Yeah, one second. There's the link for it. 1 second. My bad. I should have gotten rid of it. But here, so my bad. I was talking about the other day, and it looked decent, like I was saying, because we started the week up here, so I thought we might have had a chance from that perspective. And then, you know, with an upwards momentum from here, and then we bounced here, which was really nice on the 13th. Obviously, the market is what ultimately matters with a lot of this stuff. And then, as I was saying, you've seen this before. We could see in the 2 and the 4. It just could not get out of this area, you know. But we can just kind of, even no matter what, it should be pushing up. When this thing, like, look at what it's done. It's so ugly. So ugly. the price action is probably one of the ugliest things I've ever seen up here. It's kind of wild, actually, how ugly it is. It really is. Even if we didn't look at the averages. Now it looks like it's even sketchier because we fall in here and we started here. I don't like this unless the Bitcoin could start the day up here at least. We'll see, but I mean, it's still on this same week. I mean, this thing could rip. Honestly, this thing looks like it could rip all the way down to. When I look at it right here, I could see the week ripping down 20%. Like, it's not broken through anything, but that's just the feeling I get when I look at this right now. It just literally looks like it could break down 20% on the week. Like, it looks that bad to me. Because breaking past here, which looks really nice to get up. I really like this area. Maybe not on the week time frame, but on the day. I've really liked this area. It's just always been really nice. Obviously, it pushed through here. That's fine. Doesn't matter. But we can just see it's been a great average for a lot of this stuff. And especially, just moving backwards and all that. It's been really nice, really strong. So for this to, do all this and consider, like, this is like what I usually say, when something goes from really good to really bad, it's usually somewhat of an alarm to me. So, I mean, we don't even have, like, maybe left shoulder, head, maybe right shoulder they try to push up. I don't know. We got day stuff here, but gosh, does it actually look ugly? Does it actually look ugly where it currently is now anyway? Very ugly. It's really insane. What's going on? Are we trending back up? Okay. I think it was USDC. And the interesting thing, too, I think we went over this yesterday, where the 4 hour actually, I believe, were we here? Yeah, so the interesting thing was the 4 hour actually on, the 4 and the 2 looked somewhat similar. Different averages, but slightly different averages, but with the 200 here. But we also had this on the 4 and the 2 for at just to the dollar, which was interesting as well. So that was really interesting to see after the fact that we could have seen this if I looked at it right then. But it's interesting to see after the fact that we got the 4 and the 2 right there also as well. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Like, I mean, this is why, like, I looked at this yesterday. This is when I looked at this, and you made some comment about buying the rumor, selling the news, and this is when I was like, yeah, I agree with you 100%. This literally looks like buy the rumor, sell the news. Because it doesn't look bad. I mean, on the push-up for it, I really like how it pushes up here. I like this, and it just, the only thing I can think here is just sell, 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 sell. Now, there's kind of sell signals, but there certainly doesn't seem like there were capital waiting. But it also seems to, I don't know. Let me see. I'll just do this the easy way. This is the easiest way to do it because I don't really care at the end of the day. I just want to know for sure because you said maybe he was just saying it facetiously, and it's definitely possible. I mean, is the F merge the F flipping? I mean, I'm pretty sure he was serious about it. Well, okay, so he could have said it's possible to go either way. As long as he said that, it's fine. But my main point about it, regardless of what he says, which I'll kind of check in a second, is just, I don't know, it's just weird to see somebody post 200 chats in one day. Like, I'm rarely in chat for cryptocurrencies, but I don't know if I've ever even done 200 in a day. It's just a lot. So... Okay, so is he talking long term? It's a little disingenuous almost at this point. Why are we looking at this possibly pushing through? I don't know. I'm being honest with you. I don't disagree with, like, the whole idea that it does seem like it's generally gaining a lot of times with Bitcoin. But everything has its own TA, and I just don't think anything escapes out of that. Like, it can, but I don't know. It just seems kind of weird. It just feels like he's saying at merge, and then it's like literally we get something from like this year where we can kind of see something possibly getting ready to push up through this, and then we switch to like something from multiple years and show like a big cup that it is arguably might just fail back down here, even though it broke out of the channel because we couldn't get a higher high than here, even though we got a lower low. Like we get a lower low than whatchamacallit here, go here, lower low than all of this, and we can't get a higher high than here. In my opinion, usually something like this will probably go lower low than here, so we may go F all the way back down to 0.3 at this point. When I look at this from a long term, this looks like F to 0.3, to be honest, or not 0.3, but like 0.35, 0.35 to 0.34, and then it'll try back up around this area here at about 0.54, 0.55. That's what it looks like to me, though. Now, Bitcoin pulls this stuff down. I don't know if anyone cares about anything at the end of the day because they just want to get out of their positions. You're talking about the comment of his wife. I actually think his. I don't think that was a comic. I don't think he was joking. Whatchamacallit. I don't think he was joking. I don't. It seems like a weird way to say it, but there's nothing wrong with saying like when you say your wife left you. It usually, in my opinion, I didn't take it as a joke. I actually think his wife probably left him. I don't know why or what issues they have, but I actually think his wife left him. I think he was telling the truth there. It made sense to me. Wives leave people or people split up. I just thought it was weird that he said his wife left him, which kind of indicates either resentment or, to me, usually like resentment. Because why would you say your wife left you? That indicates it's all her fault essentially. So usually, I mean, the neutral way to say that is, oh, when I got divorced or when I split up or when my wife and I split, we had free time. I had more free time. You see what I'm saying? That's all I was kind of thinking about that. It's just the way that he framed it was a little bit interesting to me, just from that one perspective. But yeah, I took him serious on that. I didn't think he said that like if he said my wife's boyfriend came to live with us or something, then I'd be like, I see. Yeah, I mean, I can see how it could be taken in a comical way. So, because like I said, it seems kind of weird for someone to say that their wife left them. Like, it's not a power position at all. Like, your wife left you, so it either indicates there's something wrong with you, or you have resentment, or there's something wrong with the person that you chose to be with, which is also, by extension, probably something that was wrong with him. So it just seems like I could definitely see how it's like could be seen that way, because it's like, why would anyone say that? That was my first thought before I thought more about it. It was like, why would anyone even say this? Is he serious? But when he started saying that he was looking at the coding and he had free time, then I was like, oh, okay, I don't think he's joking. So, but I mean, it kind of is what it is. I don't really care anymore. I agree with a lot of the stuff that he probably has in the past also as well. Literally, my only thing was just that one thing, and he does have a good jawline, I will admit. I don't really give a crap more than someone just saying that in the comment, me seeing that. But it was weird that comment's like, I banged that Zen mode. That was kind of weird, but still. Ooh, I like where this day is. I like that we have a day bounce, or day meeting with the fib. Maybe we could drop to 1324 and bounce. We'll see what happens with everything, though. I mean, everything's on a cliff, so it's kind of really ugly. I think a lot of things pointed to F being pretty decent if it wasn't for the market looking like complete trash. I mean, it's all hindsight, but one of the clearest things that doesn't make sense is why would people with a lot of capital throw money into ETH when the whole market looks really bad. Even if ETH dominance went to like 100%, if Bitcoin died, the ETH could still go down to almost zero, right? So I don't think they're exclusive. It can definitely be the highest. It can definitely be greater than Bitcoin at one point, and it can definitely not be higher value than it currently was when it merged. Oh man, they fighting and they fighting and they fighting. Kind of worthless. I mean, there's not really much to look at today, to be honest. Friday, puts expire. Calls expire. I don't imagine we'll fight much around this 150. I don't know if we'll escape the 150. We might end up just, we'll see actually. I mean, a lot of stuff's gonna have to happen. What's 130 right here? Let's do this. Let's actually do this in a better way. Whoops. Not my best lines, but, well, this is a nice line. Can I reproduce that? Kind of. Okay. It definitely has a lot on it. I wonder if we'll see, sometimes we see changes at 130, even if it's not near 4 hour. I wonder if we'll see something. It definitely looks a lot more bearish. I mean, this by 130, it should hit by right before 130. So the idea of pushing up here seems pretty unlikely at the last second. I feel like the sooner we can break in, if it could break into this area, it's going to look a lot better. Otherwise, it's like we come down to what? To do this and then this or something. You know, and then maybe we push up, but at this point it almost seems more likely to just go down. But with the puts, maybe none of that stuff matters, or with options expiring, maybe none of that stuff matters. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really care at the end of the day. Let's just stay here until when. Let's just stay here until Monday. Let's let the VIX push down a little bit because it's overbought. Start above the week, not above the day. I don't want the VIX to have to come back down next week, preferably. But the only way we come back down the VIX this week is if we get bought up a bit. It's so annoying. I can see the VIX though. If we can end above 150, bullish on Apple. When did I say I was bullish on Apple? Literally all of yesterday. What time? I mean, I might have at one point, but literally the thing, what we had in the morning here that we couldn't really ignore is we had the VIX start up here. Did I think we would push down necessarily this much? No, but we had the VIX start the day up here. There's nothing we can really do when the VIX starts up here. So it's not too surprising. It depends when you said you were bearish, because yesterday, like, I went through trades on stream. I whatchamacallit. Oh, you might not have come back before the 130. Were you here after 130? Or were you here after the 4 hour change? I got called, sold the call, got 2 calls, went down on me. I got 6 more of the same calls, sold the calls. I got 5 calls. And then when we didn't break above here at 130, which is what I was talking about, because we needed to hit 1540 at 130, this is when I sold the calls out. Like, we can go back. I mean, it's literally, let me see. Where's my profile? We can just go to 4 hours and 15 minutes into the stream. 1 second. You probably just left at one point. If we're talking about what I thought maybe for today, excluding the VIX, because I could literally show anything where I put this stuff out again and again and again and again and again and again. And I always say the same thing again and again. So let's go to probably like 4 hours and 15 minutes. Let's see what time it is. So where's 1:30? Let me see if I pull up my phone at any point. 5, so what's this, 4:08? We want, I can't see what the time is, so maybe here. Yeah, so I'm literally right here waiting to see if it pushes up at the last second with my app open. We got 12 seconds for it. This is copium even on my part. There you go. Sold them out. See? So ever since then, we had the 4-hour form here, and we had the first 4-hour that started outside. Right? Because then we finally get our 4-hour start outside. We started in, but this is our first 4-hour start. This is why I was saying 1540. See, 1539 was where it was on this mark. I wanted to see something end at 1540. See what I'm saying? So this was technically our first 4-hour start. So this isn't completely out of the wild. Now, if you're, I'll check chat. If you're talking about today, oh, it was when main source said Apple wasn't bearish. I don't know when he said Apple wasn't bearish in chat. I have no idea. I don't remember what he said specifically, but I got, apparently it's not like a huge thing. He didn't get out when I got out, which was, I thought he got out when I got out, because I thought I was vocal about it, about the 4-hour. I thought I said it so many times. We want to see a 4-hour start outside. So this next move down actually makes a lot of sense. I don't like that I couldn't position for it. If the VIX opened when the market opened, this would have been a really easy thing to get into. You know, but I only had one put here, and that was for 152. 152.50, and I sold at the beginning of the day for 195. Got it at 88. It's like 3 something right now. It's probably like 320 right now. So, story of my life. But I don't know when he said it, but you know. Wow, did I think we were going to start down here? I didn't think we were going to start down here, but the biggest determining thing of us getting pushed down is the VIX jumping up here, time and time again. I mean, you've definitely seen me say, if it starts up here, we can't ignore it. We should push up a little bit, but we want to see it down here, so we come up here, start up here, and then actually hit a greater area. So, but yeah, pretty much. But I think I was on a different page than him at one point. So like I said, I sold out my puts at that 130. So, or my calls at the 130. So, like I said, you could even when we look at that, it still made sense, and I would have waited till that 130 changing time and time again. But it still feels like copium, even watching it again, because it just looks so unlikely to be able to get through, like here. Like this thing was just struggling so hard. I think there's like a line through here also as well, or something. There's like another one, but it just looked really unlikely. But still, you know, things can happen at the last second. But still. Now I think like the only way I'd be bullish on stuff is pretty much the same thing from the VIX. Like there's a couple things that could happen depending if we can end in this upper area, and then they'd have to have the VIX somehow start next week. If the VIX ends here somehow, this is the most likely way that we'll see bullishness, but this is like, I think I was saying it earlier, it's like a 1% chance of me seeing this happen, or at least next week opening. But if we somehow open on the VIX under the week, which looks really, really, really unlikely, because it's like 8-9% down from where we are now, it just doesn't look likely. It looks more likely that we'll end somewhere in this range, and then we'll start above. Which is what I'm still hoping, and then we'll be able to start the week above for the first time, and then, you know, it'll look nice as it pushed down to the week here. It looks pretty good. Everything looks bad in a macro sense. We could have a little bit of a squeeze that pushes us down. Four minutes and 3 seconds. I might have said something. Let me see what I said. I just don't know why I would have. If it was 4 minutes, if it was 4 hours in, that's right before the 4 hour change. So I was bullish, but I was expecting the 4 hour change. So that's just kind of unfortunate, I guess, in a sense there. Most likely. Let me see what I was saying. But that does make sense because I was bullish on it. That's why I got in the calls. But I needed to see something change up there. That's the only thing. What do you say, 440, I think? Serious position or anything. I have to sell myself that I got. I'll just sell it. Literally don't care whatsoever at all. We still have the 4 hour. A bull at any time just has to spend a lot of money, but not that much, to push this up. And if they get it to end here, we should just continue up for the rest of the day. Yeah. I mean, I'm talking about this is right before the 130. We can see the delineation. So I wasn't like bullish here, but it's still worth staying in the position because also, like I said here, it's the max. If someone can throw money in to get this pushing up, I do believe it would have kept pushing up. Now, it's possible that never would have happened because no amount of money was going to get past here, because this also is a huge spot, in my opinion, for bulls to make sure it doesn't get past, because we have to get to 154.40, which is right here, but any burst above this is going to easily end us at 154.40. So, you know. But relative to what they can get out of spending here, I don't think this is really that bad. They can push it back down if they want. I don't really care. You know what I mean? I don't have any like crazy serious position or anything. Yeah. And I have to sell my stuff that I got. I'll just sell it. Yeah. So it's just a misunderstanding, I guess. Like I said before, like a lot of what I do now also is like based on that time frame finish. So. Or at least when we're near the relevant time frame hours, at least anyway. Yeah, I was like, I mean, maybe I don't know. I thought I was clear about it because I like main source was still. I got out and I thought I was clear about getting out like at the 130 change, and like I feel like I said even when I went back that I got out, and I was just looking at my phone the whole time, which is where I do my trades on. Whatchamacallit. Red and blue arrows on your 5 minute arrows. Where? On the right side? Are you talking about the line? Red and blue arrows on my fight. Was it something from the stream? I don't think because usually I don't use arrows. Oh, are you talking about, did I put one of these up or something yesterday? I think I messed around with some of these at one point. I don't usually throw arrows. I don't usually, every once in a blue moon I'll put arrows out. But it looks like they aren't even blue anymore. So, but do you mean the line itself that I have up? Oh, chart on the left? Where are the arrows? Oh, this was just for whatchamacallit. This is just paper trading stuff. This is just this is completely unimportant. This is like any paper trade. I don't mess with this at all. I messed with it for a couple of days. This just shows when you do paper trades, this just shows you like where you get in and out of a position. It's just I haven't reset it, so it just stays here, and I don't have any reason to reset it because it's just paper trading. I don't really care. You know what I mean? I just wanted to mess around with it in August because I thought it was kind of cool. I think it's a little convenient too, but because it points here, and I should have some on like Foot Locker, but like Foot Locker is weird anyway. Like, you'll probably, if I ever go back to Foot Locker, you'll see it. You're actually insane. I mean, this is a great start for Foot Locker, but I'm actually surprised Foot Locker's even holding here. This is why I hate Foot Locker even more. But you can see here, so it's like sell, buy, buy. But like these don't show anything. This was just me testing something out. This was like I literally didn't like, like this was like something. It's like profit, but it's paper trading, so I stopped caring about it really quickly. But it just stays there until I reset the account. So, and this was just me showing someone something. I wanted to see if you could like if it would show separate orders, but it just aggregates them on TradingView for paper trading apparently. So, but yeah, that's all that stuff is. My bad if it was like misleading or something like that, because I can see how it could be. Ooh, let me set up my freaking posture. Ooh. Okay. Did I have a line up here? Did I get rid of my stuff? I thought it was like all important. Oh, yeah, I know when I got rid of it. It's fine. Let me just throw it back up in the short term. Do here. Probably fine. Doesn't look like that. Well, I don't know if the 4-hour matters for here. So, like I said before, we had 4-hour. The reason I kept barking 4-hour, 4-hour, 4-hour is because we had the 4-hour 200, the 4-hour 375 right around this. This is why I kept saying 4-hour, even though I do like the time frame change. So right now we can see where the next 4-hour will be. I don't know if this matters as much, but it definitely possibly could. Like I said, I'm pretty agnostic, or I don't really care about most things today because it seems pretty hard to tell. But if the 4-hour does matter, I mean, we can already see that it seems pretty unlikely. Thoughts on NASDAQ is pretty much Apple, to be honest. I'll look at NASDAQ in a second. If I had to say anything, I think it still looks pretty bad. Let me see what NASDAQ looks like. I mean, it looks worse than it looks like. Is our 4-hour even still here? Yeah, wow. Let's get rid of the word next. We don't need this. It looks doo-doo to me. It looks actually horrible. Like really, 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 really bad. I mean, this is our 4-hour hold right here. I can adjust it. So it's supposed to be at 1178.068, 1178.068. Let's see. It looked pretty bad. Over here, if we're looking for a 4-hour, the biggest issue I was saying earlier on this, the longer this takes to push up here, it has a little bit more room. I don't know if the 5s matter, but if some of these technicals do, obviously we have this trend line. If we're looking to beat it before 4, the closer we get to here, we're going to see this for more of a reason for people to keep it down. So from an Apple perspective, it looks really bad. From a NASDAQ perspective, it also looks really bad because from NASDAQ over here, right, we can just see what it's been doing around this 4-hour and what's coming down with the 5. I don't think any other time frame is really that close to here besides the 4. Yeah. So, I mean, this technically is like before, this is the last thing we actually have. To be honest, this is actually a little bit worrisome because technically it's not the way I wanted to see it whatsoever at all. So I'm a little suspect about it because I wanted to see the VIX do its thing, but we are technically underneath finally for Apple everything. The weeks are up here. Obviously, we have 92 down there, or 9171, but the weeks are up here, the days are up there above us, and we're under the 4. So it'll be interesting to see, but this is like a great place to enter in any short for it. It looks really bad with the 5 coming in. It reminds me of what we have here. Now this looks like it has a little bit more of a chance, but it's the same way I feel like about yesterday before the 4-hour. Just about. I feel like this could have a little bit more strength, but it looks like it's a lot of copium to expect this to push up here. Now, we're not around for our averages, so I don't know if it matters whatsoever if we have the 4 hour there, but I guess from the NASDAQ perspective, this would be, I mean, we have a 4 hour start under, so I don't know if there's any necessarily implied direction when I look at like the NASDAQ. Overall, they both look bad. My issue with the NASDAQ is like, we have this here, it has pushed up quite a bit. It looks really bad on the 5 minute. This would have been the entry point for it, or like the best place. As we saw, it pretty much has ranged there the whole day, or most of it. But I feel like on a 4, it could try to come back up to test. I don't feel like it's done, though, when I look at NASDAQ. But when I kind of look at Apple, and I see that, like, before the 4, how we've been, like, when we compare the two, the NASDAQ looks like it's a lot closer. It doesn't look, I don't know, they both look bad, but I don't feel as bad necessarily as I do about Apple. Like Apple, we have much more, in my opinion, of a defined trend right here, much more than we kind of would anywhere here. You know, so that's like a big thing for me also. So I don't think NASDAQ looks like horrible. And maybe we see a little up on the 4 hour, but it's like for me, I still think it's hard because we aren't at like the safest short spot. It could turn around, and the thing I like about this as the safest spot is just if it does turn around, you don't lose a lot if you get out. I think it's going to be pretty obvious if it does look good. We should be able to break through these and then have something here. So I think a reversal will look pretty obvious if we're going to have one on the NASDAQ, which is what I do kind of like about it. A reversal on Apple looks a lot less likely, unless we can see on the other time frames. Let's see what we have. It's just really ugly. Like really, really ugly. A 1 hour end here though on Apple doesn't look bad from a 1 hour perspective. But at the end of the day, the entry point's like around 150. So like it's hard always to tell what's going to happen at these places. It's not hard to tell what a decent entry point is. But what happens in between is a little bit more tough. And it looks like on the 2 hour change we've come back up, we've switched over here, come back up, and we've hit again on the week time frame here, push back down. Though, I do like if we do, so I don't know, like I said, I don't know if the 4 hour change matters here. So if we kind of, because we don't have 4 hour averages, they're all the way up here. I do like, we'll see what happens on the 4 because it looks a little bit sketchy. They could try to come back up to test, but when I look at the 2 hour anyway, I mean, we do kind of get somewhat of a trend also forming here that we could see something try to maintain. That might be kind of the next thing right there. But both of them look pretty bad. NASDAQ looks like it has a chance. Apple looks a lot worse. Preferably, I want both of them to stay within this range, and I want Apple to finish in this top range. I don't think it makes it look any better, but I just don't want Bitcoin to completely fall off a cliff over the weekend or any of that kind of stuff. That's my hope. So that's kind of maybe a little bit of a bias in that direction, but like I said, the last thing I could say about it also is why I'd like it to stay here. I don't think it has a huge reason to move away. Is we're at the end of the week and we're on Apple anyway. We're near the week time frame hole. So from this perspective, for me, it doesn't make an incredible amount of sense to push it away from here, because if we do end at like 146 or 145, I don't think we necessarily have to fall off a cliff. We could, but I could also see it being very likely that it tries to push back up to test if we have a week end that's low under the week time frame, right? It'll be up here, it'll be like a 150.55, I believe, next week, and then, you know, we're all the way down here, starting here, unless it was to like drop off a cliff, which could be possible, but it's not something that you can like really see. You just have to guess or something like that. So in that sense, I like it staying around here. Around options for Apple too, 150 is another big number, but because they go in they go in intervals of $2.50. But yeah, I mean, that's just kind of how I feel about it. NASDAQ looks a lot better than Apple. It looks a lot more clear if we're going to see a turnaround on NASDAQ, I believe, because we should see something with these two hulls, but more importantly with the 4,500. That's just kind of how I feel about them right now in a sense. Mine is not delayed. What's yours? Is it delayed? I don't think mine's delayed. I mean, I don't want to change the NASDAQ I've been using, but I'll look at the other one. Let's see. I have like delayed NASDAQs, I just don't look at them. Like this one's delayed. Anything that has a D next to it's delayed. I don't believe, what's that? Oh, test. I don't believe, 11,740. 11,742, 11,740. They're both the same, pretty much. They're like $1 off. But this one's not delayed. I don't think so. Where is it missing a value? Here's 930 and here's 315 on the new 5. I don't think it's missing any values. I might be crazy. I don't see any values missing though. I mean, I'll go back to the USD, to the other one, USD 100. Oh, whoops, US, my bad. You say CFD. It looks like yours goes in intervals of 5 minutes. I don't know if that's like a different thing. It could be like with my VIX, and there's like another like the VIX I look at. I know there's another VIX where it also like starts at 310, and I think another one starts at like 330 or something like that. But this could be why it's different. I mean, it looks. I mean, I already don't like this one, but let's see. Oh yeah. I already hate looking at this one, but let me see. Interesting. Okay, so this shifts here instead of up here. Interesting. This almost gets into the perspective of there's a line anywhere, no matter where you look on whatever chart. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're the same exact prices. They have different values though. Mine goes back to 1986. This one goes back to February 2019. That's probably why the days are adjusted and different. Could be, maybe not. I think that's why the days are different here, though. This is like 3 years of data. I'm definitely not going to use this one, if this is the one that you're talking about. Maybe it's a different one, though. I mean, it's a different thing that's like, it's just a different derivative, right? So, on a different exchange. Like, they're not going to have the same price. Like, long drop? What time period was the long drop at that you're talking about? I don't really look at it. I'll look at it one more time. I feel like this one, if I click, it's delayed for me, but it's not. Okay, sweet. How long has this one been open? Over 2019, please. Okay, we're Gucci on this. It's not what I want. It's not long, but what's the time frame on the big drop you're talking about? 5 minutes? Well, here's your answer on a lot of these. I mean, this one, whatchamacallit. Well, I don't know what's going on with some of these. 118, let's see. The first thing I can see about this one is this actually is open pre-market. It actually opened, what is this, continuous or something? What is this, like continuous contracts or something, pretty much? Or that's what it looks like anyway. It seems to just be open all the time. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to use that one, but let me see. The 5 minute, the long drop, but I'll look just to see, because I want to see where's the... One 1826, 11741. It's just whatever you want to look at, but mine has older data, and I just don't like to switch between a whole bunch of them if I've been using one. I don't think it's no good, but, you know, I mean, to me, it just depends. Like, the first thing I already don't like about this, and why I wouldn't want to use this one, is, like, with my 5s at least, I don't really see anything. I don't really like the fact that I can't tell what the hell's going on here on the 5 minute. Like you can, but you can't. I don't really like that, personally. We'll see if we can see something on some of these other ones. It might be fine. The main thing is, the other one I've been using for a while, I haven't seen an issue with it, so I don't really see a reason to change it. I hate this. The skill one looked better, so if I was looking at the skill one, it actually showed that, which is nice. But one of the reasons why I also like this is just, not just that I've gotten used to it, but it's August 26th, we have this here, and it also coincides when I look at the SPY, the same kind of thing here. So it's just what I've gotten accustomed to looking at, and it has more data. Well, you can also see too much, and some things will distract you from what you actually need to see. More data doesn't mean it's better data, but I understand what you're saying. I argue with myself all the time. So yeah, you could, I might have said something like that earlier. You could use that against me, but I argue with myself all the time, so I usually know what to say to counter myself. Too much data is too much data. That's why I only have 3 lines, and I just look at like candlesticks and time frame analysis pretty much, and just look over a couple different things. I don't want like every single NASDAQ. So, but I mean, I've found some interesting things between them. I will say that, like, it was interesting with the scaling one where we could see this on this one, and like I think on the futures also, you could see the drop here, which was pretty interesting. I think, like on the scaling or the futures, you could kind of see. Yeah, this one reminds me of that scaling US 100 CFD, same kind of thing. So I think it was cool that you could kind of see it here, and then you could also see it here as well. So it definitely could be a pretty interesting tool for some of this stuff. Honestly, there's nothing to analyze that's interesting, but we can look through stuff. I get you though, man, on board too. There's not really a whole lot, so. Like, there's no clear direction on stuff, so it's like, next week, as long as we don't get out of this area, we should have some clear directions for Monday and Tuesday next week. So I'm pretty pumped about that. As long as we can not fall out of this area, we got what was the other one I had before? I think like here to here. as long as we can not fall this area on the 2, are we at 1? We have 7 minutes left. 4x? I looked at 4x. It's all the same as everything else. Remember I had like the USD JPY idea and all that stuff, right? I mean, it's literally the same exact thing. This is why I was saying here, I don't mess with VWAP. I mean, I think it's kind of interesting. I just don't mess with it. It's not. I used to look at it for a little bit. It's just not something I ever got accustomed to. So I just kind of said whatever. It wasn't really that important for me. I try to limit like what I have also as well. But this is what I was talking about. Let me see. I mean, I don't look at Forex often, but that was like, where was it? Honestly, I don't even remember where the idea was anymore. I don't even remember when I made it. Honestly, I can't remember anything. Here we go. So we'll see what happens like with this one, but see. I didn't trade it. I just analyzed it. I don't have a Forex account. I said I was going to get a Forex account, and I was lazy as hell. Didn't. I was only going to put like I think $100 in this and like 50 exit anyway. So I mean that's only like what 5,000. 3% on 5,000 is what 150. So it wouldn't have been anything crazy. But the interesting thing about this anyway, regardless of what's going on, is apparently, I mean, there's a long way to go. And regardless of whether it does it or not, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on. Or well, we don't need to get rid of it, but we can at least get it out of the way because this is not something I want to look at. Just leave it over there. It's just too green. But so apparently Japan's doing some Forex intervention. Let me see if I can find it. Let's get away from this guy. No one cares anymore. Whatever, that's not spell intervention, I know. So they're doing something with it. The place I thought was good to get out was like somewhere back here, I believe, because it looked like we were having the back when we were having that reversal. And then I think a couple days ago, it was like the 13th or the 12th. When was this? I think it was the 13th, but maybe this one came out the 14th. Maybe it's a day late. I don't know. But I remember seeing something where they're I don't know what the heck this means, a foreign exchange check. So who knows? It might not even fully go. It might not move at all because one of the big things I've been saying about it is, I mean, this is some pretty crazy stuff. It's not. I mean, this isn't har, you know, like, oh, we're gonna make. It seems pretty stable, but the dollar makes it. Honestly, it seems the same as everything else for me. Like stability for me is this. Like, this is why I like it. This is the only reason I looked at it. It's not just because it's up here, but this is the number one reason I looked at it. I go from the month time frame, and then when I see something like this, I can't ignore that. I can't ignore that. So, and we see the week time frame looks pretty decent, especially with the averages and how it just pushes back up through everything. Might add something on the day. It's okay when it comes above all three. This isn't really the best percent. I would have preferred to come down a little bit more. So, but anyway, I saw like the month, the week looked okay. The day didn't look that bad. But I mean, when you see this, when you zoom out, it's like, wait a second. We have a month time frame here. It kind of makes me feel like when we look at the 5-year, it's like, so the 5-year has something pretty similar here, how we finally just started the month of September up here on top of the month time frame. And if we look at some of the twos was, looking at this was how it's like, holy crap for some of this. I remember seeing this at the beginning of the year. I think when I first came back, I might have even, it's been a while. Let me see. 1 second. Where was it? Yeah, but I mean, even then, you can only trade so much. The thing is, like, streaming, when people ask you about stuff, or when you just in general look at, like, I could be trading up more. It is something that I need to improve on. I should have a Forex account up anyway with money in it. That's the biggest issue. It's not even, it's like, I even said the other day, it's that one quote. It's, what is it? It's something about, not patience. It's like positioning. I don't remember what the quote is. Maybe I wrote it down. Or maybe I put it in my phone. not, I forgot it. Oh, opportunities don't come to those who are patient, but those who are positioned, right? So it's that quote right there, pretty much. So it is really bad of me not to have a Forex account with money in it, just sitting there in case something happens. But to be honest, it almost, I guess technically it doesn't matter to have money in there waiting, but like, because most of these things have been forming for a long time. Or like, there's no need to like wait for opportunities. The opportunities are already kind of there. That was like the whole thing with the Japanese yen. Is they hit on the month, we can see some nice stuff under, and the 12-hour looked pretty good. So it's like it's already there. It's not even really being patient in a sense or positioned. It's like everything was already right there. But regardless, I agree with you 100%. And definitely you should be positioned for all these things. But where was it? I think like at the beginning of the year I came back and I saw, where was it? What day? June, May, Feb. So it was like when I first came back, I was like, what the hell? Well, I think we saw on the 25th, so maybe I had it up here. Let's jump to February. Not really that important, but everything looks doo-doo but commodities. Yeah, and then commodities got pooped on, I think, a little bit later. A little sad, but I really had a lot of, which I mean, it makes sense, but I had some hope for, well, not all companies, there's plenty of commodities that haven't gone down, but where is it? I just wanted to find it for myself because I know I have it in here and it just kind of bothered me. I don't remember anything that I did in these videos that I typed. Okay, that's last year. These are all last year. Where'd Naked go? Does Naked still exist? Oh wow, do you remember this? This is when I was bullish on gold before it went up and then got hit down the hardest I think I've ever seen. Oh wow, yeah. Oh, I'm not gonna say what PC this is on. I should have been doing something else. Man, this is wild. Okay. It was during lunch break anyway, so it was whatever. This is when I was still working. Ugh, it's so hard to look at these candles. Okay. Should Pitchfork update. I guess I can't find it. I thought I mentioned it at one point a long time ago, but huh. Not really important whatsoever at all. Soy face. Good lord. Yeah. I wanted to find it for myself because I've referred to it multiple times. And that's the only reason I was still looking for it. But up that. Maybe it's up that. Is my video gone? No, the video's gone. It looks like, what the heck? I wonder, are all these videos gone? That's one of those Twitch emote faces right there. Maybe it's just this. I'm like, why is it not bringing a video up? Are they getting rid of my videos? They're like, bro, you have too many videos. Sorry, man. What's going on? Where are my videos? Now I'm actually a little bit like, is it my internet, maybe? Let's do this. Wait, what? Let's do this. Okay, I think it's just them. I think it's just the thing. It's a little bit concerning, though. Okay, I'm glad more recent ones aren't loading either. Okay, that makes me feel better. Okay, it makes me feel a lot better. Okay, I don't know why they don't load anyway, so whatever. But if I don't see it, those antibiotics, I forgot about this stuff, man. That stuff sucked, dude. The beginning of the year was horrible. Oh, this is where it was. There we go. This is the one I was looking for. Let me see. Whoops. There you go. That was a long time ago. I don't know why I'm whispering. Maybe I was making this at like 12 at night or something. Where are they? I know they're in here somewhere. How do I say 2-year yields and I don't have it in here? What's going on here? Bro, what is going on? I know I'm going to refer to this in the future. It's the only reason I'm looking at it, so sorry if it's hurting your eyes. I'm trying to get through it quick. Oh my god, it's so bright. I'm actually like kind of annoyed. Imagine having a video where he has the 2-year yields in it and you can't even find the 2-year yields. You're the one that made the video. Like, bro, what is going on here? Actually, like, insanely. There we go. Oh my god, it's at the end of it. Are you serious? God. I dislike myself 8-9 months ago very so much right now. Anyway, 5 minutes just to show this. So, yeah, I mean, everything trades the same. Everything looks the same, in my opinion, for a lot of stuff. But it's good to know where that is so I don't ever have to actually find it again. Oh my gosh. That was a trip. That was a journey. That was painful. Dude, those were horrible, man. My first ideas were so bad. I didn't know what I was doing. I don't even think I had the 200. I didn't have the double hole. I didn't even use the double hole till, I don't remember when. Dude, all these are horrible, man. The first idea. Oh, these are all hidden. That's why you can't see them. Dude, this is horrible. It's horrible, man. We can't hit it though. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So I could go back and see what happened. I don't really remember what happened. Kind of like don't care. It's so hard to look at. Like it actually hurts my eyes. Like no joke, no joke. I mean, we can click on one of the videos though and just see what stupid stuff I was saying. Like looks bad probably. Like I have no issues saying I was. Like I don't even know. Let's see what I was talking about. So let's do this though. I can't even see it from here. That's kind of annoying. So let me do this. We'll go one of the first ones. Let's see what I was talking about. Oh, did I actually say confirmation is more important than wanting to be right? That's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good actually. I like that. Okay. 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 I like what I said anyway. I didn't think I said it, but I said it. That reminds me of you know what? That reminds me of something I saw the other day. It's this thing with Lil Wayne. I saw it on this YouTube short. Let me see if I can find it again. Okay, let me show. Let me bring this up. So this is funny. This is what this reminds me of. Let me see. Let me bring this up. Let me turn it up a little bit. I'm gonna turn it up. It's gonna be a little bit louder. This might be my favorite Wayne line of all time. This last one's kind of. All right, here we go. Safe sex is great sex. Better wear latex. If you don't want that latex, then I think I'm latex. I don't know when I said that or why I said that, but I said that. That's what it reminds me of, kind of like that. I just saw that just the other day. I like that. I like that. Oh gosh. No. Well, I mean, my fibs look the exact same, to be honest. The colors for them, I don't think they actually might be different. Let me see. The colors of my fibs any different? Looks like we're pushing back up, so that's very nice. What do I have a fib on? I have a fib on this stuff. Most of this here. What do I have a fib on? Was it starts with a C? Costco, Cisco. Here we go. I should have a fib on this. I mean, I still have fibs on stuff. It's just every fib I immediately... You see what I'm saying? So my fibs are still like that. It's just that the background, the opacity or whatever, is just all the way down. So I can only see a hint of what the color is. Oh, my bad. Let me get rid of this. My bad. Well, actually, to be honest, almost don't even want to show you. Here, I'll just show you. I mean, like I said, it's the same. Most of it's the same colors for my fibs. You asked for it. So it's the same colors, right? Pretty much, more or less, kind of. It's just, like I said, the opacity is just all the way down, or the background of it, because it just hurts my eyes, you know? So, but I still get the same colors, kind of. But I just can't use them that bright. Like everything I have now, like with the, whoops, like with the bodies and the wicks, I try to set all of it up, and the price line color. Like I try to have everything so that it doesn't hurt my eyes. I don't mind the blue for post market for some reason. So I do like the blue as long as it's not like super, you know, vivid, I guess. Lemonade. Kind of weird to be a tech company with a word named Lemonade. Okay. Not surprising when I kind of see it, but still a little bit. I guess I could say not surprising for this year, but I don't think this has any representation besides the fact we're in September and it's usually a down month. But because we do have something all the way here, test, and then boom, boom. So it's a little bit surprising because we have two wicks up here, but god damn. Still crazy just to see it. Every time I zoom out, or I get a zoomed out Facebook, it's just crazy to see it down 50%. I mean, technically it's more than that from the high, but it just feels a little disingenuous to not take it from like an average from the top, you know, to around here. Otherwise, we're what, 60% down? 62% down from the highs. Crazy. And Mars getting hit pretty hard too. Hopefully it doesn't come down too far. Oh, please. Fight, market, fight, Mara, fight, please. Drop next week, not this one. I need to get something to eat soon. I'm gonna take a quick 5-10 minute break. Leave this up. Canadian dollar, is that CADNZD or something? Is that Canadian dollar, New Zealand dollar? Apple looks pretty nice, really. Ooh, I'm gonna check what I call. Actually, I don't want to get caught in one, but I really don't want to get caught in a call on Apple. But here, give me a second. Let me see. I don't know if I want to look at this. Let me see how cheap they are. No way. It's Friday. Even if this goes above 150, these goons are probably gonna keep it around 150. Let me see. It's Friday. $30 for a 150 call. So we gotta get to 150.30, and then we get $1 for everything after 150. Well, technically 150.30, so it's what, 33. So we probably break even. Probably somewhere around here with the delta. 15. Not doing that. That's not that bad though. It looks like a 3-to-1 to be honest. This is what I imagine if we push through, we could hit up to around 150, 130 and then get wrecked. I'll look at CAD and whatever that is. Honestly, I don't know what the hell that is. What's DZD? I feel like, oh, Algerian dollar? Okay, interesting. You feeling okay, man? What's going on here? Why is this okay? At least in the longer time frames. Well, this is months, but even with months, like, Canadian dollar's getting his butt whooped. Man, that's unfortunate. I wonder what happened up here. This is pretty straightforward. What price is this? 115.6 and 7. 115. Let me make sure I'm just like paranoid now. I have my thing up. 115.6.7. Let's see what happened here. What month was this? August 15th? Oh, that was a couple weeks ago. That's tragic. That's on the month? Let me see. Let me just make sure I'm looking at this right again. Where's the week? My bad, the week. It looks like it literally just... It's hard to tell, I'm sorry, with the whatchamacallit, so it just came right through it. Do we have anything here? Dang, it didn't even try to come back up, it just fell through it. What did it do into the week? Did it look ugly going into the week? It is pretty heavy, yeah. I can see how it looks pretty bad. We didn't touch here. So I'm just looking to see, like, does this other stuff make sense of what we've done? And was, like, just in general, I mean, this is usually, right, shoulder, head, shoulder. And we need to come down. Why don't we come down here? Don't come down here. Don't come down here. So even if we were trying to play this safe, we'd like to see a bounce there, probably with something coming at least. Probably something here, here. Just to like get out of this. Like I've seen this plenty of times where we come in this ugly way, where we want to scoop in, hit it down, go up, or just scoop in. Okay, so I can kind of see that. Let me see real quick. Not a huge fan of this here. Overall, it's not bad, but let me check the day on it. Let me do this. I'll check where it is in a second. I mean, it looks horrible. I just want to see some of these kind of key points real quick. Let me add this, because there's no point. There's literally zero reason for me to look at this and not add it. Interesting to see how we're getting hit down. Let's see. Stay in the range, baby. Just stay in the range. Whoops, why am I back here? Okay, come in, bounce, bounce. Oh, dang, that's pretty wild. Hits here, ends, and then the next day, what? Okay. This has to be open for what? So this was closed for, was this a weekend? This wasn't even a weekend. What the hell? Weekend, Monday, Tuesday. So within an hour, something happened that made this go from 104 when it was closed and made people want to buy it all the way up to 105.764. But I do like this, what it does a little bit. I'm not a huge fan of this, but we can see the same kind of, we should be pushing in. And what we do around here is we start to then push down. I like this too. I really like this. This is really nice. This is really nice. This is really nice. I can deal with this. This isn't that bad. The one thing I don't like about this is that we go from something I think looks pretty good and then we fall through. I usually like seeing when we actually like fall through, I'd be really annoyed about this. This would be like a no loss or a small loss, depending. It just depends how I feel or what I want to look at this day. I don't like that this is so low. I mean, it seems clear here with a base that we shouldn't be falling under this when we have a wick, and we end the day here. It seems to be pretty obvious we should not be falling under. So I feel like from that perspective, it can kind of be seen because when we're really pushing out, we need to continue. But still, if I was looking at that day, I'd be able to get out no loss probably. It's a little tragic though. I don't like seeing something go from what looks pretty decent or pretty good to like mediocre. Not a big fan. I like when stuff chooses direction. Feel a little similar to this here actually as well. But overall, it looks pretty good on it. Okay. So it looks like it works pretty well with a lot of these holes. We can see that it looks pretty nice. Okay, so we got the week, we got the day. 12's up there. That's okay. Nothing pretty. 4. Could be just because everything's off a cliff. I mean, a lot of this could be more representative currently of the Canadian dollar. So, like, my big issue with this is, like, that makes it really hard for me to tell is, like, the week break was there, the day was here. Like, we're pretty far away from these longer-term targets. 12s are all up here. I mean, we have 4s, but I would rather see what is going to happen with where the market starts next week before messing with this. I would imagine the markets are also affecting the Canadian dollar. I don't know what's going on with the Algerian dinar. I'm not a big fan of this, though, where it is, just because it doesn't look like it's by anything major. So for me, it's like it could go down, it could try to go back up. I don't think it's like a definite direction to me. Does it look horrible on the 2? Yeah, but we pushed down a lot. So I don't feel anything about this specifically. I'd rather see it come back up to the week averages or the day averages. Otherwise, this isn't anything I would ever mess with. Maybe even the 12s are not as bad. This is open at 23, yeah, 23, right? Or yeah, 23.5. That's how I feel about it. So it's not like any specific type of way. Oh, 5-minute call's not worth it. Yeah, call definitely not. I think if it could have had the potential to push up more, I would have thought about it. But like only risking like a 3-to-1, and the fact that they want to keep it in this range all day, and they could literally push it up to 150 at the end of the day, or 140, like 149.50, and we'd still be in like a reasonable spot to create whatever they might want. What the heck? 5-minute? You said analyze? I didn't see you said analyze 5-minute. How do I analyze this? I think you're joking. You gotta be joking on this one. But I actually like it. I actually think this is pretty decent overall. I don't care about the 5. I can't tell anything that's going on. I mean, I can see what's going on, and it's just when it goes through, it seems like it just falls through. Doesn't seem like there's anything going on with the averages here. But I almost think that was the intention. You telling me to look at it was as a joke. But on a serious note, I mean, I do like what it's done. I think it's pretty cool, actually. I really do. I'd be interested to see what it can do. But I don't care about it right now, so it doesn't look like it's that impressive. Oh, the fuck's my chest hurt? I swear, if I ever actually get a medical condition, I will do something that might put me in jail. If I actually do get something messed up with my lungs because of this, I'm not a nice person. Oh, when it comes to transgressions. But I have a lot of fresh air right now, so I'm pretty sure I'm good. Alright, let's see what's going on in this crap in the 5-minute. We're past 130, right? Yeah, 153. What's been going on since 130? Notice any change? Nope. Yeah. Alright, so 130 didn't really matter. I didn't think it would. More indeterminate crap. the 4 look like? Ooh, the 4 is a little sketch, though. I don't think we'll see any more strength from the 4. We did have that 4 switch over, and we pushed up off the 4. But, I mean, from the 4-hour perspective, it seems bearish from here. But we'll see what happens, though. From a 2-hour perspective, I still think it can manage because we do have the this kind of trend here. From a 4-hour perspective, it seems pretty bad. The one thing I don't like necessarily on the 2-hour switch that we can kind of see just more of that 4 switch push up in detail is that I'm much more, we had the trend, which makes sense, but I would have preferred this to come down first before moving up. Now that we pushed up before coming down, it looks pretty ugly. We'll see. I don't know if it means anything, though. Those are just things that I'm noticing. Like, I don't know if in this environment that stuff matters. I'll be right back. I'm going to get something to eat real quick. I'll be back in like 4 or 5 minutes. see what others predicted. Oh, bro, I'm not continuing. Spy put scalping. Wow. So if you go up 500%, that's like 6x. So he had what, 10,000? So he did this, and building a broke out this week, mostly spy put scalping. It'd be interesting to see. Oops, what did I click on? GMB MACD cross on daily yesterday. Time to yellow because it's going to run. Wow. What the hell? Interesting. Every MACD is green before it ends red. Get my daily soy. The hell? Is this a game? U2s? Live now, U2s? Interesting. Oh, damn. Let's. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, sorry, dude. You're dead. Holy crap. He's dead. Dang. Oh, my God. Huh. Puts on this guy's marriage. If the finances are all in his decision, she's not leaving. That's kind of funny that they'd say that. She doesn't have any money or independence. She's not leaving him just because he wants to do something. If he earned it and it's all his, and she has no say already, then she's not leaving. Jesus Christ. I'd like never go on Wall Street bets, so it's interesting. Ooh, isn't this Belvedere? Or, I don't remember what this is called. I think I feel like it looks like, or maybe it's Grey Goose. Looks like Belvedere. I don't care. Don't care. Oh my God. Is that really what it is? Oh yeah, because if you go to, wait, don't you need a 200% gain, right? If you lose 95%, then you're down to 5%, right? And then 5% back to 100% is going to be, oh, a 1900% gain. Okay, you're right. Right? Yeah, gain. Okay, so like a 200%, a 2000% increase or a 1900% gain. Okay, okay, okay. Or would it be a, would it, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just the way that it's said. I don't know about the last part, but I'm almost done looking at this. It's like whatever. Oh my god. Hey! I don't know why they're saying this. Hopefully you get some pushback. It's not true. I don't know. Now, if you're only looking at that, I definitely agree. But they're obviously already wrong. But I mean, if you only use it. Yeah, this guy explains it. Whatever, I'm not gonna listen to it back and forth, literally. It's not worth it. Oh well, that's kind of fun for a while lasted. Anything on zero hedge? Let's see. This is pretty funny though, but it's kind of scary. Saw that yesterday with the Martha Vineyards release of like 200 immigrants. Migrants. Illegal migrants. Of the M form. What happened here? You guys see this? What the heck? This is a little sketchy. What the heck? What a great idea. Let's seize control of these Russian-owned oil refineries. That's exactly what we should be doing right now to everything. Yikes. I swear they're just fanning the flames. Just fanning the flames. It's wild. I don't get it. I'm not super against it. I like how she says we are in it for the long haul. Whoops, am I muted? Let's make sure I'm not. Okay, I'm not. So she's a millionaire, but she's not like crazy. She's not like a Nancy Pelosi, at least. Well, what's his net worth? My thing is, I'm just interested to see because she's like, we're in this together, but most of these people have like a lot of money, and there's no such thing as we're in this together. When, dude, what the hell? Oh, that's so frustrating. You know what it is? Because I went from here. Actually frustrating. Whatever. I don't care. I already know what it's going to be. She already makes more than enough. I already know what politicians do, so I literally don't care anymore. They'll say the same thing. They'll do the same stuff. Hey, what's up, main force? Oh, Lucid? 1 second. Bro, why can't I just... It's so annoying. Okay, let me see. What are they using? Different people's credit cards to get money out or something? Dude, I don't get what's going on. I don't understand what that is. I'm not really sure what my thoughts on that are supposed to be. Humiliating someone? Dude, no one, you know, try to humiliate me, you're not going to get anything. I don't understand how that works. Let me see, Lucid. I mean, I don't know if this is going to do anything outside of the market overall. Let me see. It's a little bit of work. I'll look into it in a second. My biggest kind of concern is this is a daytime frame, and it looks like we also have a 4 hour that lines up right here also as well. More than anything, I would just like this dumb thing. This is annoying. Why do we start here, go all the way up, come back down? But can we just come to here? More than anything, I'd like to come back. We do hit here on the 4 hour. But that's like on the 4 hour, so that's like this most likely. I think it's fine if it tries to come back. Overall, I think the market looks really sketchy. I'll have a better idea anyway. I don't know. I feel like I'll have a better idea of the market next week, or like what direction. Overall, everything seems pretty sketchy. Still pretty bad. There is a way for them to have a squeeze that we could possibly see turn into something. It really just depends. But because we got, in my opinion, because we got so far down today, it really depends where we end. Well, it depends where we start as always, but we should be able to get a pretty good idea of where we should be able to start depending on where we end. So, I suspect that there could be another squeeze because we pushed down too far today. Overall, like I said, what happened here actually in the last time? Looks nice on the 4 to push up. I really like this on the day. This would have been something really nice where we actually start here. I really like this right here. So, but I think in the same sense. So there's two kind of questions. We do have a 4 and we have a day lining up. What I'm really thinking to myself is, so we do have a 4 and we have a day line up. This is a nice bounce off the 4 to push up. And this is a pretty nice, it's not really a bounce, but this is like the perfect scenario. It just starts a little bit right above and then it pushes up. My first question is, because this looked nice and this looked nice, are we going to use this area again? That's my first concern, is are we going to use this area again, and is this going to be strong if we do come back to test? And I'm just really not sure. This is a really sketchy thing. I mean, again, what is going on? What is up with Lucid? This is today? Okay, I mean, I can see why it probably got sold down, but you know what? Even if this wasn't here, I could say I see why it got sold down. Why did we get bought up on this? What do they do? Consumer durables, motor vehicles? Who are you people? I have no idea who these people are. I mean, like I said before, I'd like it to come back down to here. It's kind of a godsend when it pushes up this much. I mean, just today, it's pushed up 8%, you know. I'm not saying the market can't turn around because I think it can, but Lucid itself could also just be a different thing in the fact that it's just hitting targets out. Like, I would have gotten out of a lot of it up here. Most likely, we'll see. Actually, what would I have done? I mean, I would have owned for sure. Like, the idea that it... Well, we'll see. If I was still holding, the idea that it pushed up is just insane. But maybe it does it again, right? I expect us to end around, like, 150. We'll see. Like, it's hard to say without seeing where we end, but... Like, so we have what? It pushes up, and this is just weird, too. Because we start all the way down here. It's affecting a little bit here. Very odd. I mean, if we can see from here, I mean, more or less, even though it shoots through here, it seems to be respecting, at least if we want to call it like a range between the two, a decent amount. I feel like we can see that. And then we come over to, I feel like I looked at something earlier today. That looked the same. I think it was an altcoin. I think it was Trello. It reminds me of Trello, I think I was looking at for somebody. And with Trello, it was like, it had this USD on the day, and it's like kind of ugly. But then, its Bitcoin pair? I don't remember. Maybe the Bitcoin pair looked nice. Let me see. I don't remember what it was. Was it here? Maybe on the week? I don't remember what I was looking at, what it was. This looks pretty decent for what it was, so it might not have been this. Wish I could find it. I thought Trello to Bitcoin was one that looked decent. Like, besides this, I don't know what happened here. I don't mind this, but there should be... I don't know a time frame. I thought it was Trello, but I guess not. Because this stuff looks pretty standard. Or not standard, but it's respecting the ranges in the sense of it's treating the top as a nice range. We haven't touched the bottom, but when it's in the middle, I DGAF, you know. Whatever happens in the middle is not important to me. I mean, those wicks pushed up pretty, those wicks pushed up pretty high. I feel like for Lucid. Or, like, if you mean, like, it makes it look pretty weak, that's how I feel. I mean, this is, like, especially because we have, what? The day's under, the 4 hours under, the twos right here, and then the ones that up there, it blows my mind that we actually pushed up today from here, up almost 10% with everything going on. I mean, my first thought would be, do we even see anything here or here? And it pushed up twice. Yeah, I mean, it just literally pushed. This is the two right here. This is the first 2 hours. This is the second 2 hour start. So this is what it would have. This is where the 2 hour would have been when we first pushed up. And on the 5 minute, it hits it and then just goes. I mean, I can kind of see this on the 5 minute, but it's. I mean, I feel like you can say that for a lot of things. For this to just invalidate the two, or just to push through. Even the 5 started in a sketchy place. Like what? Even the 5 started under its 200 smooth moving average. I mean, this is a godsend that it was able to do anything here. Really a godsend. I mean, what's the highest time frame? This is the 1 hour, so we barely start above. So it does start above and try, and then we end a 15 minute under, or we start our first 15 minute under after getting up here. 30, yeah, and the 30, and then the 1. Preferably, long story short, I'd like to see it all the way back down at 1565. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I don't know if I'm really qualified to talk about this, because, I mean, I'm not sure if this is like a longer term thing, because this is pretty big. And the fact that like we end up here, but we don't start up here. So we had the first start here ever since, like, I don't know, July. Actually, like, ever on this thing. So maybe that's why it's getting some buying. I just don't really like it overall. I still think 1565 is, or 1565 to 1570 is a pretty decent area. I'm not sure how to value these, or put a value on these candles. This is pretty bearish, and if this ends there, that looks pretty bearish, but I could still see it shooting up, because I have no real idea why it shot up today in the first place, considering the rest of the market looks like doo-doo. Or the open anyway looked like pure doo-doo. Now it looks like it could be salvageable, but they also could just push this into a trap into next week, into something that wrecks everybody. Much harder than any drop we almost had today. So that's my kind of thing on Lucid. I feel like it's really hard to tell. I mean, if we want to see like a target, it's hard to say, because, you know, usually I'll say 2 hour above. Let's see a relevant time frame above, and let's see where it goes. But with this one, it don't give it. Just DGAF. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. But like, what? Now I get this one because it did so much here, and maybe it did it for these two, but it's got some ugly stuff going on. I don't know what's going on, but whatever's going on is ugly. Very, 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 very ugly. Personally, I mean, depending on how much cash is being used or what, I mean, or how many things you're willing to look at. I have 279 things on this one, and probably like at least 150 different ones. And then I have some ones on this one I don't have on the other one. I mean, sometimes it's nice just to go through it if you ever have time, if you use the whole averages, and just go, you know, just label it. And just go through and say month, you know, just turn everything off, month, day, week, right? We can go here, we can go month, day, week, right? So, and I'm just looking for something that might be decent. So Western Digital looks pretty good here. We can see some previous action here. We can see some nice stuff kind of going on here. It seems to respect these fairly well. So, and I like this coming up and bouncing off here. So for Western Digital, I think this looks really good. So what I would do is, I mean, I'd probably have a fib or something on this also. Yeah, this was a long time ago. At least 2019 is the last time I looked at this. like for Western Digital down here, I mean, I think this looks fairly decent on it. I don't like necessarily what it's done up here. Thanks for responding. I appreciate that. Because I definitely felt like I was much help on it. But like something like this I like because, you know, we got somewhat a long trend, another bounce there in 2008. So what I would be looking for something like Western Digital, we have a long-term average here a month, and I would be looking just to see, and what we can do here is we can actually, I think we can just put this over to the side. I don't know, but what we can do is always just put an alert, or we can put a reminder here for ourselves, or whatever you need to do. I'm not sure if we can do this, because I don't know where it's going to be. We might be able to do something like this, though. I'm not positive. Let me try this on a short time frame. Let me see if this is possible. So we have a new 5 minutes soon. So let's see if this goes off, and then what that means, you could just do a vertical line. Yep. Gosh dang. That's my alarm keeps going off. But yeah, I mean, so I'd do just like something for Western Digital. Just take this. I'm actually going to do this, so it makes sense. I'm going to redo it, and then I'm going to add this on the 1-1. And so when this switches over on the month, I mean, you can always change the name of it. Where'd you do this? He's first. Oh, him. I don't know. Are you in Discord main source? Whoops. I don't want to do that. There you go. So we could either think about taking a position here, which also looks pretty decent. We could go on the short term and see kind of what's going on. Everything looks pretty ugly, so I think a lot of stuff might lead to the bear side. But if we want to see like where the month end, this could be pretty decent for us. I think also looking at this and just seeing kind of what's going on here looks pretty nice. So, but we can always like take this on a lower thing. We can always do this. But the long story short, I don't really feel like going into this too much. The main thing is like, just look at where the bounce spots are and kind of what trend we have moving into it. And then, you know, like the longer term ones you're more likely to win on. But as long as you're willing to go through different things and just find it, to me, that's usually the best way to be sure about making money on something. Is just to go for the longer term trends. And if you just find enough, you know, here and there, like and when you mark them, like things only change. A month's only going to change so much. Week's only going to change so much. So, and I think it takes out a lot more difficulty that way, because I mean, to me, this is generally our range for a lot of it. God dang it. To me, this is generally our range for a lot of this. I don't even care. I'll look at this later. It's right here. So when someone asks me like something's in between the range, I don't know. I would say I'd like to see it go down, just like I'd say for Lucid. But if it's in between a range, it could go back up, just like it does here. It's hard to say in between the ranges. Anything can happen. People shorting at the top, they'll take profits here, but they want to protect their initial position, so they don't really care until it comes down their initial position. And another way, it just makes sense to try to force a lower high. So there's a lot of different things that happen, but as long as I personally just like looking at the ranges and then trying to play the ranges. I personally think that's the safest way to go about it for me, in a sense. But that's just me. One second. I put one in chat the other day. Let me see. You just have the concatenator. Was it concatenate? Concatenate? Just put the Discord and .gg together. Just get rid of the space and you'll be good. Isn't there a word contingate? Contingate? I feel like it's a math word. I haven't seen it in a while. Like putting two things together, I think. Concatenate. Ah, concatenate. There we go. Okay, okay, okay. Link things together in a chain or series. Some words may be concatenated, such that certain sounds are omitted. Okay. I gotta do that in a second. Today's the last day of loading, which is nice. Content and animate. Well, I don't know if that's a word, but that sounds really close to whatever the heck I was saying earlier. To concatenate. I just haven't seen that word in so long. The only time I think I kind of remember was like when I was studying data science, like computer science stuff and data science, and like structures, all that boring stuff. I studied so hard and so much 2 years ago. Oh man, what knocked your socks off. I studied all the way to Calc 2. I studied all sorts of like, I don't know. I forgot most of it because I didn't use most of it. And when I got a tech job, I didn't use most of it anyway because it wasn't data science. It was nice to kind of do, but God, it was so boring. I would study math. There's this one guy, red pill, black pill, or red pill, black pill, red pen, black pen, really good guy. Oh man, there's some Indian guy too that is really good, but red pen, black pen's much better. And as a teacher, and yeah, computer science is so boring. Long story short, I'd be studying, fall asleep in 5 minutes. I'd get up, and like literally 5 to 10 minutes, I'd just fall asleep. I'd get up, and I'd just like go back to studying, fall asleep studying. So boring. Oh my God, so boring. Now if I'm using it, I don't mind, and that's kind of the reason why I don't like it because I never used any of it, and I kind of forgot most of it again. When I cleaned out my car, I saw one of my journals that I had a lot of my notes in when I was doing my work. And like I don't remember any of it whatsoever at all. Okay. Yeah. Well, I was doing self-studying. That's the thing. So, like, I would study for like hours, hours on end throughout the day, with naps every quite frequent, you know, every frequent break. Oh my God, they pushed up. I bet you. I'm interested to see what those Apple calls are. I bet they're even cheaper than they were before, even though we're up in price. Should be. The data should reflect it. There's like no more time to trade. Wait, what? Oh, options. Oh, they're up. Okay, they're up 50%, 55%. They were 32 cents, now they're 50 cents. Wow. That is powerful. That is powerful. That's IBM. Oh my God. I gotta fill my water bottle. My stupid alarm's about to go off again. Like I said, this is the last day of loading, luckily. And then I just take one a day. So this is nice though. It looks like we're gonna find the end that we want, hopefully to the day. And this is also an important note that for me, we'll see what keeps happening. But I think we didn't see much with the 4-hour change to day. I mean, I think the 4 hours is still big. Well, I don't know. I'm going to keep it in the back of my mind. I want to keep seeing how, I want to keep trying to evaluate how, when we're not next to 4 hour averages, because just makes sense then. Just like if we're next to a day average, it makes sense on the day. Um, I'm still looking to try to figure out how important um, is the 4 hour change. It's kind of hard to get a good grasp on it today. It didn't seem to make too much of a difference today. We're a little bit away from the averages, but most technicals didn't really matter today. Us being here isn't really surprising because everyone with the 150 put is probably like, oh my God, and freaking out. Or anyone, I'm sorry, anybody that sold like 150 calls, I guess maybe that's kind of a better way to put it. Put or sold call, I don't know if it's almost the same thing to me. Well, not, but from a risk perspective, it's not. But yeah, they're probably shaking in their boots. But I'd expect this to go up to 150, 136. This is kind of what I was talking about. We'll see where the VIX ends. But let's do this. But this is going to make the VIX look pretty ugly. We just have to hope. Which ones? For some reason I thought, let me do this, gosh dang it. What was I going to say? I don't remember, it's not important, whatever I was going to say. Anyway, with the VIX, with the VIX, we kind of got a hope here. So this is worse for the bears, or the bulls. No, the bears, I mean, in a sense, what I don't want to see. Not horrible, but it does give bulls a shot, depending where we end. So I imagine the beginning of the day, what I was thinking is we'll probably end somewhere around here, just because as we push down, just with the VIX itself, I think could get sold off, or whatever, people that mess with the VIX or whatnot. So it's like I can see this ending somewhere around here, which does give the bulls a chance. I don't know if they can do something to get the VIX to start here. I think it's like a 1% chance here, but up here, this also makes it uncertain on a push up, which could be good. And then they could try to form something annoying here, like a head or shoulder head, right? And then forcing us to try to come back down, and then testing these areas, and then bulls would try to block us off of coming up through the week. If we come back down, then who knows what we have as a right shoulder, and that would kind of be the bullish play or a possible squeeze in some sense. And really what I want to see, I think, as long as we can start the week here, which I still think we're going to push down, but as long as we can start the week here, we'll start here, and I think we look pretty good. As long as we can end in somewhere in here and start the week here, I think we should be able to push up. I don't see any reason kind of on a day time frame shorter range. This does start up here, hit up here, and came back down. I don't think that's really consequential to the overall movement. I think we can still try to push up next week here, and then try to find support on 2750, and then do the correct push instead of this, we started up here. I'm not going through my stream yesterday. I feel like at one point I remember saying this possibility and saying, like, I hope this didn't happen, because I didn't know exactly how to react to it. So, but luckily, we're not seeing this huge up. So it looks like we're not going down yet until next week, which is good. Oh. Okay. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom, and I gotta get whatchamacallit. I gotta fill up my water bottle. Someone's going wild, man. Damn, bro, take it easy. Going so fast. Jeez. There's people outside in their cars. I'll be right back. Okay. Boy. Yeah, all I studied when I went to school was, when I got my associates, was, so I was working and then whatever part-time. I love history, but historians suck, so, and no one listens to you as a historian nowadays because everyone has an agenda and history isn't important. It's like that one quote where they'll look through whatever for flowers or whatever it is, so. I mean, there's plenty of historians nowadays that are pretty good, or people that are, what, grown? Oh, I didn't even know I grown, to be honest. It was just it was so normal and so natural, I didn't even realize it, that I'd grown. Nor did I even remember that I'd grown. The word grown is so weird. Like Groan. I'm just tired, pretty much. As I said, streaming stuff is like, for the whole day, is definitely quite a bit. I don't mind it too much, but definitely quite a bit. Pretty. It's been a nice day. Not a day that I give two craps about, but it's been a nice day, so. The fact that we're fighting around 150, respecting it, and the fact that next week should be pretty easy to tell what's going to happen, whether we have a squeeze or what. I'm pretty sure being able to tell the direction of next week is going to be incredibly easy, so I'm not really too worried. Well, hopefully we don't start next week. As long as we don't start next week here, it should be pretty easy. As long as we start in here or down here, it should be pretty easy. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to do. Like, you know, I could have traded this, and I think at best I would have broken even, maybe. There's like no reason like to trade anything, no reason to do anything, and I knew if I did, I wouldn't have put in anything significant today. I got it at that whatchamacallit, 150, 250, and I only had one of those anyway, so there wasn't much of a risk. So it's like, okay, it's up like 100, whatchamacallit, $107, but it's like, okay, it's not really a lot. Though that thing was $3.50 earlier, which is insane. I tried, but today's just not the day. You gotta save the finger for the day that matters. And I just knew today wasn't the day. You know, to be honest, depending on what happens, I could see a continued squeeze and a bull run up. Just looking at a couple things playing together. Obviously, we already talked about the VIX, but mainly when I think of this, I think of Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin's going to probably have to hold in this area. But still, there's this by like September 20th, September 21st time. Now, I doubt we have anything. But depending on how we end this day, Jesus Christ, that's not good. But depending on how we, there we go. Depending on how we end this day, is it really that bad? It can't be that bad. Yeah, this thing's angled much more. It's kind of annoying. I don't know how to extend it, to be honest. Whatever, let's do it this way. What does this go down by? 120, right? 58, yep, 76, 58, so 150. Or 120, my bad. So 850, so we're talking about 740. I'm lazy, so let's just say 740. So it is quite a bit that this has to push up. But I mean, if we could get something into this, even technically, if the market ends in this area, it's not that horrible, where it's really hard to tell what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying before, I don't want to go over it again because I just said it so many times and it just makes me tired. Like, not like that, but it's like, it's actually. But in the beginning, like I was saying, I could see anything all the way up to like a 152.50 possibly on a pop-up for today. I think it's more realistic to come back down to the 4 hour from which we came. Um, it at the same time on Friday, it depends how they want to do it. If we kind of factor in options in a sense, I don't know if they want to push it up too far, or if people that have sold calls or whatnot want it to go up that far. So from like a reversal standpoint, like I said, we're talking about a reversal around the week time frame. So you see on Apple pretty much, and the issue with this is we hit the top in extended hours or pre-market on the 13th, so we can't see it here, but it hit the top. Now we've come to the bottom. But the issue here, what I was saying last week is that if they can hold it here, I wish I could get rid of everything. Anyway, a lot of doodles and crap. Whatever. I don't want to get rid of everything, but it's like, anyway, the point is, if they can hold it here, anywhere in this range, even like anywhere from like 150 to 150.50, wherever, because we hit under here, and then we came back up, when we have our next week candle, we can actually stop here and then push up. So this is the kind of squeeze potential that I'm talking about. And then we have like a 40-50% retracement back up somewhere into this area here. Even maybe up to just back up to like a 154. Where's the 4 hour right now? Let's see. This is at 154.57, so maybe 154.50. Right, so maybe we get a change and then we head back up to this area here. So I could definitely see something like that. The most bearish play I think that they could have done would have been a bounce on 150. We push up, and then next week we fail. We just hold and we fail, or we come up a little bit, and then we push down. Then I think we could push down through the whole thing. And the issue I kind of have with this now is because we've come through. If we do come down again, like I said, it's the same thing as like this and this. So you see how we come down through and then we turn around the next one and gives us a chance just to hit it and go. So we see this, even though this is a little different because this ends here. It's not the same exact day, but same concept. Because we come under, it gives more strength just to hitting on the line and then going. Because it all usually implies we also have some sort of a trend there also existing. So that's kind of open now, because they allowed it to get pushed under 150, because people wanted to push it under 150 this week instead of having it start under 150 next week or something of that sort. And that's kind of how I look at it in that sense. And then we'll see what happens with it. So like next week I think it'll be pretty big. Bitcoin has a chance too to look really good, but it's going to be really tough. Like I said before, we got to get all the way up to this area. Up here, and it's just not, like, it's not going to be easy to get up to this area. But if it could do that, it would look crazy. But the chances of that are pretty unlikely. But I wouldn't be surprised. I think a lot of things are possible, or I like to look at them within the perspective of what's kind of possible from that. Anyway, just says like future expectations. This is what I was saying. If I did buy like 1 or 2 or 3 of those, I would have just sold them whenever we come up to this area right here. So I'd be somewhat surprised. From what I said before, I could see it maybe going 152 near 152.50, but I'd be somewhat surprised. I think in the morning I was looking at 152.50s and they're 12 cents. I wonder what they are now. But I'd be surprised if we could get back over 151.36. I feel like they'd want to keep it around this range, but we'll see. I'm missing a line, aren't I? Where's 150? There should be a line at 150 here. Did I hide it? Oh, whoops. Oh well. So you can't undo hiding things. I just realized it. I just found that out. I didn't know that. Okay, let's do this. Um, so once again, we came under, and what I was hoping happened, but what I was never going to trade off of happened, which is still perfect. Because I never was going to trade off of any of that stuff, so I would have missed out if we just kept pushing down, which is essentially what I'm saying. If we didn't come back up like this, I would have missed a really big drop. I just didn't trust it. We'll see what happens, though. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. So, well, the thing is, the call was right here. So this is where the call was. It was right a little bit before, I think, right here. So it wasn't exactly in the best place. I think when I was thinking about the 152s, I don't think they have anything in them because we needed to do something. I think the 152s I was looking at were either around here or maybe like somewhere here. I can't remember where specifically, but they're probably almost wrecked. And my thought was like, okay, we'd be able to shoot up back up much quicker, or maybe it was like on this push up. The 150s I was thinking about, or the one when I was maybe thinking about the 152s later, was around this time period, right before the 1 o'clock. And as we can see, I mean, it doesn't look that good. This doesn't look that good at all, you know. Yeah, there's what 3 minutes and 20 seconds left for option trading, and then it's really dangerous because if it pops up in that last 30 minutes, well, I mean, not really because they'll probably keep it in this range. But yeah, I mean, this doesn't look that great right around this area. It might have even been like around here for it. I think it was when I was noticing like the two. So like, let me see what they're even worth because I would have sold. I would the 150. We'll see. I don't know what they're all worth, but I'm kind of interested to see at this point. They got to be pretty close to worthless, right? I mean, because we need a big push. I feel like the theta would have just destroyed them. Yeah, the 152 calls are 3 cents. They're 3 cents right now. Wow, those 150s are the 150s are 90 cents. That's pretty nice. They were 30 cents earlier. But I think that's also when I was looking at the 150s was the same exact time, I believe. When we were like, well, it's better looking at the 5 because we were right here. So right, we weren't even close to breaking into these holes. So it was a pure copium buy if I did buy, and I could have, but it's such a small amount. Even if I did it, I don't like losing that because it's significant. Like 30 to 50 bucks is kind of significant, right? To just throw away. And even though if you make it, it might always seem like a lot. Like it's a lot to just throw away. I'm not, you know what I mean? So that's kind of like my take on that. Those 152.50s are still 178. Very impressive. Really can't see much on whatchamacallit. You really can't see much on the Trading View app on E-Trade. God, I'm already getting tired. I need to rest after. I tell you guys, every day I'm gonna rest after, and I just don't rest after the market ends. It's actually an issue. It's actually like an issue. I think I know why I have trouble breathing. I'm pretty sure there's mold or whatever in this room. I think. I'm going to have to take some peroxide too. The cool thing you can do, I don't know with the basic peroxide, but if you have like commercial grade peroxide, you can, it'll foam. I think normal peroxide will foam up too. The brown bottle one or whatever. If you put it on mold. So I'm going to put that on the windowsill and see what's up. Because there's mold in the goddamn room. That would explain a lot. That's why I always constantly feel like I'm a little stuffed up and all that. Well, here we go. whatever. Like I said, this doesn't change a whole lot, but it does give a chance for Bulls to be able to get a start here next week to ruin the Bears' attempt to try to get something just next week or make it a lot tougher. Because we're not going to have a super strong foundation, just like when we started. Where was it? Just like when we started this week, right? So we started in between. Right on this week here, we pushed up and they got wrecked. So my concern is we push up and then they'll just guard this place. They'll go, like maybe treat this as a shoulder, this as a head, and then this as a right shoulder that tries to break down right here. You know, so it's like. I don't want to see them do something like this or try because this looks really likely if they can get the VIX to start in between the weeks as opposed to on top. So like I said before, I'm really glad that we pushed back up, so we've saved this because like the big bear move is still there possibly depending where we start next week. I think it'll be a lot easier to tell, but yeah, I mean, it's just an unfortunate start. Like the second I saw this, I don't know why I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning, almost on the dot. I just looked at my phone real quick, or like 3:10 actually, or like 3:15. It was really weird. Like pretty much right when the VIX opened. I didn't have an alert or anything. It was kind of weird. I don't know why. But yeah, I checked that and I remember seeing this up here, and it's like, so. We are saved. We've somehow been saved, it seems. Or the opportunity is still here. Wild week, though, anyway. Or wild last 2 days, anyway. That push down was pretty unexpected. Or not unexpected, but fairly unexpected. I don't even remember where it is, to be honest, now. Maybe if I look at a 4-hour, it makes more sense. Am I even looking at the right place? I don't even know what I'm looking at. Dude, what? It's like July. Yeah, I'm like, what is going on here? It looks nothing like what's going on. Dude, I need to get rid of every single one of these brush marks. Right here, anyway, this drop. Dude, why can I not find? The second I switch off, I can't find it. It's actually insane. Oh, it's right here. Okay, this drop. It just looks so different because I haven't looked at it on the 40 minutes. So I look at it on the 40 minute, and when I had it before, I think I feel like we had some other line going through here. It doesn't matter. I really don't care at the end of the day. Oh, God save the Queen. What did I say anyway? Where is this? Try to get to the point, and maybe I'll ramble on a little bit later. 15 with this, you can see that this is kind of been destroyed. Or want to be here, this push past it, but it creates the I make sure I covered my bases on my video. Push too far down. You have to remember, even if we're bearish, we could be like, it's more bearish if we sit here and end the week here and start the next week here. It is infinitely more bearish if the VIX does not move above. Okay. Boom. Even though all this was pretty decent, I mean, I thought it could. And attacking a pop time frame for this fish, and then this, I can start for super bearish, some sort of come together. The close market was really bad, but I'm hoping the market can push to some of these areas, hit another Wednesday, and that'll be the 21st. I can hear and not. It needs something to push it over, and because it has this reversal here, or it has, on the longer term, we can kind of see like a change in direction. No hard reason, but I am hoping for myself and just the sake of the market, because I think it's a cleaner push down, that we will push down a little bit tomorrow, bounce, and just maintain our current place. That would also be great for Bitcoin. Hey, there we go. But I still didn't want to push down as much as we pushed down, though, to be honest. Okay, so I saved myself. Okay, okay. Okay, I'll take it. Woo! Saved, man. Somehow saved by the bell. Oh, man, okay. I thought I might not have covered my bases as yesterday on my video, but I did. I had to do an update because I've been barking the whole time saying, you know, we start under here and then we started under, and I'm like, whoa. Let's hold on for a second. Let's hold on for a second. It still looks somewhat sketchy. I feel like Bitcoin in the last 4 hours though has a really good. We'll see what happens because it is pretty ugly in its own right. But I do think if we can end somewhere up here, I do think Bitcoin has a really good chance of just trying to maintain. It only has to push up. What did we say earlier? 120, so 740. So it only has to push up $150 from where it is and end there, or like $150 and end there, and Bitcoin's fine in the last 4 hours from where it currently is. So, okay. That's the reason I like doing video updates, because I can cover a lot of this stuff instead of just, you know what I mean, typing. It's too much. Okay, whew, I try not to be wrong. I try not to be wrong as much as possible in everything that I put out. I try to make it as concise and as to the point. So, this is nice. Technically, we did what I said, but I still didn't want to drop this low. I would have liked to have done, this would have been much more bearish if we just didn't touch under 150 and we just bounced here. And then we just, like, if pretty much if you get rid of this, move this up, and then just have that here, this would have been the most bearish thing possible. But now we have support under us and a kind of a trend that could continue with a decent gap here, or like open space for bulls to try to play with at least. Oh my god, it is so difficult trying to be like accurate and right all the time. On multiple things. One of these days I'm just going to be wrong. I think that every day, one of these days, tomorrow I'm going to be wrong, tomorrow I'm going to be wrong. And not to say like I'm right, but just like the overall, or like, I don't know. Like I'm going to see the wrong thing, let's put it that way. Or I'm not going to be able to interpret, or I'm going to interpret something wrong. It's not like a whole lot of pressure, but it's kind of a lot of pressure. I'm not stressed or anything. I'm just a little tired. Let's see what happens if we hit back at this 151.34. I think this is the top for the day. But, I mean, who knows? Not here, but like if we came with 151.4 or whatever. God save the queen. Ooh, I actually wanted to see that. Let's go to some interesting stuff. What am I doing? Oh, here it is. Oh, bad, dude. Oh, my God, girl. God damn, man. Wow, that's pretty crazy. Beautiful stuff. Into this ugly push up, into an uglier push down, that literally just pushed right back down again. Natural gas, wow, natural gas might actually get engaged here. I could move this, but I think this is a really apt place to keep the line, to show like a decent level. I actually still think this is the better way to have it. Well, we don't need the 500 here. Wait, what? I have 2-day 500s? Interesting. I think that's the week under us. Is the month? Bro, what is under us? What is this? I honestly don't even know why I had that there anymore. I have to go back through this. No month. The month's all the way down there. Weeks down here. Okay. Natural gas looks like it's about to fall off a cliff, actually. This actually might be one of the biggest shorts in a while. I don't even know what this represents. Maybe it's like a 4 or 12. Um, it's fine. Let's move this. Say 200. I mean, you guys see it, right? I mean, geez, if we really break under here, it's definitely got those boom, boom, boom. I don't know what the hell this is. I have to see again. Damn it. I wish I could make it all kind of like hollowed out. I mean, this week is even really possible if it coming back down to also as well. 12 hours right here, okay. I still think this is more likely to break out, man. You can it's so straightforward to see this right now, too. I mean, I guess especially once it comes down, you can pretty much see it and you have this solidified, but like man. This is good though, I guess, in a sense, but why would the price of natural gas be dropping so much? We saw an article recently of, I don't know if I can short it, to be honest, but I would probably wait to see something. I don't know if I want to short it yet. My biggest issue with it is whatchamacallit. I'll check it to see if it's something I can trade. But my biggest issue with it so far is kind of the run-up. So just to find a good entry point, I'm not super happy with what it's done. So I didn't like what it did going up, but I also don't like what it's done coming down. So I'm not a big fan. Like, it makes sense bad buying up. Like, there's no confirmation here. It makes sense if it gets pushed down, it's going to get pushed down hard also from this perspective too, I suppose. There's got to be some real forces here moving this, though. But I would like to see it come up a little bit. I would actually like to at least see rejection here. I think it could be okay if we want to take it from here. I think this is a pretty decent area through all of this. Might even be fairly weighted. Let's see. I would just rather see it come up. Because well, I'll show in a second, but, whoops, I don't, 1 second. We can kind of see it pick up here a little bit. It's not the greatest. But I'd like to see it come up into this area, right where the hole is. So it's a little bit higher, but it's like right there. I'd like to see it come up. I could see even it maybe extending up a little bit into this. But I like stuff like this where we have like a decent amount more of buying here, considerable to every other place. So I could even technically see this from that perspective. We want to throw the volume profile in. I could see this being something that pushes up even a little bit past the day and maybe come up to 8.1, 8.4, and then I'd like to see it come back down. But I think even anything around here is decent in that respect. But I'd like to see some similarities between it. Because it was really easy to see this coming down. I think when I first looked at it, yeah, we could see it falling. Because I remember Meat Allies, I think, brought it up, and I checked it. So we could pretty much see the 12 hours. So everything on it was clean, and this is kind of what I want to show. Very nice, very clean start. We get the push down. We push into the day down here. No bounce on it is what it is, but we get this here. Very nice. I don't know what the heck it did here. If it bounced up first, it makes sense. Start in the bottom, start here. So it just works its way up. This was really ugly, as we can see. So I would like to see some normalcy and for it to come back up again. I mean, I guess next day is going to be a little bit higher too. There's a decent amount of volume pickup right here at that 814 to 815. So would like to see something. I just like to see something come back up. So hopefully it comes back up, and then I'd think about it, or I would see what I could get what on. I might even consider like puts on something if it depends what it moves with. It just really depends. I don't want to waste too much of my time on this, but it's moved a lot. I don't like this stuff anyway. Like none of this matters to me because I would never have sold this or shorted this. I've never have bought or shorted this. I didn't like the buy up, and I didn't like the buy up. I don't trust the sell down either. So it's just kind of like that. But yeah, I mean, it's a big contender for something that looks really good and on a longer term. Like, so let's look at it from this perspective. Things that could happen. I mean, Russia could. So we saw a news article, and I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, but like India said they had concerns over war and stuff like that. So I mean, maybe if they try to, downplay the war or whatever, if they open, let's say they open the whatever again. Let's say they get Gazprom running again. Maybe it seems unlikely, but if they want to keep stuff stable, at the same time, I could see them doing it. If they don't want to mess up everything and they don't want to push everyone towards war and instability, then I think that's one of the best decisions for them. And I could see natural gas taking a big hit if there's a change in sentiment, especially with where it currently is. We already had our first drop off over here. We pushed down and we came right back in beautifully, and so this could be the next drop off. Somewhere to down here, and then maybe, I don't know, it just goes back up because that's just what charts do and when people trade outside of fundamentals. So maybe something happens, maybe something doesn't. I'd like to see it come up a little bit more to at least around 8.047, which is going to be a little bit higher on Monday, so it's not going to be there. But I'd like to see it come back up, and it looks decent for a short. It looks really good for a short. It just depends. If someone's trying to make money on something, like a couple percentage points or whatever, it looks great. Or like 10, 20% or whatever over maybe like a month or something, it looks great on whatever they want to put in. That's what it looks like right now anyway. Because this is a fairly large drop. If we take it from anywhere here, it's like 28%. I could see it doing this in like a month or two. From it moving up. It depends what happens though. But it looks likely. And we had bad buying bugs, so I could see it like with all that volatility, it now just coming up and pooping down. So I like it. It's a big contender. Just kind of zoom in, we can see. I mean, this is really beautiful stuff. Come, start. I mean, this is rarely does it get this straightforward. So very rarely. There's only so many things that have nice charts like this. So. But right, let's get some return to normalcy. I don't know if the idea of like chasing bad buying begets bad selling, and bad selling can get bad buying. So let's just be careful. So, but yeah, I really like it. I'll have to check later. I don't care about now. I'll check later over the weekend. Later today or over the weekend, and I'll see what things can be either got puts or if this could itself. I mean, it should just be able to get shorted. But I'd rather get puts on stuff. If it looks like it can move this much in that period of time, it's a decent amount. And it looks really likely, but it makes, like I said, at the end of the day, it makes me think, even if we don't go there, right, we still have this as a first. I mean, this seems to be the most clear of, kind of be careful. We'll have to see what happens here. Now, anything on the bottom side of this, I think it's pretty easy to see it coming down, but still have to be somewhat weary of it. So, but even that, I think we just saw that's 15%. So, yeah, pretty much. So that's definitely nice. Let's see. I think this guy turned on his frickin', oh my god. People need to not turn on these Ozo machines. I feel like I can feel it. Luna, did we have something on the 4? Is this it? Oh, no. Okay, nothing. Luna's another big one. I'm really interested in this. We got the 4s here. I'm really interested in seeing what will happen with this. I don't think we have anything else added yet. Ones, ooh, with the 1. I don't know if it's that important, though. 4, compared to a 4, I don't really care. I mean, we can see it before it pushes up, but I don't know. I don't think I ever would have picked this up here. But specifically because we're looking at a 2 hour. What's a 2 hour 200? It's not horrible. We're looking at a 2 hour 200 right under a 4. Yeah. I mean, I get it from here. I like it, but it's still a little risky. We have a 12 near us. I don't think we have anything else near us, right? Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Luna. This would be pretty interesting. Really managed to find itself. This could be a nice weekend for Luna. I think this will be a pretty nice weekend for a lot of cryptos because there was a lot of like big sell signs. Well, we'll see. We'll have to see. I think first of all, I think a lot of it depends where we can end the day candle on Bitcoin to a decent extent. I think that does still have a big thing to do with this. I mean, we could maybe see this happen again. It's a little sketchy, though. I feel like things are still pretty bad to where this has to get above. And then we're falling off again. Yeah, I start to question, like, I really question how much this can hold at the top of this channel if we don't start at like 7.6 and then like start above at like 19760 or 19750. But I think we'll get a lot better of an idea of crypto for the weekend with Bitcoin on its day time frame. So, I mean, if the market can get like a reversal, we'll see. But if they can get a reversal for some of this stuff, and Bitcoin somehow can like by like I think it's like the 20th or something. I doubt. There's no way we pop back up, right? I mean, I don't think there's any way. There's still time, but it just seems so unlikely. Where the hell is it, man? Side of my. Oh, I'm on the left side. That's why. I need to be on the. I'm on the right side. I need to be on the left side. Oops, not there, but like here. So it's a long way up, and I don't think it's really going to happen. But, I mean, we'll have to see. If they could stop it here, and if they could stop it here, it's going to have to do a little bit before this. But I'd still like to see it somewhere around here. I mean, this kind of puts, this is like, what, Tuesday? So it still looks really unlikely, and there's a lot of things that have to go into this. But this is definitely something that I'm somewhat interested in seeing. I think we'll be able to see whether this is going to happen pretty quickly or not, though. Especially like where we end, where we get the start on whatchamacallit. It looks like Apple's almost at 150, 130. So we'll see if it can get past that for the day, which will be the 4 hour. Wait, why the hell do I have 150, 130 on one of mine if the 4 hours all the way up here at 150, 190? Did I move a line on accident? Not like it matters or anything, but I'm just trying to figure out why. I don't know why I put this line here. Oh yeah, that line's not supposed to be there. Anyway, let's put one where it is. Yeah, the 4 hour 500. But it's not on the right side. Okay, whatever. Let's re-put it. Let's do this. Okay, so 5191 could be where we come back up to, actually, for this. So, I mean, all they really have to do, almost in a sense, technically, if they really want to promote people, is if we get a start up here, we get another 4 hour above a 4 hour. So, they could promote this and get a 4 hour above a 4 hour. So, we'll have to see. Now that this is a decent amount more space that they really might be able to work with at the end of the day, I didn't realize. It doesn't change things really too much. But you see the kind of candle that we have here. So we'll see what happens. But a start up here isn't the best, but it is. It will look like a bounce here on the 4. It will look pretty nice for us to try to bounce on this again, even if we do come down, and then try to push up off of this. And I think this is what I'm thinking is where we could come back and try to strike up at this area back up here. Is this is what I'm thinking is for like a bullish kind of reversal. And God forbid they get back above 155, because now we're back into the 4 hours again. Don't forget, we're coming back to the 4 hours because they're all over here. So if we can get back to the 4 hours again, we're at 4 hours central. So if they can push us here, we'll get some nice 4 hours. And if we can get a day start, which is essentially a 4 hour, we're back. We're back, baby. We're back. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen. I'm just saying these are things that I could easily see happening. If they happen, they almost for sure will happen. You know, and that's going to definitely weigh on some of these people, especially with the VIX. I'm already expecting the VIX to somewhat start around or end around here, just because from a bullish perspective, we want it to be as close to in between the 2 weeks as possible. And if possible, we want it to start. We want it to be close to here as possible, the week 375, so we can try to have the candle start here. Just if we were a bull, it doesn't matter. We're whatever. We don't care. And then obviously the ultimate bull would be here, but this is still, I think, like a 5% chance. It seems really, really small that we're going to start all the way down here. Not that it matters, because we'll see it ahead of time. But I imagine this will fade down a little bit more as we go through the day. Overall, I still think a lot of this is bearish. I'm just saying I see potential bullish plays that they could be trying to fight for. And I do think that one more or bull trap going up would be great to smash back down, even from a bear perspective. So everything looks really nice so far. I like that what we're doing. I really like this stuff. Pretty nice. Oh, I'm glad normalcy, sanity has returned to the market, it seems. And I know that sounds weird to say, but it feels like sanity has returned to the market. We were not supposed to go down today. We were not supposed to go down. Not like that. Like, I mean, like, not under 150. Like, under 150. We're not supposed to go under 150 today. Dropping is like a different thing. I got to make sure I make these things clear, I guess, now. It's like not going down in general, but just dropping below 150 is, and dropping everything off a cliff is not what we needed to do today. That was not, like, it's not good. It's only good for bulls. So it's only good for bulls. Otherwise, we'd still be sitting. Otherwise, the VIX would still just be, literally, the VIX would probably just be sitting somewhere up here or like around here. We wouldn't have a day that started up here. We wouldn't have any of this toppishness. It would, instead of looking like maybe a shoulder head and maybe a shoulder that wants to come here, maybe here, or who knows, or maybe breakout, it would just be, you know, like a cup. And it'd just look a lot better. So for bulls, this is the best thing that they could have gotten and hoped for. And for bears, it just is what it is, but it's not that bad because I don't think for bears they really wanted this to drop much either. I think that's a real bear. I don't think really wanted this to drop past where we are now. So generally we don't just pass through something. Not when we touch the top of the week and then touch the bottom of the week at the end of the week. Like, we're at the end of the week, there's not much purpose in passing through if we're at the end of the week. If they push it down too far, it's too bullish. Boy. So everything's good now. I feel so great. I'm so glad that we came back up. If we kept pushing down, I'm going to be honest, I would have not been able to, I have no idea what would have happened if we kept pushing down. I would not have felt, I feel pretty confident. I feel incredibly confident going forward next week. I felt no confidence if we never came back up above this. Now maybe we just end down here. I don't care. But the fact that we were able to do that and then come back up is really nice. I don't see why we end under 150 just from the option expiration perspective. Most people don't want it to end under 150. Otherwise, they got to cough up something with their options. Most people would probably rather it stay slightly above 150, I would imagine. So if we're under 150, I would say most likely at this point, I'd say most likely they'd want us to stay under 150. Even if it goes all the way to 150 and 1 cent, right? You generally don't want it in the money at all. And that way everything expires worthless that you've sold. So option trading time and then purely stock trading to manipulate the price at the end of the day. What's our volume? 95 million. Not bad. Boy, let me put this back up. Whoops. Whoops. Where's the other media source? I don't think both of these were supposed to be this. Where's my Biden one? That's obnoxious, man. Whatever. Oh, it's this. No. There you go. There we go. Ugh. Let's see. Alright, I was just looking at something on Zero Hedge. Oh, we're back. Let's see where these things are in regards. Oh, we're back to the 4 hours here too. Well, we're not back to the 4 hour here. We still have this one up here. I'm really interested to see where we end the day. I'd love to see them end it somewhere at least around 150, 150. I think that would be really, really nice. I think that would give a pretty, well, we'll see what happens. It's a fine line. I think the VIX will be a pretty big determinant, though, of where we start on this and what happens in pre-market on Monday. Where that initial candle starts on the VIX. That's how it feels anyway. That's what I'm thinking. I just like Apple up by the 4s again because like the week's here and the 4s are here, but then the day's there and like everything is back up here, the 2s, the 1s. It's like all of our data is up here. I just want to return to like data, kind of in a sense. Or the averages, I guess. I'm greedy. I'm greedy. He's greedy. Poor gold, though. We'll see what happens with that. Still doesn't look good. Mars still doesn't look amazing. A lot of stuff still looks really beaten and battered. But the main ones are doing fine, and that's what's important. God, Doge looks so ugly. Whoops. I have to take a break. I gotta go outside. I think this effing goon hit him upside the head with a goddamn baseball bat. Dumbass. Pretty sure the ozone machine's turned on again. I can't believe how, like, this looks like a good entry point. I don't care. I can't believe how this is actually still up here. Like, this is actually wild. Like, okay, this actually looks really good. I really like this. I even like this. Let's remember though, this is like August 2nd. Like, what the F? Let's go, what is this, a 4 hour? Where's August 2nd on Apple? Let's go to hashtag August 2nd. Let's follow these 2 days one by one. Alright, breakout. Up, up, up. Down, down, down. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. Up, up, up. Oh my god, Foot Locker just shoots up out of nowhere. I guess earnings somehow shoot Foot Locker up. I guess earnings now, more than ever, are really what mattered. Probably a low estimate. So they probably, like, look at their revenue. So dumb. Earnings share is good. Revenue sucks balls. They beat low expectations. But then look, it's like, okay, everything's like, okay, we're going to crash. And by this point, we're what? We're near the top, we're down 4%. And where is this? This at the top, by that same point, is what? Up 19. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, what? And actually, on the day, Foot Locker looks like, if Foot Locker actually starts up here, with the week still under it right there, it might have to come down a little bit, but if this just gets straight pressure upwards, Foot Locker might just use $39 as a base to, like, push up even higher. What, bro? What is going on here? I get it. Like, I get this, but, like, I'm never going to trade something. I'm never trading Foot Locker again anyway, because it can just go burn in the fire. Foot Locker effing sucks. But just, like, what? Like, what? What just happened here? Actually. Like, I see what happened, but I just can't believe it. And like I said, not just the fact that it did what it did, the week's right under it, like right here. And then frickin' the day's right here. It looks like the perfect setup for Foot Locker to try to push the heck up. Actually insane. Ooh. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, Mars definitely down 9%. A lot of things that aren't the main stuff are down pretty low. I think Mars is at 11, right? Something like that. Yeah, Mars at 1097 right now. So I'm hoping this comes back up. We'll see next week. I'll definitely put some puts positions in this, whatchamacallit, next week. I could have gotten some earlier today, but I figured we'd do something like this with the market. The fact that this didn't want to push up with it is kind of what it wants to do on its own. But, you know, I don't see any rush to not. I don't see any rush. I'd rather wait for this to turn over, come back up. This makes the most sense for them to buy it. We can see a low, the low here is what, 1072, 1073. You know, 1092, so low, higher low, could be a higher low again, especially if we don't drop under here in the next 23 minutes. You know, and then if we start somewhere around here, even 1139, a little bit of a drop, easy push back up from like 11.39, somewhere around there, 11.40, all the way back up to $13 at least to test. It looks like a pretty straightforward call, depending. We'll see, have to see what happens with the VIX and the other stuff. The put there still, I feel like, looks pretty good. We'll have to see. I could also see a reversal with the market pushing it up also as well. Yo, what's up, Strat? It's good to see you, man. It was horrible in the morning. It was okay in the morning. I'm up, if I remember correctly, 8107. But we didn't push down, which is nice. The VIX overshot, but luckily we didn't keep pushing down. So I think next week looks like it could be really bearish. We could have a bit of a bull trap, but we're coming back to normal stuff, which is nice. Yeah, I mean, it's probably, I haven't checked Riot in a long time. I liked Mara a long time ago over Riot just because it just seemed to, where's Riot? It just seemed to be more straightforward when I looked at Mara instead of Riot. I like the way that it acted. You see, I haven't looked at Riot in a while though. I think I looked at it like the other day, but I didn't really look at it. Yeah, like when I look at the averages here, for example, it's like this is kind of okay. This is okay, but nothing like super special. This is April 6th. This doesn't matter, honestly. This isn't that bad for a push up. Not a big fan of this, or this. I don't really like this either, to be honest. Technically started under. We never had confirmation. We have weak time frames. It's okay on it. It's not bad. Here. Just falls through, back up. It's not the worst. Doesn't move as much as Mara though. I don't think it hit the same highs. It was like 50 or 60. 77? Did they hit the same high? I thought Mara hit slightly higher high than Riot. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me see. Yeah, 82. It's not a big difference though, to be honest. Not from what I thought. It's not too bad actually. 21 over here. This is actually somewhat doable. Still a little more partial to Mara. Still a little more partial to Mara, but this still looks pretty decent for what it is. This looks pretty nice too. Yeah, they both look fine. I don't know. I gave Mara a hard time or Riot a hard time, to be honest. Not really sure. Maybe it was with a fib or something. When I used to look at fibs a lot more, so it could have been something with a fib I didn't like, maybe, or I preferred over Mara. Mara was what I helped my friend go from like 600 or whatever to 600 to like 7, like 10x. He was like, I don't know, he lost like from down from Tesla up from that, but we traded Mara, or he traded Mara, and I just told him where to buy and sell out. Like I said, he trades on his own now, so he's fine. But maybe that's why I'm partial. I don't completely see why I'm super against it. When the more I look at it, I can kind of see why I still like Mara more, but I don't really hate this either. I could see why maybe I liked. God, it's been so long. Yeah, this was around the time too. Wow, whoops. This was so long ago. Yep, it was around here. It was like January, March 21. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Definitely wild. Well, I like it. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I do like this. Huh, maybe I didn't give it enough credit. It's definitely worth it to check. One thing I do like a lot more about Mara on the short term is that the week time frame, at least on the whatchamacallit, the 500 is a lot closer to it. So that's one thing I really do like about this a lot more where it currently is. I think the day is a lot closer. But besides that, I really like it. I do like where this lines up, though I don't think it's about to fall. If it did, it would go to 456, but probably. That's what it looks like. I doubt it, though. I have a feeling a lot of this stuff could change. I'm really interested to see where Bitcoin ends. I think Bitcoin is not going to fall through, to be honest. I think we are going to see a reversal, or at least like one last bull trap. So, is Mara, and what do you mean in buy status? I'm not sure what buy status is. Oh, I see what you're saying. No. No, it's not in buy status. Really nothing for me. Buy status is always, as of now, everything that I look at is like, where's the VIX? Where do I think the VIX is going to go? Are we going to see strength here? Like buy status for like, so my first thing is like, I want to know where the VIX is going to, it's most likely it'll end somewhere around here. So my first thing is like, where is the VIX going to start? If the VIX starts its day or next week, if the next week candle starts here, I think there's definitely a lot of buy potential for things, because even if we push up, it's not going to look certain to pass through a lot of this stuff. I don't think a lot of stuff's buy status right now, really. But you could. I think it's safer to buy it than not. But Bitcoin's still in a sketchy place, and we're going in the weekend, and I'm not a big fan of buying something on the weekend. That's kind of my big thing. I don't like buying stuff for over the weekend because there's just too many variables that could happen between then. I like Bitcoin's still under where it needs to be, and if we are setting up for something really bearish next week, like Bitcoin can still push down to like 18K or like 17.6, and not fall through to the 11K, and it can just do that next week. But then Mara can also partially get brought down by that. So I don't think it is. For me, I want to see where are we going to start in the, like, it's straightforward. Like I said, like if you just constantly just look at the things I'm looking at, or like I keep saying the same thing. So a lot of this is determined. I want to see where the VIX starts next week. If we start here, I have a lot of bearish feeling about a decent amount of this stuff, because this just looks great. This is what we're waiting for. This is what we want for something to be bullish. This is what we want for things to be bearish, not on the VIX but on the market. And this can be a bull trap if we start here. It can also be a reversal. They'll have to fight for that up there. Well, I don't think Bitcoin's going to fall. It's a risk. Is it worth the risk? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's always good to make money, but like I said, if it's like, one, you want a consistency, and like if one trade is going to make or break, then you're not a trader, you're a gambler, right? And I don't like gambling. I'm not trying to gamble. You see what I'm saying? That's why as much pattern recognition and stuff is as good as possible, because I'm going off of data. So like the less gambling, the better. I think it's good where it is to pick some up. I just don't, like if I was a bot, I think it's fine. I think this is fine. Most likely, like I said, most likely this will end up pushing up. And like if we have a bull trap, most likely what will happen next week is we'll push up from here. We'll push up. This will hit somewhere up 13, and as the market comes down, we'll also probably have a day that starts back here, and then we'll push down through this and through all of this. You see what I'm saying? And maybe if we don't have a bull trap, we'll push through here, and maybe we'll push off of this in one of these other weeks, and we can wait for a week to start above. But as of now, we're going to have a week that starts under it. So if we start this far away from it, usually we'll test. That's the same kind of principle as like here. If we start too far away from a huge average, we want to test before we go. These are just kind of like standard things. Like just think about how something could be safe and it'll make more sense, right? You want to see confirmation if possible. Well, that's a fine way to trade if that's how you want to trade. I'm just never going to agree with it. That's the only thing. I just don't agree with that stuff. So I don't think it's wrong. It's just for me personally, the way I look at things or the way I want to do things and what I think is right or wrong, I don't think it's right. But it works for some people. I just don't like it, especially if it's over the weekend. I would say if you really are that interested, you could try getting a call for it. Like if you actually want to buy, it's $11, so 100 of it is only 1,100. So if you actually want to intend to buy it, you always could technically just buy a call. I don't think it's just going to fall through. Like I said, at this point, I think it's more likely that it holds here, but I do expect a high chance that I don't think this is just going to start up here next week. I think it's a lot higher of a chance that it'll start somewhere down here around like 11 to 11:30. So if things do look good and we get that VIX to start in between the weeks, and like Bitcoin's still holding, it's above that hull, even if it's not like shot up, I would expect this to push back up to test. And I would want to be in for that, but I need to see where the next week's candle is going to start. Otherwise, I don't want anything to do with it. So I just need like a better idea of where next week is going to be. Like the VIX week where it starts is like only happens once a week, and it happens before anything opens. So there's no way for me to be able to adjust off of that. So, you know. So, like I said, I mean, it just kind of depends how you want to do it. So, I don't like the area it's in. I mean, technically we're under this. I'd have to see a week. Like, even with this, I don't like something that starts this high up, because then my intention is we need to come down to test. If we're too high up with no confirmation, I want to see it come down to test. If we're too low without confirmation, I want to see it come down to test. And that's exactly kind of what I was saying for here, why I don't want to see it drop to like 145, 146 and end. Because then that's like annoying, because it's like it's not that great. Most likely it comes back up to test, and then they got to worry about that. And then by that time, you already have like 3-4% of a trend to get built up, essentially. So, like overall, I still want stuff to be bearish. And I think stuff still looks really bearish. So, so it just kind of depends what goes on with some of these things. But what we can also do for like if we're trying to get in on something on a shorter term, we know where that month is, or we know where the week is. Generally, you want to see something on that time frame start above. Like I said, I'll go through it one more time. Like we want to see something push up, especially we want to see some kind of confirmation. We want to know how long it is into that candle. So if we start pushing down like this, for example, we start pushing down here through the week, some things we need to be careful of is what else are we doing into this? How are we coming into this? And how much more time in the week do we have? So depending on how much time we have left in these time frames, based on whatever average that we're looking at, it's important to know how likely can we keep it here. We generally want to see something start as it's open above, but we want it reasonably close. We don't want it like we don't want something to open up here, or even let's say if it opens, if we have something like this, we don't want it to open here. See, because then we want it to test. For me, I just wanted to see it open above. I say close above, so I'm sorry about that sometimes. I want to see it open above and preferably come as close as possible to it. Sometimes they don't hit it because people start buying in levels before it hits these places. Because if you wait for it to hit a spot, and especially if it's like an even number, so a lot of the time it doesn't get hit. So that's why, like, if I want to buy at $5, I don't buy at $5. I buy at $5 and like 1 to 2 pennies or 1 to 2 cents. So, it's that kind of concept for it in a sense. But if it can end above, it's even better relatively in that area, because generally that means that we are still on a trend that's pushing up. Because if we think about it in a sense, if we come up to here and we end here and we come down, we only have a little bit of space to come down to push up. We still have more or less a trend that's forming in this whole area. But if we're up too high, we're more likely to have downtrends form on our way down to test. So no, it just depends on where it is. So for me, it depends on the time frame. So the average that we're looking for itself is a big determinant on what we're actually looking for. So with Apple, we have a bunch of 4 hours here. That's why I care about the 4 hour. I do care about the 4 hour because it's kind of like the only other big time frame candle. And I really like it for that perspective, and I see a lot of change around it. I'm not sure how to always quantify how much it matters because it doesn't always just turn around at the 4 hour. Why I was really barking about the 4 hour is because everything for the last 2 weeks with Apple that I looked at was like our 4 hour was here, our 4 hour was here, our 4 hour was here. So this is why like the main reason I kept barking about the 4 hour was yeah, but compared to the moving averages. So this is why I care about the 4 hours, especially here, is not just that I think there's a little bit of significance with it, which I'm not sure the whole value to actually put on it. It's tough. I mean, we saw it turn over on the 4 hour today and then almost immediately push up from there. But so maybe this does give a little more credibility to it, but I'm not always sure. But if we have 4 hour averages, I want to see generally a 4 hour end around it. If we have day averages, I want to see a day. That's why, like for here, I've been saying, like the Apple 158, let's start the day here because I want to see it start close to it. And so, like for here, we could say, okay, maybe we want to take a smaller position. At the end of the day, we want this to get stuck here, or we want this to come down to test, so it looks good. But we can take a small position because we don't want to take small positions. We want to take a larger position, possibly with the most limited risk. I don't want to take a 5% position here and then get out when it comes down like 3-4% on me or whatever. If I could just take like a 10% position and get out when it comes down like 0.5% or less or whatever, or maybe no loss really at all. With here, if you get into something and it's too large, and let's say it turns around, it'll come back up here to test and then it fails. So you don't get a chance to get out at the same price. You see what I'm saying? But here we can see maybe a little bit of a position. We can expect it to rush because why push it down to support if it's just going to then get pushed back up? That doesn't mean it's not going to get pushed down though. You never really know. It's just what's more likely in a sense. And so I didn't like this on the day time frame. So I wanted to see a start above, but I didn't want to see a start this far above. I really didn't. That's why, like, if you back the stream this day, I'm saying, like, maybe if someone wants to take a small position, I could have. I really didn't want to. I didn't trust it, and that's why I got in up here also, more specifically, because I didn't like this down here, and we came all the way up to here. And the thing is, it's a day average, so if we start above, then I would just get out, to be honest. It depends, though, not here. Maybe here. I would start questioning it a little bit. We do have the week all the way up here, and we did hit it in pre-market, but this is something else that made me think this was a pretty good spot because we have the day and the week right here. But the nice thing is when I get in, it's relatively in the same area. It's not really that far away, and it's more likely to come down, especially after bad buying. So that's just kind of how I look at it in a sense. Like for every time frame, I prefer to see something similar. And so that's why I'm saying on the VIX, that's why I think it's so important for me where we start next week, because these are week time frames. I want to see a week start above, and this is like the cornerstone of what I've been saying again and again. That's why I keep saying I want to see a week start right here. I want to see it start close to the averages with not a lot of room to go down. So there's not a lot of, like, if we think about it in different ways, the less room to go down, the less likely we're going to form a trend. The less momentum bears are necessarily going to be able to pick up. The less trends that might already exist can fail, right? Because the more that you come down through something, let's say you start up here, there could be a trend here, or like, there could be, let's say, like, God, this is so annoying. Trying to draw on a week time frame is really annoying. Let me do this. Okay, I should be able to do it here. But let's say, like, we go up, blah, and then let's say we shoot up, blah, and we shoot up. Right? I mean, if we got to come down, even if this is just a 5 minute or whatever, depending on what the size is of it completely, this is just an example. This is like we have this here, so we'll have like a little trend here. So more of a chance, boom, we'll break this, we'll fall down. Boom, we'll break this, we'll fall down. Now we got people selling out from here, selling out from here. So the less space, the less things that can form to go against us. And the main thing is it just looks good to push from there. But when we look at it from that sense of like less trends can form or less downwards or less trends can be broken that we have moving upwards, it makes a lot more sense. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense when you kind of think about it in that way, because it's not just where the week starts. The core of it is where does the week start? And then once we know where the week starts, we can get an idea. We don't need to know where the week is anymore because we already know where the week starts. I mean, besides that, we also have it labeled, but we know the week starts there. So we know we should get some good pressure up. Then we can just go to these shorter time frames and kind of see what's going on from those, you know. So hopefully in that same kind of sense, this is why I'm hoping the VIX comes this is why I am and I'm not hoping the VIX comes down, and why I didn't want to see this is because I don't want the VIX to stop here and then start somewhere here, and now we have this above us, which might make it harder to push up. As long as the week starts here, though, there's an inherent kind of bias for it to try to push up. So like sometimes we'll see things come down. What I've seen a lot, let's say if the week starts up, if it can get back above, a lot of times it'll have a lot of just inherent strength through it. And if you think of it another way, it's a large time frame average. People, like just when we see it, like think about the, not lucid, but think about some of the charts I was looking at earlier when I put that line there and then I go look in the shorter time frame. Even sometimes, though it's a shorter time frame, we can still see that average line where we put it, that like when we put the horizontal ray to like represent where that line is throughout that time period. When we go in, we can see it's still respected. So it's still an important heavy spot. And so it makes sense that if we like fall through it, but we come back up, it makes sense that because people are going to treat that as an important spot and they're going to treat that as this is where we might want to short or the inflection point, it makes sense that it could be easily a big flip spot, because that's where a lot of the stacking on is. So when we flip through that, well, people get liquidated, they got to get out of their positions, they got to cover themselves, you know, so we can kind of look at it in that sense. So, but that's kind of like the core of it in a sense. I mean, there's a lot of other things for it, but that's a lot of like the basic kind of gist of it in a sense. You know, we want confirmation, or we want something to look good on those time frames, and we want something to, and then we want to kind of hone in to see everything else. We can bring up Ethereum as a good example, because I was mentioning this earlier. So like Ethereum to Bitcoin, ugly as hell right. One second. Ugly as hell right now. But this looked really nice with so what we had here is we had a week that started, it got wrecked down, it is what it is. We did have a very high wick. This is always something to be careful of, you know, when we do have a high wick, because we do have to remember sometimes this really can just destroy everything. And the concept of this is our range, essentially, or wherever your fib is or wherever you're kind of looking at it. This is our range, depending on what you choose or how you have your TA, this is your range. Yeah, exactly. The longer time frame, generally the stronger the trend, because if you want to put your money in, you probably want to put your money in on the longest time frame trend that you can find, or I like the averages to represent it for me. It just makes sense, right? You're trying to play with big capital. And playing on longer term moves or momentum plays or anything like that usually is going to have big capital there, because it's just a safer play as opposed to small time frame movements. And then we essentially go to the shorter time frames to say what's going on here, and then try to determine if something might stop it. Because just because it's a longer time frame doesn't mean it always wins, but it's a really good indicator on the direction that we can take, or that it'll want to try to move in. So we can kind of see here, one of the big issues here is that so far almost half of this range, 40% of this range going up, has already been taken out. So anyone that wanted to sell, 40% of the range is taken out. So we can kind of see this going against it. I still like this start in a sense, but once it comes back down here, it's really sketchy. For something like this, I'd really need to see it keep pushing. So that makes it a little bit more dangerous. We have this coming down. We should probably maybe even see in a sense like what actually even happened there. And we can kind of see why we also wouldn't want to come back under here. So this is what that wick represents. So now that we see on that short term of that wick, we do see a week that starts above, so we can see, okay, maybe we can get pushed up. I'm sorry, I actually think the week starts like over here or something. I think it's like right here, actually, if I remember correctly. Let me see. I'm pretty sure it wasn't here. Pretty sure it's I think it's like right over here. Let me just double check. 12th. Is it the 12th, really? Maybe it is the 12th. I don't remember my days, to be honest. Yeah, okay, my bad. So it's right here. It's right here. Well, let's not show the 4 yet, because that's not what I want to show right now. So we look over here. Let's just look at the 12. So should have been, I think it should have been right here that we switched over. Yeah, so we switched over right here. So for something like this, we can already see we've hit. We have a lot above us. Excuse me. So this, it looks nice that we started the week above, but we already, it's kind of hard to say. I don't really want to call this like a head and shoulders, to be honest, because it's like really, I mean, maybe it's like really ugly. We could consider this a head and shoulders. It's a really ugly shoulder. But we can see that it's been trying here, and it's already used this a lot to push up. Now, I like this because the week started here, and the reason I mentioned it a couple days ago is even though we did come down from here, it looked really nice with this bounce spot, what we had, what happened here to try to push back up. So I thought this would have had a decent amount of pressure coming back up, but there are other things that factor in. So we want to see what is up here. So that's why I say with all these, it's good because they only change so much. So I always recommend if you're really looking at something, always, look at the lower time frames. Do your week, day, 12, 4, So like even at a quick glance, we can see no month, no week, no day around here. We have a 12-hour right here, right? So this looks nice. We could kind of maybe see something here on a shorter term, possibly appearing. Maybe if we didn't want to get in here, we could get in when it came above. It kind of depends. It depends on what you weigh, how you weigh different things. But then we see the 4, and so we can see the 4 is kind of coming up here. So what we can kind of look for, what we can hope for, is that we can get something to push up. And then we also have these 2s here, which are really tough as well. So we can actually kind of get a better idea when we see this on these shorter time frames. I don't necessarily care about 30, 15, 5s. They can be useful. I sometimes care about the 1. I do care about the 1, but the main ones I care about is the 2 and above. The 1's always good to look at, but I really like the 2 and above, specifically also like the 2 and the 4. I like a lot of times when these are close. They're one of my favorites. Another kind of big thing too is they're larger in size, but it's not every 2 is a 4, but every other 2 will also line up with a 4 also as well. You're saying because of it failing to go above, then you catch it on the drop? Well, there's certain places that are strong. Yeah. I mean, it all depends how ugly it is when it comes down. The quicker that we come down on stuff, the better, because everyone that's sold out, everyone that bought in here is very likely to not sell out on you, because all of these people in a very quick fashion have lost a lot of money or are down a lot, and it's better for them to sell out at a no loss or try to limit their losses and generally sell out for a no loss. So and that's why I usually call a lot of these things free space in a sense, is because there's not a lot of price action there. People that are holding those, the bag holders, they don't want to sell because they want the price to come back up. Therefore, they're not someone that's going to fight the price to come back up. So I like the way that things come down into the price itself, and I think that's also really important. The harder something generally comes down into the price, the more I like it. We've seen previously with some of these where, let me see if I can remember which ones. We looked at some earlier today. You mentioned some earlier. Let me see. Maybe this might have even had it. I don't think so. But I could just draw it. It's not a big deal. So it's important how it's coming in. So some of these we'll see some of these lines. So let's say this is the red. We can just treat this as like the orange one. Ooh, I can see why the color looks different. There we go. Oh, the colors do look the same. Anyway, so we have like our red one. We have our orange one. And then let me get my color back. Okay. And so, sometimes we'll have these coming up. We can even do this. Sometimes we'll have these coming up like this. Not like that. I guess I'll keep it the same. It's kind of fun. So we'll have it like this. But what we'll see is a lot of times we'll see like a head and shoulders kind of come into these. But what we want to be careful of is how it's coming in. So we have this here. But what we don't want to see is something like this, where we haven't touched it, and I said this on some other ones. I don't remember which ones it was, but I said it 20 million times and stuff, so I know I said it today also. We want to see this come down, preferably. It's fine to make a lower low here. This is if this is like a day time frame, this should be a pretty strong level. This should be a pretty strong level. We want to come down here as cleanly as possible, and then we want to try to push up here. So there's a couple things we could wait for, essentially. And there's a couple of things we want to be careful of. With these, we don't necessarily want to be in something that's going to bounce here and then do something here and then touch it, because a lot of the times that this will be underneath this, and then we have to test up. So just because this is strong, we're kind of going against the trend. So maybe we do have like a head and shoulders forming here that pushes us into it. Maybe we do have a higher left than the right. But the point is that the basis of these, even if this is higher, the basis of these is it will be above where that line will kind of hit. We want to come back down and touch it. So if this line's here, we want to come down and touch here and get a nice bounce up. We don't want to have it form more stuff on top before it then hits the line, because it's just less likely that it's going to do anything there. Let me see. I don't know if, let's see if we can find one like it. This isn't a horrible example. I'll point this out in a second, which is sometimes you run into these that are a little bit unfortunate. There's nothing you can do about it with stuff like this. So like, let's say you get in a position here, and I can show you something. It's very similar to this, like with Apple. So we can kind of see here. We don't really want something to necessarily form above it. I guess this actually is kind of a similar example. I'd rather have this come down than forming this up here. This still looks okay for what it is, but we can still kind of see how we have a base level, even above where we touch it. I mean, technically where it touches it, all of this is above it. Not even just this, but all of this stuff is above it. So what we also have in the short term with this trend is also above it, which is a big issue for me. But sometimes you have losses like this that it is what it is. But more than not, what will happen is as we see it comes out, I would have gotten out of this immediately. It did come back up. It is what it is. I wouldn't have waited in it, but then I would have played it here. And if it did come back up somewhere here, or if we saw it back up somewhere here, I'd consider getting in a position. Probably not. Actually, probably not, though, just because we have so much above it. Because even if we got back up here, even if we got back up above it, we still have to get above all of this stuff, which is really, really tough. So what's around it is also important, too. It's not always just like we're above the line, let's go. What's going on is definitely important. And also, like, I don't know what was going on here as well. There could have been other averages here. I'm not really sure whatsoever at all. So, like, I don't want to go too much into it because I don't know what else was here. But this does happen at times where it's not bad of a bounce spot, and it just after hours or whatever, or weekend, it just falls under. So, you know, but just in general, I would prefer that we don't have like a shoulder above when we come down. I'd rather it just come down into it. Let's kind of see. And we could even, I don't feel like looking, but like when you see these, some things that you could do that's pretty good. Like we have a wick up here. We start pretty high up. So we need to come all the way back down here. So when it doesn't touch the line, stuff is happening above the line from previous trading days. Well, something's happening. I look at it as when I look at this kind of stuff and I say, hey, a lot of this stuff looks pretty good. If it's really respecting the line in the past, and we can see some stuff that looks good, I started asking myself, why are we not pushing down? Now, I don't know why it's not pushing down. It's incredibly possible that we just have resistance above it that is not respecting. And I can give you a perfect example that we ran into last week. So if we look at this last week, one of the biggest issues that we had right here, it was like right there, is that note where this day time frame is. I'll put this right here. Yeah, it should be right here. 158.20. Okay, so look at this. Look what happened to us here. So we started this day. We whatever. Okay, so let me show you. Did we bounce? Was that the bounce 4? I think it was a bounce on the NASDAQ. Anyway, we got a reversal. I think what it was here, I guess I can just show it for the brevity of this day. We got this bounce here. We could see on the NASDAQ, and we could see on the SPY on this day. We could see that there was some relative support in this area. And so just kind of looking at some of those, what we could, because there wasn't really much to kind of really tell that was going on with it at that time. We did have this here. Is this what we bounced on here also as well? September 1st. Let me just see. I'm trying to remember everything because we might have seen all four of them. Okay, so we did have all of them. So even on Apple, we could have seen this. I just remember on the other ones also as well. So we can see here with the 4 hour, we come under, you see we bounce, and then the next day we start up above. Well, the day time frame was right here. So this day, we're right under. So let's see for September. You see how we end the day right under it? We want to see it start above. So you see how we start the next day above it? The safest place is back down here. And even if we look at the standard, most day traders will tell you this. There's usually like a gap trade that a lot of them will do. I know Mir Barak talks about it on YouTube. I haven't seen it, but I know he talks about it. He's a really good day trader. I don't trade any of the ways that they trade, but I just watched some of their stuff before. I thought they were pretty cool people. But he's the guy that runs it, so I really like him, and I know he has a YouTube video on it. But it's the idea that we're just coming back to test. We always want to test. You don't want to let someone in your house without knowing who they are. You don't want to go out with a woman or marry someone if you don't know who they are. So it's important to test people. Or if you can't test it, sometimes I won't. Would you buy something if you can't test it? Would you buy a car if you can't take it for a test drive? So I think the idea of testing, not just like, oh, we're closing a gap, but what does that mean? We're really testing to make sure that we're good on this. I think it's really important. So the point of this is where the day is. We get our bounce on the 4 hour. We come under. We get our bounce. We start above. Get our bounce on the 4 hour, as we can see here. Right, so we come under, boom, boom. And this is kind of what I'm talking about might happen with Apple, how we could just get a nice straight bounce on it, depending where we start. But for the brevity of it, we start relatively close on this 4 hour switch, boom, we push up, and that pushes us up here. So the day is right here. We start above it. I want to see it come back to test, but look what happens. Where are we? It's on the wrong day. Anyway, look what happens. The day is here. This isn't the day. This is the 1 hour 200 smooth. So instead of actually coming back to the strong support, this actually just messes around here at the 1 hour. So the 1 hour actually just kind of cock blocks the day. And so you see pretty much what happened is, this isn't it. Is it? Oh yeah, my bad. This is the one sec. It's because I have to label where the day 1 hour is, because I'm not looking at the day 1 hour. One sec. Like I said, it takes a little bit of like thought and process to go through this stuff. Okay, so let's mark where this 1 hour is right here, and now we can go to a 5 minute. And we can look at this. Okay, now we can see what happened on that day. This is where we want to see the bounce, the day time frame. What happens is they bounce off the 1 hour time frame smooth. And they're different averages, I don't really care. But one's on the 1 hour, one's on the day. All of them are fairly equally strong to me. There's certain things I like generally seeing, but they're all equally strong to me. And the main part for me is the day time frame. I'm not going to say I don't look at it where a whole, to me anyway, is stronger than my 200 per se. I just don't look at it that way. Maybe it's right one way or another, but that's not the way I analyze. But what we can see is, this is the 1 hour. 1 hour, or we'll just do this, 1 hour 200. And then here we have the day 375. So we have a day time frame average here, yet instead of coming down to the day, look what happens. It bounces off the 1 hour, and people want to see it come down farther, come down to the day, or just technically close the gap. As you can see here, the gap wasn't closed. We didn't come all the way down, so the gap wasn't closed. We dipped around at a 1 hour time frame, and then we didn't get anywhere. We built up all of this on the top, and that makes it look a lot worse as we're coming down. So look, when we come down, we get rejected on the 1, and then we just get quick rejection on the day and just head down. You see what I'm saying? So it's important to like kind of see these things and where they come to, and you can have deviations. When it comes down and hits on the day time frame, I don't want to see it screw around, and this is the same kind of concept when I was talking about like when it comes into it, is I have a target I want it to hit. Like the 1 hour is a 1 hour, right? So it's like the thing is I don't know if this invalidates this every time, but it certainly makes it look way worse. And that's the thing. You know, I don't want it like I don't want people to sell through something that looks good. I want it to look as good as possible. I want people that just sell, and they don't know where people that. So if it's strong resistance and people sell into it, they're probably not that smart because they're selling really close to relatively strong resistance. So most likely they bought in the wrong place to start off. Not that they're smart, but they just don't know the exact nature of what they're trading or what's going on. It happens to everybody. It's happened to me a lot. But people that just don't spot the strong areas, they're the ones that provide this liquidity and make these moves easy. And you want people to sell it down. You don't want a lot of price action or a lot of people buying because it can easily rip through other things. So can buying on a 1 hour destroy a day? It can. Does it happen every time? I don't know. But it certainly makes me think I'm not putting in as much when we come down to it, which also, if we look at that kind of thinking, is, well, if people start questioning this spot that we think is strong, it can make it weaker. You see what I'm saying? Oh, I've been on the wrong side of the entry all the time, in the past anyway. Happens to everybody. Happens, well, most people. Happens to almost everybody. Only the fortunate few. And that's probably only people that are, like, taken under their wing by, like, professionals from, like, day one, which almost never happens. But it happens, you know. So it's all about like probability and chances, and what do we want to mess with and what do we not want to mess with. You know, and it just makes certain things sketchy. But I look at it this way. This is why I talk about good buying and bad buying, and this is why I explain it. Buying right above the day time frame and not letting it touch support at the strong day time frame, this is bad buying. If we assume the people here are bulls, this is bad buying. If we assume it's bears, which you could kind of, if you want to think about it in this way, because if I want to ruin this position, I want to make sure there's as much buying as possible right before we get to it. And that's the easiest way to ruin a position right under it. So it's possible that people can manipulate things in this way as well. You never really know. Are these bulls that just want to get in and they don't know what they're doing? Or are these bears that are buying a little bit at these inflection points and then pushing it up to create more bad buying? You see what I'm saying? So you never really know, but the point is, if you're bullish here, this is bad buying. We want to come back down to strong support ASAP. And if you think about it, it's bad selling to sell right into strong support. Now, if we've created something above it, it's not, because we have, there's a reason to sell out. We just broke a trend. But I mean, if people are just selling, right into something, it's not bad. Like, we could even take Bitcoin on like the week, for example. I think most of the time, I think people just sold into this. God damn it, where is everything? It's like the similar principle over here, like with our 200 smooth averages here. I mean, look at the selling that just pure comes into here. But I'd rather have this. But now, do you kind of see what I'm saying? Is why I question this spot. A nice bounce, but look at even ignoring the shift pitch work we have, just look at this. It seems so much sketchier if we do come down to this spot again. Will we bounce? Because we've already hit it nicely, and we've just created so much. So we have this whole trend. So if this whole trend area breaks, we're probably not going to bounce here again. Now, is it possible? Yes, anything's possible, but it's more likely than not we won't. If we do come down to test. I mean, this thing doesn't have to come down to touch it. But, and this doesn't mean this is coming down. I don't think this is getting sold down this weekend at all. I think it'll hold here and probably push up a little bit. I actually could see a huge bull run, but not now at 22,000 if by next week, depending what happens. But you kind of see what I'm saying, where there are strong spots, but depending if we've hit them already or not, or if we just, even if we didn't hit here, if we just ignore this, if we just ignore this here, honestly, this here, I got a perfect example for you here. Perfect example on whatchamacallit. On whatchamacallit right here. Perfect example on USD WTI. Like, why are we not just touching? Why? Why? You see what I'm saying? Like, why? Like, why are we not selling down here? Why are we not selling down here? Why do we keep, like, this I can kind of get, but here, why are we not just touching the support? You see what I'm saying? And now we can take a position on this possibly because it's a reversal, so we get a little bit of extra oomph. But at the end of the day, we still have all of this built up above us. So I don't even really believe in this. I mean, it only had one chance to do it, but I 100% don't believe in it now because of what it's done. But it has to go up against all of this when it could have just bounced here or here. And so what they've done is an okay spot. They've just kind of ruined it. Now there's decent stuff under it, which I think if it drops from here, it's still fine because we're more or less just cupping in a sense. And so we could still hit here possibly and move up. We could see on the month time frame, we have our averages with a fib, and then we also have week time averages, which look pretty nice. But you see what I'm saying? Like, this is why, you know, this stuff should click, and why I've been saying, like, man, this is just bad buying. This is just bad buying. What I've been saying, like, you know, over the past couple weeks here and there, it's just bad buying. It's like, bros, the support's right here. Just let it drop. Like, it makes 0 sense to ruin good support. It just doesn't make any sense unless you're a bear and you want to ruin the structure of something, or you want to create like you want to create extra buying. And then look at this. We don't come down to here. Look how ugly this is. Ugly buying begets ugly selling. You know, or ugly buying begets hard selling, I guess. You know, and ugly selling begets hard buying. You know. But in a sense, we want to see ugly selling. We want to see people selling pretty hard down into a key level, you know. It just makes sense. And if you think it from another perspective, if we have hard selling into something, generally the RSI is going to be incredibly low. If we have something like this above us, the RSI is going to be medium, but it's not, the RSI isn't going to flash a buy, you know. So there's all these other indicators, if we want to think about it that way, that we can just assume they are showing this stuff. So that's why I don't need a lot of these other indicators. There's certain things you can kind of just assume by looking at it. Like, I don't need to look at this to know what the RSI is for this, and it's probably fairly oversold. But I mean, it's not as oversold as what I'd like it to see, or like it to be. So, and I can tell because there's so much stupid buying around here. Like, they should not be buying all this. So, you know, but it's kind of like in that sense anyway. You know, so the longest averages are generally the most important. What's going on is still important, like, because we want to know what's happening. You know, like, let's say, I don't know, I could think of an analogy, but it's kind of like whatever. We want as much as possible. We want an outside view, and we want to go in from an outside view. But we don't want stuff to look ugly, because then it puts things into question. Yo, what's up, Darren? Yeah, I mean, you can usually see it to a decent extent on a lot of this stuff. Like, without looking at it, you can usually get an idea. I mean, these averages give me a pretty good idea of the key spots anyway. And it's just worked for me from that perspective. So I've never really cared too much. So, but it's important how things are flowing into the position that we want them to flow into. You're welcome. Like I said, you can go back and watch any of the previous streams or like my videos, and you'll see like I use the same term, like the vocabulary with like bad buying or this and that and stuff like that. Torn. Yeah, sure thing. Torn. Oh, true. 1 second also. Let me check this out before that torn thing. Alright, we're not there yet. Never mind. I was interested on Luna. It looks promising over the weekend. We might see something pretty crazy, Darren. I don't know. The hell? What is this thing? Why is it so ugly? I really don't like this. I don't mind this. I don't mind this. I don't like that. Oh my god. Oh shit. Shot from like 8 to 11 bucks. What is this thing? I don't like it. What's the goal with Torn? Is it buy? Is it short it? I mean, because for me, it's like kind of a Bitcoin overview. I think I'll just say this real quick. Like for Bitcoin, 19,740 is where we need to end. I think to make things look pretty decent. I don't think we'll be able to get to here, but this is like obviously still a nice spot. We had this yesterday, like with the update, what I was saying, wait with the market, all that. We have our current trend, so there's no reason to push it down. We could get a reversal if we can get something to end. It just has to end like right here. As long as we end the day at like 19.7, like 460, we'll start back above. So we could possibly push back up here, or maybe on the next day. But I could also see just with a nice start there, some of these alts being more likely to react. I mean, Bitcoin is at a really bad spot. Like I've said time and time again, like we're looking for this. The issue though is like, we have a trend. So right, we're here, we hit here. Obviously it makes sense. Like where we start over, there's nothing really going on. But here, there's a little bit more going on. Well, technically we didn't push down this far on the day yet at that point when I was talking about it. But still, nothing really changed. Like, because when the market opens, it doesn't. None of this matters. It doesn't matter unless when the market opens, if Bitcoin's on a cliff, literally the market will save it if the market doesn't look bad, or if the overall sentiment isn't bad. So we could see a sentiment shift, and we could see a lot of people that were more, in my opinion, rightfully in a bearish position, flipping their positions, still at a safe spot. So I'd be looking for that, for Bitcoin to end at 97750 at least, and we could get some bullish pressure up. So we could see some of that transferring over to some of these alts maybe. What did you call this thing again? And I can look back at this. Torn USD. I will say it's kind of interesting. Wasn't September 12th a pretty good? I don't know what it was for crypto. I thought although September 12th was the buy up with the extension oh, you know what? This doesn't explain anything. Let me see. Maybe we had something before. Yeah, okay, so this was, okay. So this makes sense. Okay, so it does seem kind of like it's going with the market in a sense. So September 12th is technically right here. No, because this would be the 8th, and then September 12th, the full day was here. So this was going down a little bit before. So when the market was going up, because 11th to 12th, 11th when we started getting strength, and the 12th was when we were overbought. Yeah, and the market would have closed here in the day. This would have been the 13th. So it actually came down when the market was going up, and it's kind of been trickling off ever since. I mean, where it's facing right now, I think it looks horrible. But like I said with Bitcoin, I'd be really interested. Oh, I didn't know I could do this. That's useless. I don't need to. Let me just scroll up. But I'd be really interested to see where Bitcoin ends. I mean, like on the short term, we can probably see something here. It's barely holding on. It looks ugly as hell, but it could be saved. I have to look to the Bitcoin one in a second. Geez, it's really ugly. And man, it starts above and wreck down, starts above, wreck back down. Finally gets to start above, wreck back down. Now, I think some of this is somewhat reasonable. I'm going to be honest. I do feel one kind of exception is I do feel a lot of this selling on this, at least or most things in the last couple of days, was warranted because the market looked so horrible. I think it made sense to sell this. We were on a cliff where Bitcoin could have dropped off like another 30-40% just over the weekend. I think we're saved from that now because what's kind of happened in the market. We'll have to see. We'll get a way better idea next week, but specifically when we see the day candle end on Bitcoin, we could get a better idea because we could have something bad next week. We're not at the drop-off point, so we could see something bad next week, and technically we could be at the bottom of this channel starting, like maybe Monday. But that's why I'd like to see us essentially get out of this channel. Or I'd like to see us start out of this channel, and that would make me feel pretty good about alts for the rest of the week. Not so much that they'll all just get bought up in a sense because they look good, but because there's that sentiment shift of, oh, we're on the edge, oh, just kidding, we're not, that kind of thing, So everyone that's a little uneasy or anything like that, I think there's a high chance of piling back into some of these positions. Now, I do think, what is it called, Torn? But what is this thing? End of September 12th looked bad, so this is understandable. I don't get how this pushed up September 13th. September 13th is a really bad day. This thing's ugly as hell. Not just like ugly as hell, it just seems kind of like a wild card. It feels like not like a super wild card, but a little bit like a wild card. The averages they line up for some things, but they're not determinant, really. Like there's some good things on some of these times. Like this 2 hour, there's some nice things. But overall, like the 4 and I think the 4 and the 12 is kind of like all over the place. This is like, okay, it's kind of ugly, no confirmation. We come all the way down, then shoot up. I mean, personally, I hate every single one of these, and they all look like they're going to fall off a cliff. But with how I feel about Bitcoin and where it could end, like where I believe it's going to end or has a very high chance to end, I think these could be pulled off a cliff. So I'm kind of torn by. Oh my God, I didn't actually mean like because it's called torn or whatever, but I'm actually torn a little bit by this because it looks so horrible on a cliff, but Bitcoin's on a cliff. So if Bitcoin looks nice into the weekend, this might get like a really nice bump up. I don't like it because it just looks bad on everything. But the fact that Bitcoin could be turning around looks really nice. So I don't necessarily like this from anything that it shows specifically, just the idea that, I mean, here we already have a lower low, so we could recover here. I really like the aspect of, like I said, I really like the aspect of that this is on the cliff facing death. It really looks like it's on the cliff facing death. But what a bad pun. I didn't even mean it intentionally. But I feel pretty good about Bitcoin ending at like 19,750, 19,760 or above, slightly above. I feel really good about that. Even if it's higher than that, I think it's fine. It doesn't even have to be slightly above, and I think it's okay because we're under, and obviously it's we start so far up, we want to see it come down and test, and that's a little sketchy. So I don't think it'll be shooting up that much, but I do think we could be seeing the start of something here. And I do think this could be the start of a huge reversal. I don't necessarily think it's going to end up that way, but I think it could be. So from that, I like this. I would probably get rid of it if I was, gosh, I mean, of course, I don't want to see it break the current trend it's on. If this keeps looking bearish, wherever you think it breaks the trend or whatnot, I would get out of it. I don't, like, even just for here, I don't want it to break this trend. I think we're in a great position right now. We can see Bitcoin, like, I don't know if you guys are looking at it, but Bitcoin, I always look at the prices on the side when I'm talking about stuff, and we can just constantly see that Bitcoin's trending back up, right? So we see the market ends, like, where is it, like right here, and we just keep trending up. So I feel pretty good about this. Well, ever since that 130 change, I guess. But I feel pretty good about this where it is right now. And I feel pretty good about a lot of these alts just from where they currently are. Now, they all could get ripped down and destroyed, but I think from where they are, they'll probably regain a decent amount. And that's kind of how I feel about a lot of these right now. It just break the pattern, retested it. What did it retest? What retest, or where specifically are you talking about? Are you gonna like show a picture? I mean, at the end of the day, though, like, whenever you show me, I'll take a look. But at the end of the day, like, Bitcoin's really driven by the market. Bitcoin doesn't have any choice of its own. It's driven by the market when the market's open. And when it's the weekend, it's driven by the overall sentiment of the market and where the market closed. And the overall sentiment right now, I feel like, is there's still a chance, especially with that extra drop down that we had under Apple 150 and then coming back up. So for me, on the day, I don't have anything for the week. I just have the day, and this is really bad. So all we have to do is just as like when I think going from good to bad makes it really bad, I think when we go from bad to good, it makes it look, pretty dang good. So for me, I think a lot of this is going to be on this day whatever change. Yeah, just send it on Discord. It's fine. Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it. Otherwise, you can always just do it in chat, I think. You can just do copy link to image chart. So, this is bad. Now it's driven by the market, but this is not like a good thing to have. Now it's going to reverse. I don't know. I think we're testing up. More than anything, I think we're testing up. I'm bullish for next week, but there's bearish plays also as well. Yeah, I think also as well. I don't know if it's going to be a massive red day. Right now, a lot of it's based on the VIX for me. Like I said before, a lot of it's based on the VIX. Like I go through the same thing every time. I'll put a video out later, but I think it depends. Most probs, yeah, probs. Yeah, I agree with the probably. Oh my God. First fine. Ooh. So for me, it really depends. This is really bad to have a day start up here. Pretty much the VIX blew its load way too early and came up way too quick. We needed to wait here around the week without exhausting ourselves. So to me, the VIX is pretty exhausted. If we start here, I still feel like there's a huge bearish potential. If we start here, I think we could see bullish potential to a decent extent. Maybe Apple coming back up another 3-4% and the rest of the market doing that. And then if we start here, I think it's super bullish for the market. I just don't see this as a possibility. I think it looks more likely that we'll start here. So let me check. I mean, I feel like the line's a little bit forced, but let me see. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think it really changes anything particularly. I think it's kind of dangerous to look at it in that manner, but we'll see. Let me check. I don't disagree with the idea of it being like possibly bullish if that's the idea. Let me see. Oh, it could also be because I'm on log, or you might not be on log. Let me see. Yeah, I can't get it. I don't think. Let me see. Or maybe I can. Maybe I can. How Kurt is this on log? Let me see the pictures again. It looks doable with a line off a log. I think because mine's on log, I won't be able to look at it like that. Maybe though. I mean, are we talking here? I just feel kind of forced, to be honest. Like, I don't really know where the lines are specifically to be able to, like, for me, it's, I like doing it, like, I just need to see, like, point to point. It's not going to change my opinion on anything at the end of the day, to be honest. But, like, I usually like to know what, like, point to point it is. But it's not going to matter to me because I don't look at stuff on log. I don't look at stuff off of log. I look at stuff on log. And it's not a line that I'd be able to have on log. But I do see kind of like what you're saying. My other thing about it, though, is like it gets moved with the market so much. It's that, like, I don't know. Honestly, I think Bitcoin could have the best TA in the world, or look the best, and if the market's out and the market's getting crushed, Bitcoin's just going to get ripped down. And like one of my biggest things about that is it just follows the market. Like, this is arguably one of the strongest points. I remember saying so many times this is what to wait for, back when I was streaming and whatever, and probably in ideas here too. And this looks so strong, so strong. This is like easily the strongest point I think Bitcoin's been all year, and then we just got wrecked down with the market. So I mean, it got wrecked down itself kind of also, but the market also got wrecked down. But it's just one of those things. So I don't know. So like I said, I mean, I think it's fine. It doesn't conflict with what I think stuff is. I don't know about the validity of it, but I mean, I don't look at stuff off of log. But from what you showed, I mean, it looks somewhat reasonable. So, you know. But still, I mean, it doesn't change anything. Like, if you think this is the possible start of a turnaround, I think there's a big chance that it's the possible start of a huge turnaround too. So we'll really have to see. But for now, I definitely think Bitcoin's been under a lot of pressure. It was on the cliff, and now it has a little bit of breathing room, and the market's had extra selling down with a somewhat bullish ending candle on the day time frame. I don't know about the other ones, but this is okay. It's not super bullish, but kind of bullish. I look at Apple, and this is very bullish. Like, this is like very bullish, right? I mean, this is like saying, hey, we're probably going to test up usually. I mean, even when I look at this on the day, it just looks generally like, hey, we started up here. There's a good chance we're at least going to test up to 153, 154 right here. And I think that kind of sentiment that we're leaving the crypto market with is good. And that's why I think Bitcoin's going to hold here. And I think no matter how much I hate the way that Torn looks, it kind of is nice from this perspective because it's also on a cliff. And anything on a cliff that looks good is, I mean, that's practically about as good as it gets. Everyone will start to really just pile on in that stuff, and you get nice gains pretty quickly. But for me, it's just like this, and I'd like to see it. Like I said, most likely it's already going to end here. I'm sorry, it only needs, from where it is right now, for it to meet my requirement of being at the right spot, all this thing has to do is end $11 to $15 up. So out of $19,739, this just needs to end in like 3 hours, $14 up at most. That's it. So it's super close, and I don't see much of a reason for it to sell down. And it looks horrible, assuming the market was open where we left and where the VIX was. And so that huge, like I said, that's the big thing about what I see right now with that big reversal. We should be able to get a little. I mean, it's hard to like draw where it actually is. Like I said, it goes down about 120 every time. There's at 118, probably about 120. If we just say it's 118, 120 is what? No, it's not even. So that's 19,740. So I would like it at least a little bit higher, but 19,743. So where it is right now, it literally just has to more or less kind of maintain right here. Will drop 14 bucks, but where it was 14 bucks before, and then it's good. And then the nice thing about it is we have a weekend coming, so we have Saturday, Sunday before and then we have Saturday, Sunday, and then like a couple hours before the VIX opens or we get pre-market trading. And so like Bitcoin doesn't look great to go up, but at the same time, it looks great to not go down. So if we're looking for a base or a bottom to try to get into an altcoin or something before Bitcoin would move up, I really like it. Now, next week, I think we need to be careful, mainly because with some of these alts, the biggest issue I could see is if we ever do have like a lot of bullishness. Let's say we can maintain here, we have what, and then let's say we do like here, and then like here, my bad, like there, let's do here, 18, let's do like here, and then, so we'll have, what, 19, this is like Sunday, I believe, at night. So depending on what it looks like, if we do push up, we have to be careful about these 2s and these 4s. Well, actually, we'll have to really just see what happens with these 2s and these 4s, because the 4's coming down pretty aggressively. But my main point here is, let's see with the 2s, is that we'll have to be careful about some of this. We can get rid of this now. Let's do this. Because Bitcoin, if it does look pretty decent, could just get pumped the F up. And this really could mess with the Bitcoin price of a lot of stuff. So like by the 19th, something around here, I'd be a little bit worried about like some of these alts. Not that the alts are going to go down, but possibly a Bitcoin shooting the F up pretty much like this. I believe this is right. I'm not possible, but if this timing is right, because this would be, yeah, because we have our next day candle at 8 today, 8 today, 8 today. Yeah, so this will technically be, because this is UTC 12 o'clock. So if the market does look good to push up, and this is above that 4 and that 2 in this area, I mean, this is looking fire, right? And so we could see something just shoot the F up, and this would be the target. If anyone's serious and knows what they're doing, that's a bull that wants to create something effing insane, this is the target they will choose. I feel very strongly about that this is the target they will choose. And if they can get this up here by mid next week, and if things still look fairly bullish, if we can get that reversal, keep in mind this easily could come back up and get knocked right back down. We do have this extended up, so it's going to be pretty hard to get something higher than here. And even if we do push up, this could be something really bad. So we easily could see something turn around here. My main thing is we need to get here, and I'd like to see like a day or at least some sort of larger time frame in this area up here. But this really, something like this really could destroy a lot of the alts to Bitcoin price. So that might be something that we have to look for, but that would be depending what happens more so like on Monday or like pre-market trading. but most likely when the market opens on Monday. But I don't necessarily think that's bad for alts. It's just like, you just got to be careful because it can put them in bad places when Bitcoin gets pumped up, because no one wants to be in the alt. They want to be in Bitcoin. And you just have to hope that Bitcoin goes up enough to offset the difference of people that wanted to sell your coin for Bitcoin. No problem, man. I appreciate you coming by. I hope it helps. We'll see what happens with it. A lot of this is predicated on other things happen. So we'll have to see. Like if we don't if we end under here again, it could be an ugly weekend. I don't know yet, but it's just based on this. I could possibly see these things happening, and that's kind of where I go about it from. But take care. I figure it's pretty late over there. I'm gonna head out too because it's just about 5 o'clock. I might be back later tonight. I'll probably put some videos out. I might be back on for the 8 o'clock change. I might be streaming for this. Obviously, you'll be asleep, but anybody else that's interested, I might be on. We'll see. I'll let you guys know in Discord if I am. But yeah, all right. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for staying in. I'll see you guys. Like I said, I'll let you know. If not, I'll be back on Sunday for the week time frame change at 7:30 Eastern or 30 minutes before, and then I'll be back on same time next week, 9:15 to the rest of the market. So take care, y'all. Peace. Have a good weekend. Peace.